Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Paupergeddon 2025. The biggest Pauper event of the year is happening right now here in Italy. And I'm joined by my good friend and, of course, past Paupergeddon winner, Alex Murray. How are you doing, my friend?
There's a lot of hot today, very hot.
It is very hot today,
but
indeed.
I'm really hyped for this tournament. I think I don't even know what I should say to tell you how much I'm hyped for this tournament, because it is the 10th anniversary of Paupergeddon, so it is a very special event, even among the whole Paupergeddon series tournament. So I'm very, very hyped.
Yeah. 10th anniversary, that's how long this is going on for. It's community-led, and it's got to this point now where we have thousands of players traveling from around the world to come to this event. So we're really looking forward to it. But we're kicking off the weekend with the top Pauper player events, basically. So throughout Europe, there's been a tournament series. There's a leaderboard. The top players on that leaderboard all get invites to come here and battle out today to get the crown, the top Pauper player, which is exactly, if I wanted the title, that is the title I want when I start walking into Paupergeddon. And we've got 100 players in that event today, which means we're going to have 7 rounds of Magic cut to that top 8 as well. So 10 rounds total of Pauper action. So if this is the format for you, you are going to love today and this weekend. We've got our feature matches. They're sat down ready. We've got table A and B, so lots of coverage for you all to come. But there's been some, I'm not going to say hype just yet, because I don't know how good or bad it's going to be, but there's been some unbans in the format recently. How do you think that's going to shake up the format and what we're going to start seeing this weekend?
So with the last banned and restricted update, we got 2 unbanned, Prophetic Prism and High Tide.
High Tide's the one I think people are been talking to me about. Let's get down to the match while we carry on this. So carry on.
All right. So
Just finish off on High Tide there while they're going through the first couple of turns.
if you don't know how High Tide works, it's an instant speed spell, blue. It costs only 1 mana, and it had an additional blue mana when any player tap an island to add mana. So basically, you have a very powerful piece for any kind of combo decks that can tap and untap lands to generate extra mana. So now we have at least 2 versions of High Tide that you can play or you can face in a tournament. The first one and the most played is Mono Blue High Tide, which is a pure combo deck that relies on arcane spells, which are a very peculiar subtype of card in Magic, printed in the original Kamigawa block. And you just chain a lot of arcane spell slighted with Psychic Puppetry, which is another arcane spell with the ability splice into the arcane, and after casting a bunch of copies of High Tide, you untap your lands and generate a large amount of mana. So basically, whatever version of High Tide generate a large amount of mana to combo off.
So basically what you're saying is tonight when I go to fall asleep, I should re-watch any High Tide deck today, because that'll put me to sleep, because that sounds like a really long and complicated combo. So yeah. Maybe we'll see it today, maybe we won't. But what we are going to see is we're seeing mono blue fairies against Affinity here. We've got Skura up against Enrico. Obviously, fully fledged into this now, and we're going to be talking a lot about all the different power levels that we see in Pauper in general. From the outside, because I've dipped my toe into Pauper. I'm not quite a Paupergeddon champion like yourself, but it seems like all the spells are incredibly powerful, and all the creatures suck. Realistically, there's just no there's no Ragavans or any of these crazy creatures that we see in other formats. In this one, we really try and emphasize how good the spells are with brainstorms and counter spells. Generally, the most of them tend to be blue, but being able to utilize them with and get advantage out of certain creatures. Here in Philip's hand, top of our screen, him on blues, he's going to do it with a bit of disruption, right? A little bit of would the class as a tempo deck or a control deck, or can it switch between what?
Well, mono blue is to be a larger, varieties of different decks. In this case, mono blue is the classic version of this, so a more straightforward tempo deck, more oriented to an aggro gameplay or whatever. It is more beat down compared to the other version of the deck. So against an affinity deck, you usually want to get tempo advantage on them by countering their setup spells. So you can counter your Wellspring, Blood Fountain, or with our artifact, it may generate affinity artifact, and then eventually allow them to cast the more powerful top spells like Mirror Enforcer, to cast, or Geosticker Serpent. But in this case, this affinity deck is kind of different from the usual Grixis one, because it is more oriented to a combo gameplay thanks to one specific card, which is Still Feel Whale. So
the whale. So this is the combo element of this deck that you were telling me about.
Exactly.
Well, we've got mono blues at the top, and it kind of looks like Skura's in full control right now. Right? We've got the fairies down. We're able to counter basically every spell that is being played right now. Even though on affinity side, they say the mechanic affinity and how important that is in this deck. Not only are our lands going to be artifacts making everything reduced, but then every sort of spell we cast after that is always going to be at reduced rate, and ideally that's how they're going to pull ahead and get the advantage in this match. If Skura leaves open any room for that, because Skura is a very well-versed pilot with this mono blue deck. He's been championing it for a long time. I think he won one of the big Pauper events early on in the year, or the last part of last year, so he's fully fledged on this deck. One of the champions of it, I would say, and right now really looks like he's going to be in the controlling seat. Are we going to be able to fight back here on Enrico's side? Starting off with a Spring of Drum. Probably that's not the way to get back into it, but it is another artifact which will help for affinity as we move on. What else we got as a follow-up here? Okay, now this is the whale that you're talking about. So now talk me through this, the steel fin whale, and why this is good in this deck.
So basically, your game playing beside the classic creature, I guess, beatdown with affinity, is the combo with Steel Fin Whale. You have this creature, 3/4 creature that can untap when an artifact enters the battlefield, and you play an instant spell which costs only 1 blue mana, which is Retraction Helix. You targeted the whale, you give an ability to the whale. This ability says tap this creature, return one target permanent to the hand of its controller. So basically, you keep targeting your affinity spells and generate an infinite storm, an infinite ETB with the whale and the artifact. Supposedly, that artifact is Tooth of Kisgoria, or another artifact that can generate an ATB. So this deck list plays Black Mage Road, which is a recent addition from the Final Fantasy set. So you can either give a +1, +0 to all your creatures, or you can just kill with the burn from the Black Mage Road. You can eventually also kill your opponent with the Impact Tremors, which this deck list plays. So there's a large varieties of cards you can use as a finisher with this combo, but it's kind of difficult compared to other combo, at least that used to be played in this format to have, because you require a lot, I guess, a lot of cards, 3 cards, just to have the combo, and you also need your opponent who don't have any kind of interaction.
Is that like a show of this format? Do people think it's slowing down enough that they can play these longer, like complicated combo decks out there, or do you think that's they've kind of got a misread on the meta? I mean, right now it's really quick, it's really fast. Like especially the online meta tends to be a lot of like the burn decks, the mono red decks, the decks that can really go quick and under it. If you're going to play this sort of deck, it takes a little bit of a setup. Are they expecting in paper that people are going to start playing a little bit longer, play a bit more, maybe high tide decks that take a long time to win?
Yeah, basically a lot of combo decks aren't really good on Magic Online because you need a
1,000 clicks. Yep. Okay. We've all been there. Tried to win Helio combo. It didn't work very well.
And in this case, you don't really need a lot of time to kill your opponent with High Tide or Whale combo. Well, High Tide is very convoluted, at least on Magic Online, because you need a lot of click, you need a lot of time, but it is also very long in paper. In case of Steel Whale, is not really long, but it is weaker compared to High Tide. So clearly, Steel Whale is not a very well-positioned deck in the current meta compared to High Tide.
Well, we're going to find out this weekend. We're going to see. Don't just call it just but They are one game down here against Skura on the mono red fairies deck. Was able to like eke out that game one, look extremely comfortable doing it. I only looked away for 2 seconds to look at chat. Hey chat, hope you're all doing well. I can see you here. So if you do have any questions, feel free to put it in chat. But one stipulation is it has to be in English. I do not understand Italian, so you need to put everything in that chat in English if you want me to at least react to it in time to, get an answer for you out there. If you've got any questions about the event, the tournament, what's happening this weekend, let us know. Because, of course, we've got 3 days of action for you. I think it's 14 rounds tomorrow. We've got plus a top 8, so that's 17 total. But today we've got 10 rounds for you. It's going to be absolutely disgustingly cool weekend of Pauper Magic. We've got loads of big names. There's 10 different artists here because this is the 10th anniversary. Gavin Verhey's in the room. He's flown across some, maybe we'll get him to talk about some Final Fantasy cards. I don't know. If you've got any Final Fantasy questions out there, chat, let us know. I'll try and get him in there. Skura's showing us some blurred blue cards, but I don't see any land there. That's the one thing I think he's missing.
Or less.
Has he got down to 6?
I think they're just showing us what they are subvoiding out with their deck. So on the sideboard, this is a closed deckless tournament until we get to the top 8 on both days as well as gentlemen. So I know a lot of you are going to be coming in here. You're going to be spamming exclamation mark, deck mark. Look, we can't give you the deck. This is a closed deckless tournament. We need to see the integrity for the event. But when we get to that top 8, then boom, it's all going to be open. We've got the decklist in front of us, so we can massage what might be played in the sideboards, and you can tell me this is what usually is played in these type of decks. So let's go over let's go over on Rico's side, artifact deck. What have they got kind of in their sideboard, or the more generic cards that they can play? Obviously, we can just have a little look. But what sort of decks cards are going to be good against the mono blue fairies deck? Because we need to get one more game back to get us to that game number 3. Yeah. So I think usually mono blue fairies is really struggles against master removals and against cards like Pyroblast, because even though the deck is a tempo deck and can play control style gameplay, especially again in post sideboard. In this case, Affinity doesn't really have a lot of interaction for the blue deck. And they probably are.
It really doesn't. I'm literally looking at them like, oh my word, this is a terrible cyber for this matchup. Is that because Fairies is not like a well-positioned deck at the minute? Like I look from the outside in, and I see a lot of people playing mono blue Fairies. Like a lot of like my modern friends and legacy friends that like playing Delver type decks. They've all kind of gravitated towards this Fairies deck. So I see a lot of it online and people posting decks about it. Is that just because of the people I follow, or is it actually at the minute a good, well-positioned deck in the format?
Okay, so I think it is right for it to be a debate about it, because usually, at least in paper, Fairies is much more played, at least in Italy, compared to the Terror Delver deck. On Magic Online, instead, Mono Blue Terror is much more played, but I don't really know why, because in my opinion, Mono Blue Fairies is kind of poor in the current meta game.
Oh, okay.
Because
Skura's not going to be happy to hear that.
When there's a lot of cards like Refurbished Familiar and Written Chrysalis in the metagame, usually you don't really want to play 1/1 flying creatures. Flying man is really bad against a very big creature with reach. But when it comes to combo decks or maybe affinity-based decks, whether you're playing a blue Fairies deck or a blue Terror deck, you more or less have the same kind of interaction. But also, Mono Blue Fairies is much more well-positioned against a deck like Tide. So Mono Blue Fairies is the best deck when you want to beat combo decks.
Okay.
All right. So maybe a lot of people are expecting Tide to be present in at least in the main event. So in tomorrow Paupergeddon, maybe a lot of people doesn't really want to change the deck today compared to tomorrow, and maybe that's the reason why Skura decided to keep playing Mono Blue Fairies.
I think he'll be playing this deck no matter what. Like he literally is a fan of this deck, champions it, say, but like he's starting off here with Fairy, going to scry 2, then we're going to get in on the other side. We have played the 2 Ornithopters turn 1, so then we're going to start having a ninja of our own. Name this ninja for me.
Moon Secret Attacker.
There you go. I love it. This is one of my favorite sets to draft, was the neon.
Kamigawa
Yeah,
Neon
Kamigawa.
Dynasty.
So cool, such a cool set. And being able to do this here with our 0 mana artifacts, so not only we add in artifacts to our count for affinity later on, we're also now starting to draw cards. Skura's decided to hold back here, doesn't want to get a point of damage in, so going to leave that back to try and block this ninja. Do we have any ways of getting it off the board, or any like combat tricks that can help us to get it connect again, so we can get kind of a looting effect?
All right, so Affinity, I think, doesn't really have any way to bypass the blockers if they want to attack with the Music attacker. While in Mono Blue Fairies, they have a lot of interaction with the board because they play the 1 mana human creature, I don't remember the name, but the one with flash that can give -2, -0 to the opponent creature. So you have a way to not let your creature being killed, and you also have a way to tap or I don't know, bounce back the creatures.
Oh, okay, yeah. We can use that side of the combo. Instead of using it for our combo sake, we can use it as an offensive spell almost to try and get out of this back into the hand of Skura if things are going to start resolving. Because now he's really building up that fairy count. Again, going to scry number 2 here.
So this game is kind of all right. So we have a land on the top deck from Affinity, and that's good because I think they missed at least 1 land drop.
Yeah,
so
last time when able to do it, you can see Skura is also on the draw, remember, and is up to 3 islands now. Always plays the same islands. Just so anyone doesn't know Skura, like he online is islands in front. And then he's going to use that too to do the counter spell here to stop that forecast. And then the follow-up is going to be a refurbished familiar, one of the cards from MH3, which... Oh, what was that spell? How's... that's what was discarded.
He countered it, but instead he discarded it because he didn't have any mana left open to counter the...
That's what I was thinking. The way it looked like, I thought he put the refurbished familiar into the graveyard there, and I was like, what 0 mana spells is this that I haven't seen? More surveilling over on, or scrying, sorry, over on Philip's side, top of our screen here. Kind of both players jockeying for position at the minute, going back and forth, who can kind of pull away. We're getting a slight advantage, I'd say, here with Enrico. Now we found that black source. Is this going to be a follow-up of another? Yep, another Furbished Familiar, but that one's going to get... Well, we're going to have a little counter battle here, I think.
Yeah, there's some metallic bricks. So they counter back.
And back
but
again.
There is another Steeple Sabotage.
So a 2 for 2. That's okay. We're still going back and forth. Have we got any way of recurring cards out of our graveyards here on either side? Is there any cards that can bring stuff back, or is it these are not in these 2 decks?
Okay, so usually Affinity plays Blood Fountain.
Yep.
I don't remember if this.
I could just have a look. It's here in front of me.
There is, but it is probably the card is playing here as well because it's very powerful and it's a kind of a free addition when you play black in Affinity. But seems like Enrico chose to not play the card, even though it is probably one of the most heated card when you are playing Affinity. You know, a lot of people complains or used to complain about Blood Fountain in Affinity because when you are able to bring back from your graveyard 2 copies of Mirror Enforcer, the card seems kind of powerful, even though you are tapping for mana to bring those creatures back. Well, you know, with Blood Fountain, you aren't forced to tap the mana during your turn, so you can do that in your opponent end step.
Well, here's one of the newer cards that are imprinted into Magic. So I love it when like a new set comes out. Obviously, it's a whole new wave of cards that can get put into the Pauper format. This is going to be one of them. So this is the Wreckage Wicker Folk. 1/3 flying and is Surveil 2. So this is another way for us to kind of turn the burn through our deck. It's a flyer, which is going to line up great against what Philip at the top of our screen is trying to do. With his 1/1 fairies, this is a 1/3. Got a big butt on this one, so they're not really going to be advantaged moving or attacking into it. But I smell another ninja.
Yeah,
I smell another ninja here. 1. And of course, ninjas, it's an ability, right? So we can't actually counter it unless there's like a stifle type effect. And here it is.
The cool part about ninjutsu is that you can keep the priority and bring back more than just one single creature. So certain times you can activate more times ninjutsu to just get an additional advantage if you bring back in your end creatures with an ATB effect, just like Spellstutter Sprite when you're playing
That's quite cool. I like that.
And you can also ninjutsu your own ninja if your opponent casts an removal spell and they have another ninja
Yeah,
in your hand.
you can
so
just keep rotating. I like ninjutsu is one of my favorite mechanics. I think, especially like in like a limited format. And in this, it's really showing both players got copies of that card in their deck. We're going to pass it back down to Enrico here. He finds a dress. He's going to have a little look at what Skura's got going on. Just sees an und and another ninja, so it's good to know about them. But also knowing that the coast is clear. If we've got any forecasts or any other ways, but looks like we're going to go for the helix here.
Yeah. So I guess they just want to get rid of one blocker to attack with. Okay.
I think we're going to bounce that back, get in there with these two.
Ninja.
And then the one you don't block, that's the one we're going to ninjutsu back. Go another card deeper.
It's a very clever way to use Retraction Helix, I guess.
I like it. Well, here's 4 copies of a normal Fox. Unfortunately, no power on them. They are just 0/2 flies, but they are good enough to block the 1/1 fairies on the other side. Over on Skura's side, we play, what's a 4-drop in this deck? Let's have a little look.
Ninja of Deep Powers. So they outcast the ninja.
Ah, there you go. Ninja of the Deep
That's
Hours.
the original blue ninja.
Ninjutsu 2, it deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card. Yeah, seen. Okay, that's cool. Not got fly in this one though, so it will be on the ground, but here comes more ninja action happening. So Enrico's, it's really going off on his side of the mate. He's able to do his game plan, he's able to connect a few times with these ninjas, go a couple cards deeper, but really hasn't found that one key card that he needs a forecast type effect to kind of pull ahead, get a couple more extra cards in the grip. Skura on the other side living off the top of the deck. 1 card in hand, I believe, maybe 2. I think we know about, we know about the ninja and we play the land, so we know he's 1 card in the grip. On the other side, we're going to get in there with both our ninjas. Don't get as good when you haven't used the ninjutsu ability on them. We get kind of a looting effect here. Is it draw then discard or discard then draw? It is. You can draw a card. You may draw a card if you do discard a card, so looting effect. Sick. Chat, hope you're all good out there. Welcome, join us. Hope you're going to be here all weekend long because we've got 3 days for you. Oh, Dispel was the card that the Skura picked up for the turn, able to stop that way of that forecast drawing 2 extra cards. Oh no, it wasn't. It was the black one. Sorry, it was the offering.
Yeah. So since the ban of Deadly Dispute, every black-based deck in Pauper, which used to play, they now ban that card. Converted to blame Fanatical Offering because it is the most close replacement. Instead of creating a treasure token, which is clearly much more powerful, you create a map token.
All right, I got a question about that attack there. So Skura attacks, turns both the 2/2 sideways here. We chump block with a normal Fox and we block with the Wicker, the 1/3. Why would we not like trade off there with our 2/1 to get one of these off the board and kind of eat away at Skura's resources?
I think that you always prefer to block the ninja. Maybe they choose to not block because they think their Ornithopter are much better on the battlefield rather than in the graveyard, or they just don't really.
So I'm trying to see if I can see the life totals. I can't actually see the life totals because the reflection of the light that we've got on the table is completely shining on that screen. Maybe we'll try and get that tilted at something in the next round so we can have a little look. Maybe that's an indication. Maybe Skura's at quite a low life total right now, and having the extra 2 damage in the air is actually more important for them. I did see someone in chat ask me a question a second.
All right, so now Enrico.
We got you, chat.
Now Enrico played the Black Mage Road. As we already said, it is the finisher of this whale combo deck list. Supposedly, you don't really much play this new card from the Final Fantasy set in Affinity. I think the deck that mostly played this new card has been Golgari Road or Golgari Gardens. I think we don't really have an established name for this archetype.
Make one up right now. Go for it. We'll call it for the rest of the weekend, and then it'll be known as that. That's the power we have in the booth. We have microphones. Yeah. What should we call it?
We should call the new deck. You mean Golgari?
Yeah.
I think Golgari Rod is kind of
Golgari Rod?
Yeah. If you finisher or if your game plan is to stick the road and then cast a bunch of spells just to kill your opponent, probably is fine as name. Well, you can also just call it Golgari Gardens, but Golgari Gardens used to be a deck which a larger amount of removal spells, and this new Golgari deck doesn't really play that many removal spells.
You call it Rod Stewart.
They just have a cast down.
You didn't get it. No, you didn't laugh at my joke chat. It's fine. We'll carry on. We'll carry on the game. All right, we're going to get to a bit of a stall now. So every card that Skura's drawn off the top is being able to be played because he's obviously got a lot of mana going on. Over on the other side, play our land for a turn. It's going to be tapped. It's another artifact, though, if we were to draw any of our affinity cards, which we're really lacking at the minute. Like, our card draw's only been through these ninjas, and now that the board's gummed up, they're not even going to be good. So but trying to find a way to break through at the minute. That whale off the top would be pretty good. Get that. That means we're one more combo piece closer.
Yeah, anyway, I think Affinity doesn't really need to come off in this kind of matchup because the opponent has a lot of interaction. So you can just cast a bunch of creatures, Mirror Forcer, Refurbished Familiar, or whatever. Charm Black, stop your opponent from dealing damage to you. So by blocking your opponent's creatures, they can't even draw because the main draw engine in Theories is the Ninja. And you slow them down, and then you keep pushing damage. You can also deal extra damage with the Black Mage Road. There's still tough Kiscuria.
Yeah, so because it can be played at an instant.
Yeah, it has flash.
We're going to do that. We're going to then tap, give one of these Ornithopters +1/+0, which means the block on Skura's side, which we thought was free, which is never free. If people are tagging Ornithopters, there's something sneaky up, and yeah, Skura's like, this land off top is not going to get me back in the game. And we're going to get to go to a game number 3. Skura's now going to be on the play.
Yeah. So Affinity is probably not really well positioned in this game 3 because it is starting second, and we are facing an opponent with a bunch of 1 mana counter for your artifacts. So, if you play a deck that relies on resolving 1 mana or 2 mana artifacts, and your opponent has a bunch of removal spells or counter spells to
interaction, a bit of interaction.
Interaction.
When you're a combo deck, it's like the bane of your life, though, right? Like when if you're playing against them, they got all the interaction, especially like the black in this. We've got discard spells and something duress. We've also got the removal spells if you're a creature deck. So it's kind of almost your worst nightmare when you're a combo deck trying to go off. And if you have to do it the fair way, which we just saw Enrico do there. Just get a bunch of Ornithopters on the board, keep hitting them with ninjas, and eventually you're going to gain enough tempo advantage to be able to pull away with that game and take us to a game number 3 as they're going to go to sideboards. Remember, chat, close decklist tournament until we get to today's top 8, and that's going to be throughout the whole weekend. Because today we have got the Top Pauper Player 2025 event. That is what you're watching right now, and that's how we're kicking off Paupergeddon 2025, the biggest Pauper event of the year. We've got thousands of players in the room next behind us, all battling out, trying to get qualifications and stuff like that. But today we've got 100 players in this Top Pauper Player 2025. Now, tell me, how do players qualify to play in this? Because this isn't you can't just pay and turn up to this event. You had to qualify for this.
Yeah. So there is a ranking.
Yep.
When you play an official Lega Pauper Italia, the Italian Pauper League, or either the European Pauper League, you get points. When you get into top 8, when you win the event, when you win a local league, you get points. If you have 300 points or more, you qualify for this invitational. There is just one invitational per year. It is the Friday before this summer edition Paupergeddon. And I think the last time we played the top Pauper player, we had Colgate winning the event, and it was after the print of Modern Horizon 3.
Yeah, Modern Horizon 3 is last year when we had this one. I remember because there was so many cool cards coming out of the woodwork. And we had, again, this year, we've actually got 3 of the Pauper panel in the room in attendance. You're going to see a couple of them on stream, so I'm sure we'll get some information out of them this weekend. We'll try and get it. They are quite, tight-lipped when it comes to that, but, I'm pretty good with words. I'll get some information out of them. I'll find out some new, maybe what their thoughts were when it came to the current bands, was on their list, what are they actually still looking at, what's on the borderline that's a little bit too good, but we'll see how it plays out this weekend, because, of course, they're getting a lot more information this weekend because it's in paper than they would do from the online tournaments. As it looks like we've gone down to 6 here, and we are off to the races. Game number 3 here in the top Pauper player 2025, and Skura starting off exactly how he wants to with a turn 1 fairy. That's how we're going to back this up on the other side. Chat, we are monitoring. I hope you're all good. Well, I have a question regarding Affinity. How is the Demir version placed against the Grixis version?
Well, I think Grixis is better compared to
Why?
You have a very weaker game playing compared to the Grixis one. Grixis Affinity is probably one of the best mid-range deck in Pauper.
But what makes it? What's the red splash give me that I wouldn't have in the straight blue black?
Well, there is Galvanic Blast, of course. You have also Crackling Shaman and Makeshift Munitions, and all those red spells you play them in the main deck. So by playing them, you have a way better way to interact with your opponent creatures. So against fairies, just to say, if you resolve a Makeshift Munition in game 1, you usually doesn't really have a way to lose that game, because you can convert every permanent you have on the battlefield in direct damage to kill your opponent's creatures. But this version of Affinity doesn't really play any removal spells beside 2 copies of Crackling Shaman in the sideboard.
It's more of a combo deck, right? I say it's more like we're trying to do our thing up, and it has to stop me doing it. Just in this matchup in particular, it's going to be pretty hard moving forward. But Skura, on the other side, we were able to get the deep hour in and connecting, so I was able to go another card deeper. So now we've got the 2/2 online. There's still no blockers on the side for Enrico here. So with the red version, let's go back to that Grixis. So Grixis is just got better cards in the meta. Gives you more interaction in the early games, gives you better access to sideboard cards.
Yeah.
But surely there's a downside to it, right? Like there's a reason people bring the Demir version. Is it because the mana base is cleaner?
Yeah, I think the advantage of the Demir version is the combo. So Still Feel Whale let you have a very, very powerful combo when you have every piece of it.
Another ninja here.
You can deal infinite damage to your opponent without relying on the combat. Affinity has a weak side to it, not having so many creatures, and you basically just relying on being able to draw all your Affinity creatures in time, and you also rely a lot on Blood Fountain. So by relying a lot on Blood Fountain, you can present a large amount of damage, even through your opponent interaction. But if you prefer a more combo style gameplay, you can try to just stick your Still Feel Whale and deal direct damage with Black Mage Road or Impact Tremors, and that's more or less what Enrico chooses to do.
How good is the deck at coming back from when it's behind? Because right now we are extremely behind. We're behind on life total, we're behind on boards presence, we're behind on mana as well. That's when we really struggle out. We were able to find our third land drop this turn at least, so we can start getting this forecast a couple cards deep. And Skura let that resolve. So is Skura, now he knows that he's on the offense, is he just holding up this counter magic for the key cards that would impact the board? He doesn't really care about your draw cards. They're not doing anything to my creatures. You have to cast something to stop these creatures. Is that what he's saving his counter magic for? Or do you think he just doesn't have any counter magic right now and just had to let that forecast resolve?
Yeah, I think from the point of view of fairies, it's very good to stop them from generating advantage or to stop them from playing artifacts. As we already said, Mirror Enforcer and the Refurbished Familiar are very good block, and those creatures are probably the best way to win in this game, because Fairies is very weak against creatures because they don't play any effective removal spells besides bounce spells like Snap or eventually the Strix, because they have creatures that can eventually tap your opponent's creatures. And the good point about every kind of affinity is being able to cast a large amount of creatures without paying any mana.
Yeah, which we saw in game 2, right? Like, it was almost up to 0. In this one, we're struggling a little bit. We've not really got any of our affinity type cards active, or so to speak, or at least are being able to cast them. I don't think they're in the grip. I looked at the mana base. There's only 15 lands in this affinity deck as well. So, I think something you've got to get used to is if you've probably got 2 lands, you're doing it well right now. That's probably the most you're going to get for at least the first couple of turns. Skura, though, just keeps refilling that hand, connecting with these ninjas. We're going to add to... No, we're not going to play Snap here. We're going to bounce back that ninja, untap our 2 islands. Living up to his namesake here, islands in front, as much as it pains me in production, and I will go speak to someone to get that changed later on, but we'll let it go. We'll let it slide for this one. Here comes Surveil 2. Scry 2, sorry.
Okay, the game seems kind of dire from the point of view of Infinity.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, like, how can we get back from this position? It seems really hard to not only do we have to have a spell's resolve against the mono blue fairies deck, but then we also have to have our interaction resolve. So like multiple things have got to go well here for Enrico. Is this just a play draw discrepancy? Is this just because when the fairies deck gets to go first, this is exactly its game plan and it's really hard to fight back from this, or is it just been a bit of an awkward draw here over on Enrico's side?
Yeah, Affinity is forced to play a controlish style now. So, if they are able to find enough creatures, they can try to slow down a fairies. But I don't know if they will be able, because fairies started drawing cards with the ninjas. When you play against fairies and they have every card they need, it's very, very difficult for whatever deck to overcome the card advantage and the interaction. It's a kind of a deck that relies fairies. I mean, on casting their spells turn after turn.
Every turn had to give you advantage.
Timing, tempoing out the opponent. So when you play behind fairies, when you play basically what your opponent wants you to play, you are kind of very bad position, I think.
And we see that here as the Strix comes in, that's able to tap down the whale, so making the coast clear from these ninjas to connect once more over on Skura's side, top of our screen. It's going to go another card deeper, 3 lands up, and we've got Enrico down to 3 life again. It's a bunch of flies, but the whale is part of the combo, right? Like,
yep.
Is there a chance that we can combo off this turn as we play our 5th land drop?
Yeah, they can combo off, but they need the opponent to not have any interaction.
All right, let's say Skura's got nothing. He's got a handful of land, which does happen in Magic, let's be honest. We've all been there.
All right,
we've all been a little bit flooded.
If Philip Skura doesn't have any interaction, they can win the game, but they need Protection Alex, 1 affinity card, and a payoff that let them kill through the combat, like Tooth of Kisgoria, or something like Black Mage's Road, that let them kill the opponent without dealing damage through the combat. So they have at least 3 cards that let them winning without relying on the combat step. And
this is actually really interesting, what you were just saying there. So for the reason that Skura had to block was we attacked with the whale there. We're like, it's a free-for, I'm at 20 life, whatever. But we know at instant speed, we can actually potentially make this a huge one-shot threat. Is that what you're saying? So we can flash in, what's that one we flash in? The tooth, and then we can tap it, give them +1. But we got a way to instant speed cast. Oh, and then I guess we retract and helix it itself, back to our hand, and we go infinite that way. That's so cool. I literally love learning. Like when I think I'm really smart when I see it learn a combo. I'm like that into that. But I'm not. Everyone's just looking at me like I'm an idiot. That's why they pick me with someone like yourself who can win these big events, not me who just has to talk about these big events. As we can see, a duress being cast. See if the coast was clear. Skura says no way. I am stopping that one. OG art of the dress as well.
Sprite on Duress, then there's final Fanatical Offering, sacrificing a land.
Couple cards deeper, make yourself a is it a treasure token or a clue
Map
token?
token.
Map token. It's one of the latest tokens. Look at that pile of tokens we've got here to get looked through. Because we've got a lot of artists in the room, so there's a lot of tokens floating around that we can just, bring down to the feature match area. One of the advantages, of course, of coming to big events like this, 10 different artists out there, some of the best in the business. We've got RK Post here this weekend. Having spun some good stories with him last night, giving each other a bit of back and forth. But we need to find something, and we need to find it now. At Free Life, we have to stall this board.
All right, so seems like Affinity was able to stop Furries from winning for this game, for this tour.
Well, there's a blocker. We've gummed up a bit, right? We've got a flyer that can block. We've got 2 creatures on the board that can block on the ground. End step here, we're going to flash in another fairy. So 3 blockers, 5 attackers. If we can stop 1 here, I think we're going to be able to do it. So let's tap down that blocker there. And then turn everything sideways. I think that's going to be enough damage. We blocked the 2 ground creatures. You're still going to be taking 3 points here. We're going to see Skura get the handshake and take down match number 1 of Top Pauper Player 2025. But, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. We have backup feature matches. So hopefully, I'm looking at production. They're currently on the phone. So once they're off the phone, we'll try and get to the our feature match and see what we've got going on over there. I will tell you who's playing and what decks they're playing over there, which is table 35. So let's have a little look. Looks like we've got Jund Wildfire against Madness Burn. Can we see if table 2 is still playing, please, production? They're not playing, they finished already? That's okay, well, we're not going to get any more for you. We'll work on that. We'll work on making sure you get constant gameplay here over this weekend because we've got so much for you all at home. 10 rounds today, of course. That's 7 rounds of Swiss plus today's top 800 players battling out to call themselves tomorrow when they walk into Paupergeddon the top Pauper Player 2025. Then tomorrow we're kicking off Paupergeddon, the biggest Pauper event in the world with celebrities flying from all around the world. We've got Gavin Verhey playing in that, so many others. I think Mengu's also going to be in the room tomorrow. I think he's just finished his stream and is now traveling here. So we've got so many big players around Europe coming to that event because there's going to be 14 rounds of Swiss before we cut to top 8. That's 2 days of action. They need a 6-2 record or better in day 1 to make it into day number 2. And if they don't, there's a bunch of side events out there. Last year, there was a side event to win a case of Paupergeddon beer. Yeah. I really hope we brought that back. I need to go around the room and see if that's an actual thing that we did. Because last year, there's so much cool stuff that happens at these events. I love not only the artists, the booths, the stalls, but then also all the players in the room coming together for this format that we all just love. Because remember, this is a fan-made tournament. This has happened a combination of 10 years worth of work.
It started from the community, and now it's become a very large event. It's like GP, Grand Prix.
It's literally like the old GP style event. So we've got that many players in the room, and that's almost like the vibe we get from it. You know what I mean? But again, there's a lot of old school players behind the scenes that are putting these events on. So that's like the feeling that they want to bring across to the players. And of course, and we're going to speak about this weekend, probably a lot more tomorrow and Sunday. But it got announced recently that the people putting this on are also the people putting on the Eternal Weekend in Europe happening near the end of the year. So we'll be talking a bit about that as well and trying to get the hype behind that. So if you're a fan of Eternal formats and you're not following this channel, you need to be following this channel. I promise you, this is the channel for all your Eternal formats out there. We have Legacy, we have Modern on this channel when we go do like the Damnations at the start of the year. Then we've got Eternal at the end of the year. And in between, we've got a load of Paupergeddons for all you beautiful people. Let's see what they're saying out here. What's chat saying? What if you were playing tomorrow? What deck would you play?
The deck I'd love to play in a tournament like Paupergeddon, at least in this metagame, is Flickertron.
Flickertron. Get it. I need a new partner. You can't say you want to play Flickertron with me in the booth. That's so upsetting to me. Carry on.
Yeah, also Terror. The top 2 decks I wanted to play in this edition were Dimir Terror and Flickertron. Those decks probably aren't really well positioned right now, but I think are the decks I could be better positioned and I could have the better placement in this event because those are the decks I played most in the recent months, and I are somewhat very good if you know how to play the best against the best decks in the metagame.
Ask me what I'd play.
what I'm gonna.
No,
play.
ask me what I would play if I was playing.
What were you playing? Is it?
Poison Storm.
Yeah, that's
Right. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Poison Storm. I'm going to find someone out there's got to be playing it. I'm going to find them. I'm going to get them a feature match because, us Infect players, we need a little bit of help, a little bit of love when we can get it. Carry on. So you'd play one of those. Is that because you're more averse with that deck and you think just having experience in the meta, knowing your deck and the lines for it is where you're going to gain the advantage? Or do you think that deck, those decks are well positioned currently in the meta with, moving almost into a new meta of Pauper, because as we had the bans, we've had the unbans as well. We spoke about the unbans. We haven't spoken about the bans yet. Obviously, we had the Glee-Scale combo deck that took a big hit, which obviously was super powerful. And
Banet Cruel Daughter Birth. So Mono Red get a really huge hit because it's lost its more powerful card. And also, we get rid of Brute Scale combo, which was probably the best tier 1 in the deck. The meta was kind of sharp, warped around Glee combo. Now it is kind of warped around Burn and John Wildfire, which are very different compared to Brute Scale.
Is that why I see lots of the mono white life gain deck cropping up online? There's like a mono white life gain deck that's then bouncing around. Is that because we see so much these aggressive mono red decks and the John Wildfire decks online that people are like, okay, this is just an anti-burn deck. So if I'm going to gain a bunch of life, they can't actually outrace me when I'm moving forward.
White Weenie is kind of an anti-meta deck. When you play White Weenie, it is because you wanted to predate very specific strategies. Mm-hmm. You have life gain, you have anti-artifact 8, so you can play Dust to Dust and exile your opponent.
That card, by the way, is expensive.
Yeah, that's expensive. You pay 3 mana, but when it resolves,
I meant like in
also
dollars. I looked at picking some of those up, and I was like, oh, maybe next year.
It's probably one of the most expensive cards in.
Because it only had the one print, right?
It got printed only in 2 sets. The Darkness and the Italian version of the Darkness.
Oh.
The Squirta.
I didn't know about that one. It's fine. I'm being told it's the end of the round, though, and that we are going to go get the next round set up, round number 2, which is good because we got 7 rounds of it today, and it is extremely hot here in Italy today, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got a lot of lights on us, and these fans they're struggling already. I don't know if they're going to last by the end of it, but you got to stick around and see how bad this makeup. We don't have makeup on, but is going to start sweating off us. So this is going to be the end of round number 1. New set of cast is going to be in for round number 2. So make sure you hit that follow button, go get yourself a cup of tea, and we'll see you after this break.
Hello, everybody. So I'm Emma Pardo. I'm here with Sabo, and we're going to bring you coverage of the Top Pauper Player 2025. So, Sabo.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm so excited to be
Yeah.
here, and for the second edition here in the Tuscanygeddon. Today, 100 players were playing the top upper player for the title of the champion of the Lega Pauper Italian leagues.
Yeah.
There are 7 Swiss rounds plus top 8.
A lot of Magic playing today.
Yeah.
A lot of Pauper being played today. And this is not even Paupergeddon. This is the build-up to Paupergeddon.
This is
which
the
will start
entree
tomorrow.
of the Paupergeddon.
Right, this is it.
Speaking in Italian food language. So.
Right, this is it. So for people who aren't part of the Italian Pauper culture, what does the top Pauper player mean? Why is it a thing that people want to like? Why they want like?
Lega Pauper Italia has an official circuit, a competitive circuit that comprehend a lot of tournaments and local leagues. And playing and make a result in that tournament give you a ranking point.
Yeah.
If you reach in a year 300 ranking point, you're able to play the top upper player.
Sure.
That is an invitational tournament that allows you to win the title of champion. And here we go with the match.
Yeah.
And
We've got High Tide.
how are you excited about this matchup? What do you think about High Tide combo?
So High Tide is very interesting. So for those at home, we have Mattei Palma on Tron, and then we have Walter Zaninetti on High Tide combo.
Yeah.
So we've talked a lot about High Tide combo lately. It's part of the full format panel. We'll see what happens, I guess.
The most recent unban.
That and Prophetic Prism.
And Prophetic Prism, yeah.
And it's not like a true unban, if that makes sense. It's on like a watch list.
Yeah,
so
it's a trial unban.
It's a trial unban. And
What is a trial unban?
So it's something that us on the Pauper format panel brought in just to like see. Because High Tide's never technically hasn't really been in Pauper, so we don't even know what's it gonna do. So it's just like, what if we just see what happens? And like High Tide could just do nothing, or it could do everything. And we give it a set date. It's like, cool, on this date, we'll decide whether to keep it, whether to put it back on the ban list. We've extended that a little bit just because of Paupergeddon, and with being so close to the event, the last thing you want players to do is like, cool, I've got my High Tide deck, I'm going to play a Paupergeddon. Oh no, it's back being banned. I need to scramble something in the next week.
I think that the Paupergeddon is a huge test for this kind of trial ban. That I really like this approach to a trial unban. So we can ban at split second anytime, but let's see what happens if we throw in the format. So I really like this. This approach is there that I like. Open a lot of possibilities and let the player see what is playing a High Tide deck. So I really like it.
Some people just don't understand the card. It's a pretty old card, and it's just like, just gives people the opportunity to try it. Because at worst, we can just reban it, and then we know not to do that again.
Friends like before, okay, I like it.
I just think it's a cool way for us to just like experiment and just see, if anything.
What will happen?
What will happen? And when it comes to events like the top Pauper player and like Paupergeddon, we get to see that in person. You don't get many big in-person Pauper events anymore, so it's just like seeing how people can break these cards. It's quite fun as well.
Yeah, if you have a pool of player that is huge, like a Paupergeddon or the Magic Online players, you have a lot of data more to consider if the ban is right. Or if you need to...
Yeah, and again, what's so cool about being at these events is that we get to talk to people in person. We get to be like, what's your feel on Pauper? How are you liking it? Do you have any problems? Do you have any criticisms? Anything like that. So we can just talk to people, which is also nice, in person, and just have an honest discussion about it.
And I really love this approach. But let's see what happened here. I see that
we
Walter,
have some blue mana out.
That is the reference of Lega Pauper. Of a local Pauper league here in Italy. He's going through his combo. He casted 2 High Tide, if I can see well, and he's looking for, searching for his deck for other tide and copies of Psychic Puppetry.
Yeah.
So he's right in the middle of the combo. Flickertron does not have a lot of answers in the main deck.
It's very solitaire at the moment. Everyone's just each player's just doing their own thing, not really interacting with each other. So the game one's gonna probably end pretty quickly, let's be honest.
Yeah.
And then and hopefully the Flickertron player will just be able to side some cards in that can just answer.
No, really few. For example, Prohibit, I can think about Unwind. Or
Unwind's a good one, yeah.
Or Loose Focus if they played. We're looking for the lists. It's a negate.
Yeah, so you got, doesn't have a lot in the sideboard by the looks of it.
The sideboard is plenty of cards that are going to dominate the
you got like
the
Pyroblast, which is a staple of most sideboards in Pauper, let's be honest.
For sure.
We're just gonna watch this high tide player do the high dive, I think.
That's a Spoil of Night and Day that has a Toys of Night and Day that have a really, really wonderful foliage. I really love this card, this foil edition card in Kamigawa.
A lot of the old Kamigawa foils are really nice. I have a Kami of the False Hope in foil, which is a very cool common. And it's just something about that treatment. It's just really nice. It's just very simple, especially when Magic is not very simple with its foil treatments anymore.
Do you like more this kind of foil or the old layout foil?
I like the older foils personally. I also like the old Lorwyn foils, like the darker foils as well. So we talked a little bit about High Tide. It's a big contentious card coming into Paupergeddon. What's your thoughts on the High Tide combo?
I think that is really broken. It's a broken card, and I think that Pauper has not the weapon to face properly that kind of combo. Mm-hmm. You have a few colors that interact in a normal way, in the right way to High Tide. For the green is completely unarmed. Yes. White has only the standard bearer effect. So standard bearer or the Coalition of Honor Guard that can slow. That's not a real hate card. That it slow you by one Psychic Puppetry. If you have two Puppetry, you can go combo same by targeting with one puppetry the standard bearer and with the other your land. So and the red has the Pyro Blast and the red Elemental Blast. So and the blue has all the counters and most of all the fairies.
Yes, I mean also if you just want to beat High Tide, you just play fairies.
Fairy is the natural predator of High Tide, of course.
My prediction for the top Pauper player, for fairies is
You say mono blue fairies.
I'm saying mono blue fairies just because I'm expecting a lot of High Tide, and that is probably one of the most lopsided matchups in all of Magic history. Let's be honest. It's not even close.
Our friends in the live, the chat has already seen Filip Skornicki that won the first round with the mono blue fairies. I think that he's one of the best mono blue fairies.
He wrote a really good primer on social media as well. Just obsessed with he's also just someone that's played fairies for a long time. And the best thing about Pauper, if you just stick with the same deck for years, you become one of those archetype masters, which is a really endearing part of Pauper. Something that happened in Modern quite a long time ago. You've now got the fairies person, you've got the Jund Wildfires person, you have the affinity person, and we're shuffling up and we're going to game two because
Walter casted the loop with the Petals of Insight that I really love. It shortened more your combo, allows you to go to infinite mana, and then you pick the card you want from the deck. It's also a really, really huge and powerful card.
Yep.
I'd really like to see the chat, if possible.
Chat's right.
Okay. So we have the meta share.
We do. Oh, we do now. Ooh.
Okay.
So let's look at the meta breakdown for Top Pauper Player 2025. Bearing in mind there's about 100 players playing today. We'll get that graphic up for you momentarily.
Give me 20 seconds. I'll post here in the chat the meta breakdown of Top Pauper Player.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the sideboard
Yep.
in the meanwhile.
So when it comes to sideboarding, with Flickertron, what do you like in the sideboard? So we've got some Hydroblast, we've got Pyroblast, you've got Moment's Peace,
There are cards
Stonehold.
like for example, Cast Down or Moment Beast or Pulse of Murasa, Stonehorn Dignitary that are completely useless.
Yeah.
So for sure, the card I want to side in here are Pyroblast,
of course.
And I don't know if a monocopy of Envelope is nice here. He could counter something, the enabler of the combo.
Yep.
For example, the Iris Unbound.
Yep.
But the point here is that you have a lot of that cards.
Yes.
So you can put suboptimal cards from the sideboard because you have bad cards in the main
Yeah,
deck.
sometimes you just need to
To optimize your
to
75,
optimize the best you can, kind of thing. So when it comes to High Tide, what do you like from the sideboard? So we've got Disrupt, we've got Brainstorm, we've got that's incorrect. So in the sideboard, we've got Blue Elemental Blast, you've got Deep, you've got Dispels, you've got Envelope, you've got Giga Drowse, you've got some Snaps in there as well.
I think that Mono Blue Tide has a particularity that allows him to do not go combo as fast as you can.
Yep.
You can take 1 turn or 2 turns more if your opponent is not lethal.
Yep.
So you can have a best setup for starting your combo. So I think that, for example, you can always choose to cast to side in Giga Draws, a Dispel for sure. You don't surely need Snap here, so you have a lot of choosing here. So give me 1 second. I'll post you here the meta share. Albi?
You got it?
I saw a lot of mono blue tide deck playing a kind of B plan with the Murmuring Mystic or something like that, but that's not the case of Walter. I see that this list is full combo, main and post side.
Yeah.
So you wanna go combo and protect his combo in the
Right,
sideboard,
so
and that's the meta
meta
breakdown
breakdown.
of today.
Surprise.
John Wildfire, my foresee is that John Wildfire will
Yep.
be the top upper place. So
Yeah.
14 copies, the 15% of the meta share.
But Jeskai Ephemerate, which is not one I was expecting to see.
I'm too afraid. I'm not brave enough to play Jeskai Ephemerate in this meta game where you have a lot of tied the deck,
Yep.
where you have a lot of 6 spy combo.
Yep.
That is another combo that allows you to die in a turn. And but there is the prediction we had. So mono blue
Mono blue aggro being mono blue
red,
fairies,
high tide, elves,
being fairies,
elves. 6 elves in the end.
So the mono blue aggro is mono blue fairies.
For
those at home.
For sure.
So yeah, this is not surprised to see John Wildfire so high up, but again, a very strong deck.
John Wildfire has a lot of appeal.
Yeah.
He's a strong deck, has a lot of way to interact.
Has a lot of
with combos.
decision points, which as well, it's a very versatile strategy. It does a lot of little different things.
And has a lot of vibes with also maintain a lot of vibes of Deadly Dispute deck.
Yes, it does.
So
Yeah, correct.
allows you to make your errors weight less.
Yeah.
Is not so punishing with strategy. So mono blue aggro is terror plus fairy. Yeah, probably. We'll explain better next turn. For sure. Let me see the chart here too.
Yep.
A lot of authentication here.
Yep, no worries. So we've got Mattei on with Power Plant, cracking his expedition map, probably getting one of the two other Tron lands in Urza's Mine or Urza's Tower.
I think that the correct
no,
way
it's gonna die,
to interact with your opponent from the Matteo Palma side, from the Flickr side here, is to aggressively mulligan until you get at least one or two copies of your sideboard or of your hate card here.
Yes.
And if you start your game with a good hand but without any kind of answer, you will die for sure as soon as your opponent starts to combo.
See what the Tron player is. Yeah. And here comes the mystical teachings. Let's see what we get with this. Do they have natural Tron?
Okay, here we are.
Yeah.
So, has the PP ever been won by a meta deck? No, I think that the first edition of Top Pauper Player was won by Infect, mono green Infect. Then last year was Colgates with our best player Simone Ledda. And we'll see. Maybe this year will be the first year that a meta deck will win the.
What do you think is going to win today? What deck?
My bet went to John Wildfire.
Sure.
So
it's the most representative today, so got a good chance.
Yeah, but my favorite player, that is Paolo Don Francesco, one of the most famous player of the deck. Just lost the first round online on streaming, so I don't know. Let's see. Boros by Chiavazzo. No, Chiavazzo is not playing today. Boris is better than Boros. So let's see. They're building their game plan.
They're preordaining, just digging for what they need. Just
as I said, the high tide combo has no hurry to go combo here because from the other side of the table, there's no pressure.
Nope.
There's no little damages, so he can take more all turn that he needs to set up the combo, full his hands of counter of Giga draws. So it's really hard.
Just a stack of cards in his hand. He can take his time here.
More time. More the match will move into the mid and the late game.
Yep.
More difficult is to flicker Tron to has an edge to interact with the high tide combo here.
We begin with a peer through depths.
Sorry?
Just be casting a peer through depths.
Oh yeah. One of the most powerful card here.
Yeah, in the deck.
It's totally huge. Look, 5 cards. I think that the card that allows you to see more card than every other one.
5 is a lot in constructed. Like, look at stock up in standard and in modern. It's just does so much. Sure. Does so much. And we have a Lorien revealed.
Yeah, for the 5th island.
Yep.
Okay, John. Hello. Miura. Hello. And welcome everybody. I saw the chat right now, so sorry for being late. This has to be nightmare matchup for Tron. Tron does not have a lot of.
Doesn't have the tools just to answer.
Yeah, exactly. He has both side. He has 4 Pyroblast and the Dispels. So I think that in the sideboard, after the sideboard, something can happen. But in the first match, in the first round, in pre-side, it's a real nightmare. When flickers start looping, I don't see tide comboing off easily. Yeah, but
they've got to get
going combo is not so easy when you are threatening a combo out of the blue, literally.
Yeah. And we have Tron Online.
Yeah, only on the 7th turn.
Only on turn 7. That's like...
No hurry.
Don't need natural Tron. Here we go, another brainstorm.
Yeah.
See what we find here.
Do you like that art?
The Mystical Archive cards are nice. I think out of the treatments we've seen from Wizards lately, I think they're some of the better ones, just because I can tell that's a blue card by looking at it right away.
Okay.
If that makes sense. From like if I'm trying to track what cards are being played, like I know that's a blue spell.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. I think the Mystical Archives are pretty cool.
That's not true for the Japanese version of the Mystical Archives.
The Japanese ones are very different as well.
Yeah, but they are more a different grade of art.
Yes.
That's really.
It's like that wood block style.
Yeah. I really love.
They're really nice. Yeah. And that's another cool thing that because I was walking around watching the top Pauper player. There's like a Paupergeddon trial happening right now.
Yeah,
as well.
there's a trial. Yeah,
there's a trial happening. Gavin Verhey's playing it
Yep.
right now. He's also playing High Tide because he was just like, I just kind of want to jam High Tide. I just like wandered around and just seeing like all the different sort of printings. I saw like an Affinity player with all like the secret lair, like artifact lands and stuff like that. And it's like, sure, Pauper's like a very affordable format, but you could spend this extra money and get the nice bling cards, a lot of extra money, and have these like really bling cards. Like this person probably has played Affinity for years, and he's like, you know what, I want the nicest versions. And it's cool we can do that in Pauper, and you have this personality.
If you play the nicest version of the card you want, less than a modern staple card, for example, why not?
Yeah, right.
Why not?
Just the fact that Wizards are able to print these styles of cards into like secret lairs or on like bonus sheets and stuff like that is just a nice way to give some personality to your deck. Because for the longest time we just had to deal with the basic version because that's all there was.
Something like let me see your deck. I'll say what you are, or who you are.
It's like with my Pauper decks, I like the retro frame.
Okay.
I'm a big retro frame fan, so if the card has a retro frame, I will play those.
Okay.
And so I also play Grixis Affinity. All mine are the retro bordered, like indestructible lands, artifact lands. Because
I agree. I really love the old frame too.
Yeah, because like Affinity is just such an old and classic like deck in not only in Pauper but in Magic's history. So it's just nice to have that retro feel to complement it. It's just very cool just to have that level of like creativity and be able to like just have different treatments. I think it's great.
Okay. Meanwhile, so now Tron has Unwin and Negate shown in hand, but Giga Draws will still likely stop them. No, because if you add your mana in and after Giga Draws resolves, you can cast Unwind on the last copy. So you can untap 3 lands, and this allows you to keep your mana open to cast Negate the next turn. Yeah. Go F, I ninjutsu you.
How do you feel about the Future Sight frame?
The Future Sight?
Yeah, like the one where it has like the mana symbols. I'm not a fan of it.
I don't like it. I'm really not a fan. Yeah. Of course, everyone know them because Tormoglyph.
Yes, yeah, Tormoglyph is like I think that's the exception. I think that's the exception. Yeah.
But I really don't like it. No.
It's very different.
I'm definitely not a great fan of it.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what this A-type player is gonna do. Let's see what Walter's up to.
I also like playing crusty card in Pauper, like once showing a bit of where. Yeah.
I do like playing up with beaten up cards as well. I have like a Llanowar Elves from Beta.
Minus 5 points to me. No. Okay, John. Let's talk about it, please.
Okay.
Okay, let's go. Let's
Giga
see what will happen here.
We be drowsing.
He will tap all the blue source of color.
Yeah.
Or source of mana. So the prophetic prism, 3 islands, and the conduit pylons.
Yeah.
Okay, 4 mana in pool.
Here comes the mana. Those are some really nice mana tokens.
Yeah.
You can
from Mezzocello and friends, and I will take this as occasion for. Oh no! I'll take it from later.
Yeah.
The prizes. Yeah.
You can tell someone's played the deck enough to have their own tokens ready to go when they're playing. That's a good sign. It's a good sign of a well experienced player.
Okay. Okay, he chooses to untap the 2 islands and the blue-red land.
Which I believe is also an island?
Yeah, I think that is for the Pyroblast.
Yeah, I mean, the land itself is an island. It's like a subtype island as well.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Let's hope he has a Pyroblast in hand. Doesn't have much else.
Remember that every high tide that Walter will cast here
It's each player.
Yeah, each player. Yeah. So
player,
boost the production of blue mana also for the Flicker Tron players. Yeah. Mattia, poi te lo spiego.
Okay, now we're untapping and drawing. Excuse me.
So 5 mana.
Yep. 1 being blue.
And that's a Wally. That's take back and unwin here.
Yeah.
That's huge.
That was a good draw.
Yeah. And Weenie is a huge check here
to go off, basically, yeah.
Yeah. So he's starting. Let's go.
Yep.
First tide casted.
So for those at home who aren't familiar with the high tide combo, how does the high tide player win?
Basically, the game plan of a high tide combo is to produce a huge amount of mana by looping the arcane spell and the psychic puppetry. Basically, the move is cast an arcane spell, for example, like it is Unbound, and untap the land you used to cast. So every high tide gives you more mana to produce. So every island you tap produce an additional blue mana. So basically you cycle a great part of your deck until you have lands that produce 5, 6 or more mana. Until that allows you to cast Petals of Insight, for example, to loop the spell and tap and play this move and time and all times you want. So you basically have infinite mana. Then you cycle your deck until you find the Stream of Thought. Then you mill your opponent to death. There are a lot of things that the blue player, the mono blue, the high tide player must pay attention to, and that there are a lot of decks has a way to win in the upkeep. For example, mono red has lava dart.
Yes.
That when you mill all your deck, you potentially have 4 those in your graveyard, and if you have a pinger on the ground
like
for a casting flame breath, you have 8, 10 damage in your. So for that reason, High Tide also play a mono copy of Deep Analysis. That allows a target player to draw 2 cards. So when you have an empty,
you force them to draw, and then they lose the game.
Empty deck, you can
you
deck your opponent. So I think that Matteo Palma established the dominance with the loop here. So that's very, very interesting.
Yes.
To show how the Flicker Tron
can fight High Tide
Yeah.
if just
for sure. The time that High Tide combo concede to Flicker Tron allows his opponent to set up a good hand to interact with the jig
it's
draws.
all about timing. Like
Yeah. So maybe High Tide combo does not need to go combo quick, but surely it's really hard to interact with a hand full of Pyroblast and Wind and Mnemonic Wall.
That Mnemonic Wall came in clutch.
Is that a Nassif cosplay? Yeah, Walter. He's from Lega Pauper Canavese. It's a reference. He had reference of Lega Pauper Canavese in Piemonte.
So when it comes to game 3, how do we want to change our sideboard at all? So let's start with High Tide. What would High Tide would like to bring in on the play as opposed to the
I think that nothing can be improved here. He has a pretty good side that already has. For example, I saw Giga Draws.
Yes.
And of course Dispel. And I think that the plan is that and is right. I don't think he needs more changes. And the same for Flickertron. I think that there's no big changes in your side when you are on the play or on the draw here. In both sides of the table. So do we know nationality breakdown for tomorrow? I don't really know about it. I don't know because the way the players are registered does not include the nationality. So we don't have
to find out at some maybe if we do like Paupergeddon next year.
Yeah, during the Geddon of March in Lecco, there is a lot of challenge for the leagues to won the most big community. The greatest community.
Yes.
So the last edition we had a lot of data to do a nationality meta game, but not this edition. Not this edition. Also because 1,050 players are really a huge number. Yeah, I'm so excited. That's the first edition of the Paupergeddon that go over the 1,000. So the first
10 years
with 4 numbers.
Also 10-year anniversary. It's like 10-year anniversary of Paupergeddon. There's 1,000 players, and it's going to be incredible just to go through that room tomorrow and just see everybody playing Pauper in a very. It feels nostalgic in a way that's like the old Grand Prix.
Yeah. Okay.
From like the
and there are
time.
300 players today. Tomorrow will be 3 times this. These
and
players.
there's like a modern event going on this weekend as well, so there'll be a couple hundred there as well. It's just going to be a packed room, and everyone's just going to be playing Magic. It's going to be great. I can't wait for Paupergeddon.
So tomorrow, this team of casting will be composed by Emma and Mirko.
Yes.
I will be in the backstage tomorrow.
Yeah.
So.
Me and Miko, who is also on the Pauper format panel.
100% panel commenting, casting team tomorrow.
he will be happy that Jeskai Ephemeray has got a good representation today.
Let's talk about Mirko.
Yeah.
But I want to know, if it's possible, how is Mirko in the panel?
Great.
Really?
Yeah. So we have a little Discord that we chat in.
I know.
Which I think everyone knows about. Just because we're all on basically different time zones, so like it's just easier just to put us in.
The panel is composed by people from Japan, United States,
so it's
UK, Italy.
Yeah, it's UK, Italy, Brazil.
Brazil too, yeah, of course. Alessandro,
the US as well, and Gavin Verhey, who leads it as well.
Of course.
So we all just kind of keep chatting in that Discord because we're all on different time zones. So if someone might start the conversation, then someone else jumps in, and then someone else jumps in. But no, Heiston's great. So when we were talking about High Tide, like unbanning High Tide, we just he just shared a screen and we just built high tide decks, and
Okay.
we just had like a conversation because we're closer on Italian, like the UK is closer time zone to Italy.
Yeah.
And the folks in America woke up, they joined in and just like, oh, you're building like high tide.
What happened here?
Yeah, like let's talk about these lists, and just like we just played like a freeform, a Magic Online, and just battled and just like. But so yeah, he just spends a lot of time just playing, and he will just like, even if he doesn't decide to stream, he will just record himself like on the Discord, and you can just jump in, and we just be like, sup, let's talk about it, and it's really fun.
Okay, so we'll keep it. We keep him.
Yeah.
Okay. So what happened here? Just a match and scroll casted only a match and scroll casted from the high tide combo side of the table, and a lot of color from the flicker side, and that's a mystical teachings. I think that the core, the very core of the deck, I think is really huge. Allows you to have a great tutor to take all you need in the situation you need to take it. So an unwind here, for example, is really huge. You play only one unwind, but with mystical teaching you play 4 copies.
Yes.
You play 3 teachings. So that's a really
incredibly powerful card. Long time powerful card in Pauper, has had its time.
Yeah, he's played since the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a question for Emma. Do you feel that given the current state of Pauper, you can brew rogue decks and still hope to compete against well-affirmed decks?
I think so. I think the one thing that we don't like, so this is top Pauper player. This is a very competitive event. People are here to become the top Pauper player of 2025, which is a hell of a title, let's be honest. You get to have that bragging right and be like, yeah, I'm the best player in whatever. I think one thing that we don't often talk about with Pauper is how accessible it is in terms of money. Like, it's very cheap. But it also allows you just to kind of build with whatever you have. Like, you can build a Pauper deck from your loose leftovers in your boost, like in a play booster you open. You can build decks from that. And sometimes people just want to brew and just do silly stuff. Like, you know, I've seen people play slivers at like LGS when they play Pauper, which you don't see slivers much anymore. So yeah, I do think you can just play offbeat stuff because
Sliver is an alpha deck. Is the most powerful deck ever.
And the thing is, if everyone just keeps like taking deck lists online, like the most successful deck lists, and just play them, sometimes those decks just don't know how to beat rogue stuff because they're not prepared for it in terms of like sideboarding or don't have the right tools for it. So someone could probably just build something wacky or something a little different and just get caught off guard.
I think that this is the really correct, but I wanted to add a things to your opinion is that, for example, look at Giorgio Combo.
Yeah.
I think that everyone here knows Giorgio Combo. That is one of the most powerful combo player in Pauper. He literally built a rogue deck that is 6 land spy.
Yeah.
And it is competitive against all the most affirmed deck in the format. So, but you need to use the approach of a huge player like Giorgio Combo.
Yeah.
So test a lot, be able to do the right changes at the right time. I think that gives you, if you want to play that card because you like that card, doesn't allow a deck to be powerful.
Sometimes you just want to have
fun. If that card is okay, but a fun deck is not in the same plane of a competitive deck. The most time of so.
I think another thing about the rogue deck thing is that one thing I like about playing like different offbeat decks it kind of makes you a better Magic player because you're trying something different.
Oh, look, the envelope.
You become better at Magic because you're trying different things, and also your knowledge, your card pool knowledge becomes better, so you become better prepared for like wacky different answers. And it's just, I think it's a really cool thing to do if you just want to get better long term and not just focus on the results. It just allows you to have some fun. And also, I think the most important thing about playing road decks is that it teaches you how to lose well because you're having fun. You're not letting the defeat like mentally like get to you. And I think that's just a really like healthy way to manage that.
Nice. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it.
Look, because mentality is such a big thing in Magic. We don't talk about it enough. Like your mental game, we're basically playing chess with cards with dragons on it. Let's be honest. So,
Do you play chess?
no. I play Magic, which is chess with dragons.
Two tides in the bin, it's hard to come back. Pretty accurate.
Yeah.
I think that let me see the list of high tide combo. I want to see if he plays something like Flood of Recollection. Or
Yeah, he's got one.
One Flood of Recollection. How about the Stream of Thought? Just one. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. It's pretty hard here to recover the situation.
Yeah.
He could. Cast Stream of Thought, copying one time,
Yep.
counter the original copy, and shuffle the original copy and High Tide. Or using Flood of Recollection to cast to take back High Tide, or do the same tricks. But all of this needs to be done against the hate card of Flicker Tron, so not so easy.
Yeah.
Best the Tide player can do, sadly, is go to turn. No, I hope not. Triple terror down. Unfortunately, he does not play the B plan.
That's so. For a while, I played Turbo Fog, like Simic Turbo Fog, and we both know that deck can take forever to win. So I would always just have like 4 Tolarian Terrors in my sideboard and just bring them in.
Because
because I want
side out all the removal
Right.
spells, so here you are,
also
opponent.
I want to end game 2 in like 10 minutes, ideally, as quickly as possible.
No, I think that mono blue player here was too slow and allows Flickertron to cast 2 times Mystical Teachings, take the
Cast
the
the Lorien
Unwind.
Revealed for to
Yeah,
draw more cards.
that's the flashback,
Yeah.
and that's the Pyroblast is really huge.
Yeah.
Top 3 lands, top 4 lands,
Tap
make
all the
8 mana.
lands. I did play. I've still got it sleeved up somewhere, but I haven't updated it in a minute.
That's not a good list. That's not a good thing for you. At least when a Turbo Fog player is up to me, is a bad list, Kay. Gian, e dai, te devo sgridare.
I just remember playing it when Monastery Swiftspear was legal, and everyone was just playing red decks in paper, and it's just like, cool, Weather the Storm seems really good here. Just keep going on.
Yeah, we have a lot of players, of mono-red players, that is continually asked to the ban of Weather the Storm. No, bro. No. No.
Weather the Storm's a different one. I normally get ATOG on bans.
You
but
want to
not
ban Weather the Storm? Okay, ban Monastery Swiftspear. Here you are. Up to you.
Here comes the Ephemerate on the map.
Oh,
man. Oh, God,
that's a loop.
This is
That's
it.
a loop. He's trying to fetch something with a Brainstorm. That's a dispel there. Yeah, closing a loop here is really
So
disrupting.
let's talk
for
about it.
everyone.
For those who don't know how Flickertron wins, what is the loop? What are we talking about here?
The loop, the game plan of
Yeah.
Flickertron is to destroy psychologically your opponent. first
Mentally
of
wear
all.
down your opponent.
Yeah,
Got it. So that's
psychological
number
war.
one. Got it.
No, so fundamentally is a control, and it's over.
Yeah.
Of course, it's over. Flickertron overwhelmed with the loop and with the counter,
Yeah.
with its strategy. So basically, we saw a normal game of Flickertron. So when the first round, you need to stay alive.
Yes.
So you play chip counter, for example, prohibit and fog effect, momentary peace.
Yep.
So that allows you to stay alive in the first round when you build your Tron, set up your game with a mystical teaching, for
Yes.
example. Then you establish a loop with a mnemonic wall and ephemerate
Yep.
that allows you to cast again, to take back spell from from your graveyard and cast again. So you fundamentally have infinite resources that allows you to overwhelm all your opponents.
Yeah.
You have a loop that allows your opponent to never go to the combat anymore with the Stonehorde Dignitary.
No combat steps further.
No, I really don't like your combat, so please don't do it. And a lot of cards, a lot of lists as Rolling Thunder.
Yes.
Or, finish real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick is
Quick for
that's
Tron.
not the right.
Quick for Tron. Let's say.
Yeah. I think that is the most powerful control deck in this moment.
Yeah.
At the moment, so
Okay.
I think that is more powerful than Jeskai Ephemerate.
Yeah.
So that's So High Tide Combo lost this
that's
match.
surprising, right?
That's
Yeah.
not what I thought, because if you have an average setup, you can go combo in the fourth round.
Yeah.
And in the fourth round is really hard to Tron to have the correct answer
Yes.
to impede to
Yeah,
go combo.
yeah.
So that happened in the round one, in game one,
Yep.
and not happened in game 2 and 3. That allows Tron to win the match. So I think that we can take a little break, but before take the prizes of Mezzocello.
Trying not to knock anything
We
over while I do this.
want to show you like this for now, but I will do a little graphic to show you properly in live. That are the prices that Mezzocello and Fran,
nice.
one of our main sponsor, made for the champion of top Pauper player. All the top 16 will have this token, but with not a foil feature. So we'll post it on our social, and I'll do a graphic for the live Twitch too. So thank you to be here. We'll see later next turn, round number 3 with Ale and Will. I am Sapo.
I'm Emma.
See you.
Bye.
And we are back. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Paupergeddon 2025, where we are kicking off this weekend with the top Pauper player tournament. That is 7 rounds of Swiss until we get to that top 8 today. So all you good people, mathematicians out there, that's 10 rounds of Pauper action. And bringing it to you, at least this round, is myself. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and I'm joined by Paupergeddon extraordinaire and past winner and a finalist. You've done it all, Mr. Alex Moretti. Did I say that right?
Yeah, it's right.
Look at me learning Italian. I'm all so good at it. And we're going into round number 3, where we've got some more different decks out there, because there's a lot out in that field. 100 players, of course, in today's tournament, and they had to qualify for. It's not like tomorrow when we're going to have an open tournament, 2 days, but we'll talk more about that as we move forward. We've got 2 different decks this round, so let's have a little talk about them. We've got, what was the one, what did you say this was called?
So this deck is Azurius Familiar.
Azurius Familiar. What does that do?
So basically, it's a control deck, a control combo deck relying on Sunscape Familiar, the namesake card.
Mm-hmm. What does it do?
It reduces the cost of blue and green spells. Well, you don't really play green spells, but you know.
It's the blue bit. Okay, sure.
Yeah. So this reduces the cost of blue spells, and then allows you to go faster and go generate a loop with cards like Archimancer, Ephemerate, Archimancer and Ghost of Flicker, and Snap.
So we're just going to kind of basically generate a lot of value by flickering our creatures, a lot of ETBs, a lot of like that, and then we're going to just pull ahead. Is that how this deck wins?
So basically, your win condition is not letting your opponent win.
Have any fun. I got you.
Yeah, that's a classic combo.
And they're going to be up against mono red synthesizer here. So is this like, you know, anytime I see mono red, I'm like, oh, it's an aggro deck. Is this going to be a fast, low to the ground, turn everything sideways? Don't let this familiar deck set up, as we see already a turn 1 player on the board. Not quite Goblin Guide, which I've seen a few times when I was walking around the tables. Here we're just going to do the pointed damage, make yourself a blood token. Island on the other side, passing it back. And then just we're going to start chipping away at it. Why would you bring this deck this weekend? Why the mono red deck's doing so well currently in the Pauper format?
So basically, mono red synthesizer is probably one of the best aggro deck in the current format. So when you play mono red, you are sure to be able to playing the best, or at least one of the best aggressive strategies. You are well favorited, or at least you have a decent matchup against Giant Wildfire, which is the most played deck.
Okay. So we'll see how that pans out this weekend. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of Giant Wildfire, especially tomorrow. So I'm going to emphasize on this. Today is a invite only from multiple leagues that happen across Europe that players have to qualify for. So either winning them, top 8 of them, or getting on the leaderboard and qualifying that way. And we have 100 of those players today battling out in the top Pauper player 2025, which is quite a nice little title to have, especially going into Paupergeddon, which will be kicking off tomorrow. That's going to be 14 rounds, followed by a cut to top 8 across 2 days of Magic. So if you like this format, this is the channel for you. As we're going to be following up yet again with another Flame Breather here, which you can see on the screen for you whenever you cast a non-creature spell, deals 1 damage to each opponent. So we're setting up in case there's any big walls or shenanigans on the other side. Cue these coming down. To kind of stop it. So tell me what's just happened here.
So basically, Azurius Familiar player played a Familiar, and then allow with Snap to cost to get reduced by 1 mana. So you bounce Casting Flambrator, which is the most troublesome creature that mono red synthesizer can play in this matchup. And then it allowed it to untap 2 mana and cast another blue spell.
So like basically we netted mana that way, and we've been able to turn that into a bit of an advantage, and now we're adding on to the board state. What's that blue one that I see there? Is this the Seagate Oracle? So yeah. This is when it enters the battlefield, look at the top 2 cards of your library and pick one of them into your hand, the other into the bottom. Okay, so nice little
sleight of hand.
Yeah, sleight of hand effect with a 1/3 body attached to it, which is going to line up really nicely against this board that's currently happening at the bottom of our screen. So how are we going to go forward? I'm guessing we've got burn spells and things like that, and that's ways that we've got a bit of reach now that the board's getting gummed up. What's got creatures there? Yeah, we've got some Chain Lightnings floating around, some Gal Blast, some Lightning. Okay, so this is just a straight up turn everything sideways, burn our opponent out. It's going to be sick. Yeah, chat. I don't speak Italian, and I apologize for that. So please feel free to speak English in the chat, and I can answer your questions, tell you what's going on if you've got anything. Or just interact with you, because I'm going to be doing it all weekend long, and I hope you're going to be enjoying it along with us for the ride, because we have got 3 days of this Pauper action, which I'm so happy for. But I haven't been able to find anybody playing Poison Storm yet.
I guess we are keeping Poison Storm for
We'll see it in the top 8, obviously. Right?
Yeah,
obviously, the top 8 will have Poison Storm
for
in.
the time, yes.
Chat, let me know, if you're watching right now, what deck would you bring this weekend? If you were coming to Paupergeddon, maybe you are. Maybe you're traveling today or later on or tomorrow morning early and you're going to try and get here. What deck are you going to play in Paupergeddon right now in this current meta? Maybe you're on the other side of the globe and you can't get here. What would you be playing? Let us know. Maybe there's some spice out there and we can, I can throw it to yourself and you can give me your opinion on them. As we're kind of doing the ephemerate line here, trying to gain a little bit more value. So ephemerate, remember, that makes a creature flicker out almost. It removes itself, comes back in, works really good with the ETBs. Now, how about this? The Godfather Faithful.
All right, so Faithful is probably the best card in this kind of matchup. It has 0/4, so it can easily block whatever creature the opponent try to stick on the battlefield to deal damage. But also it nets you life gain thanks to its ability. Whenever you play a blue spell, you gain 1 life. And Familiar is the kind of control deck that tries to cast a lot of blue spells during its turn. So also thanks to cards like Snap that net you mana, you are able to get a ton of life, bunch of life. And when your opponent tries to kill you by bringing down to 0 your life, Good Fear's Faithful, I say, is kind of pretty good.
Well, we're going to turn everything. So the Tomb Raider entered the board, so that is like the Goblin Guide of this format. If you can go turn 1, one of the artifact lands into that, it is pretty powerful. Having a Goblin Guide with no downfall. We'll turn everything sideways. Now let's see how blocks are going to be floating around. You might think 1 blue mana up. Okay, nothing too scary about that, but we know that there's a reducer on the board, so it could be any of these 2 drops, could be another snap or something along those lines to really get blown out. But it looks like damage is going to happen. Point damage is going to come across. Is this Faithful, is that worth pointing a removal spell at? Like if we have like a Gal Blast or something like that, getting it off the board, is it that important in this matchup that the mono red deck has to commit resources to it, or can we just try and ignore it and go upstairs?
To be honest, it is, I guess, very important to remove Good Fear's Faithful from this game, because Faithful is a sign, so you don't really have much of interaction like Negate, Prohibit, or Hydroblast in your main deck. You are kind of forced to play a game relying on keeping on the battlefield your Good Fear's Faithful to prevent your opponent from killing you.
Right. Well, we saw there when the Galvas was getting pointed at one of the creatures there. We saw that a Meeting of the Minds got cast there. So this is a Convoke card that draws 2, costs 4, but actually costs 3 at that point. So just tapping all our creatures down, drawing 2 cards. Maybe we would have found some sort of counter magic for that Galvas, but we didn't. So we're going to pass the turn back. Upkeep was the Ephemerate. That's going to get targeted and get us to look at the top 2 cards again. A bit more filtering, a bit more card advantage here for the Familiars deck at the top of our screen. But Mono Red doing what they do. We've got 8 points in. Are we going to be able to get any more? Here comes the train, though, gaining more life, going up to 13.
Okay, so at this point, basically, Familiar is trying to dig out the deck, trying to find something like Archamancer or even Muldrifter to trying to stop the opponent race. In this game, usually Familiars try to get a bunch of life, get a bunch of blockers. It doesn't really matter how you kill your opponent when you're playing Familiars, especially in this matchup.
So I can see the grip here for the our synthesizer player at the bottom of our screen. I think it's Lightning Bolt, Gal Blast, and a Chain Lightning. That's the one. I was like, what's that other one called? I was thinking of S for some reason. How are we going to start off? Well, we've found this off the top of our decks. This is another haste, another one we can get turned sideways potentially and get us a card deeper if it was to go to the graveyard. Let's have a look how we want to block. This is the Clockwork. 1/1 haste. Right, let's chat saying what decks would you be playing, chat? Let's have a little look. What do you think about, I've never heard of this deck before in my life. Boros, Slivers. Ooh, Slivers good in Pioneer?
I guess it's not the right tournament for Slivers, but...
Sad face.
Sadly.
Red-Green Monsters?
Red-Green Monsters is the more aggressive version of Gruul Ponza. So basically, you get rid of 8 land denial spells, and you play more aggressive creatures.
Right, let's go back to the game in that pit there, that blowout. So we used the Chain Lightning, tried to get this Faithful off the board. Ephemerate was the card that we had in hand to stop that. So not only is it going to stick around, we're also going to be gaining potential value from it, but then it did go straight to the graveyard and not on top of the deck. So I think maybe we passed the turn back straight away and just reused it, right?
I guess they just played very fast. They cast the second copy of Ephemerate, so it resolved it without any issue.
Here it comes again. Do some scrying. And this is what I mean about this format. This format, the spells in it are so powerful.
Yeah.
It's such a powerful format when you look at just the spells. And then, like, if you look at the creatures on the board, it's literally chalk or cheese. Like, one is absolutely horrendously powerful. The other is like not as good. But how about another Faithful? Well, now every blue spell we cast, we're going to gain 2 life.
Exactly. So now they're tapping out, maybe casting Muldrifter or Murmuring Mystic. All right. So Mystic is a 1/5 in body creature that costs 4 mana. Whenever the players plays an instant or sorcery spell, it generates a 1/1 creature token with flying.
Is that how they're going to win this game? Is that the one that made
Yeah, that's
cards?
a finisher for sure.
Okay. We'll see how we go about it. Obviously, we're missing our land drops over here. But, either a point of damage here or we'll see what the flip cards. I like this. We drew a land. We're keeping it with sandbag in the hand in case they want to block. Because then we do get to look at flip the top card of our deck and potentially play it to end the turn. If that was a land, we wouldn't want to lose that advantage. That's one of the things I see in Pauper a lot is you have to eke out these extra percentage points. It's really hard to get 2-for-1s and stuff like that in this format. So anything that you can just get that little bit of edge, that extra percentage point, that extra card in hand or on the board, really can be utilized to great effect in most Pauper decks, realistically, and not playing a land drop there. Why would we not be doing that?
Mono Red Synth plays with an Epicure that generates a blood token, so I guess they kept the lands in eventuality they draw a Baldarian Epicure. So they can discard the land to draw 1 new card, so they can get a value. They can get value from that basic land, even though it doesn't really matter right now having an extra land drop because, the game is kind of over.
Yeah.
You just need to draw extra spells because they have double copy of Cassie Flamebreaker on the battlefield. So, if they draw a lightning bolt, they can deal 5 damage on the face.
Can they, going up to the familiar side, now that we've got, I can't remember what that blue card's called, that creature just...
yeah, that's Archmancer.
Yeah, the Archmancer. Now we've got that with the Ephemerate back.
Yeah, exactly.
We basically got a loop going here.
They have a loop going in. They can draw 1 extra card per turn from their graveyard. That means if they have a counter spell, they can counter lock the opponent, so they can prevent the opponent to cast 1 spell per turn.
Well, we're going to Lightning Bolt end of turn. That is going to be 5 damage, 3 from the bolt itself, 2 from the flamers on the board. And it looks like we're going to Ephemerate again. This is going to generate the 1/1. You can see a lot of the tokens down the right-hand side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. That's because we've got 10 artists here this weekend. This is the 10th anniversary, of course, of Paupergeddon, which was founded by the community, just a bunch of enthusiasts, and now over 10 years has grown to the phenomenon that it is. It is literally GP style and size here in this venue, and it's extremely hot. I don't know if you've noticed that the casters are going to be changing their shirts pretty much every round at this point. It's so hot in here, and we've only got a couple of fans pointed at us. No aircon here. My fair British skin, I can't deal with it. I've got to try and wear some light clothing. And we're going to go Galvas to the face. That's going to be for 4, because there are 3 artifacts. I'm pointing them all out here on the board now. So this would be 6 damage. Yep. You can see how this can add up. If you have multiple of these flame... is it flame coolers, flame bounders, flame... What are they called? The flame breather. Flame breathers. If you've got multiples of these, every burn spell now adds an extra point. Now adds an extra 2 points. But I guess they're just counteracting what the Faithfuls are doing on the other side for every blue spell, gaining 2 life. And here comes the snap.
They snap the Castle Flamebreaker. So
it's still on the stack, though, right? The ability's still on the stack. Yeah. We're just, getting a bit of tempo here by bouncing a 2-drop back to the hand. And then are we tapping 3 here?
I guess they want
some convoking action going on.
Meeting of Minds, clear. That's the only spell with convoke in Familiar. Right. I guess they tapped 1 token and 3 other creatures.
Let's have a look what's going on. What else we got? Crazy shenanigans. It's not lightning bolt, it's goblin grenade. Basically is with no downside. Take those.
All right.
I'm getting the impression here the game's over. It's just going to take us another 20 turns until it's over.
Yeah, from my point of view, the game is over. I think there's no way.
Is there a card? There's got to be a reason right now. There's a card we're missing to not like just show a loop and be like, look, I've pretty much locked you out here. Is it the counter spell that you're talking about? Is that what we're trying? I need my opponent to show me a counter spell to show that I'm not going to be able to get anything.
Yeah, maybe they're just waiting because they haven't drawn yet 1 counter.
Lava Dart's a good one though. That's basically double lightning bolt at this point. So maybe we can get there. Maybe we can cross the line. If enough burn spells go to the dome. We've had a land drop for this turn though, and we did we not cast the Lava Dart?
Yeah, they already played their land, so I guess they just.
Is it? Or maybe it's to the end of your next turn. Actually, let me read if you read the cards, they explain the cards. So whenever it dies, exile top card of your library. You may play it until the end of your next turn. There you go, chat. I can read. Not very well though. Dyslexic to boot.
So Ephemerate are bound. They bring back Ephemerate, and now I guess they're just going to see some game action like draw cards.
Yeah, draw cards, generate board state, get more 1/1 flyers. Show the game is going to end at some point. It's just going to take me a little while to get there. And you're on a feature match. You don't need to succeed. You know what I mean? You soak this time up. You can go back and watch this and be like, hey, look at this time that I made an amazing comeback on stream, or look how bad it went for me on the stream, whatever it's going to be.
With double dart, they can potentially win the game. But to be honest, it is very weird from familiars to not be able to draw, especially this turn, one single interaction to stop Mono-Red Synth to win the game.
They do have that blood token as well, remember, so we can try and potentially get a card deep at end of turn. Maybe that's why we're leaving up a mana here. But while we're doing that, familiars is going to be gaining more and more life. 2 for every blue spell that is cast, as well as every instant that's cast, we're going to get a 1/1 flyer. We know about that Ephemerate bounce around. How about a third one? Every blue spell now, we are going to be gaining 3 life, counteracting all these lightning bolts that are going to be floating around.
All right, so there's the Lava Dart in the end phase, dealing 3 damage, but it doesn't really matter.
I was about to say, just play a blue spell. Done. Yeah. It's basically counter spell at this point if you just play a blue spell.
Single copy of Preordain can net you 1 lightning bolt. That's
it's pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah.
How about Ephemerate? That's going to gain us another flyer. We're going to flicker again. That's going to bring back another Ephemerate. So we've got this. Oh, maybe we want to try and draw some cards here. Get a blue spell to get that, as you say, counteract this the 3 damage that is happening.
So they choose Meeting of Minds over Ephemerate because their only single white mana source is from the bounce land. So if you tap the Osiris Guildgate, the Osiris Chancery, you are kind of forced to tap out because you don't have the Sunscape Familiar on the battlefield. So your counter spells cost 2 mana instead of 1.
Well, here's Synthesizer, so one of the namesake cards of the deck. So if this resolves, which it doesn't.
All right, there is Prohibit. Prohibit counter 1 target spell that costs 2 or less. If you cast Prohibit by the kicking cost, you are also able to counter 1 spell that costs 4 or less. And Mono-Red Synth doesn't really have any cards left in it.
So the Alchemist is going to be the follow-up now. So we've got ways to do damage, we just need spells. Have we got good ways of drawing cards in this deck? Like what's some of our card advantage cards, if any? Or we're really relying on the blood tokens here? Yeah,
they have the Synthesizer, but they also have Ransor's Solve and Reckless Impulse.
Mm-hmm.
The cards played in modern Ruby Storm are as well played here in Pauper Burn. So
the 2 mana draw 2s, basically, yeah. So they have downsides to the end of the next turn. You have to play them. Yeah, so it's basically, flip top 2 cards, you get to play them to the end of your next turn. Here comes a snap, more life gained, more birds created.
All right, so they started snapping back the creatures, so, probably it's just a way to prevent the opponent to deal extra damage, since at this point of the game,
yeah, we're just going through the motions at this point. There's 8 1/1 flyers on the board currently, 9 1/1 flyers now. Gaining all this back, get this counter magic back. Like, sure, you keep doing you. Synthesize a good one if you're chop decking, but probably isn't going to resolve. Doesn't resolve. Another bird is going to get made. 2 damage is going to go to the face, but that's fine. We're up at 18 at this point. We're not getting burnt out anytime soon. Pass the turn back, end the turn, make some more birds, gain 3 more life. Now that's 11 in the air. I think if we just tackle all the ground creatures, we've got this as well, right? Yeah, and we're going to scoop it up there. Masterfully done. It just took a long time to get there, but that's literally what this familiar deck's meant to do, right? It is the control deck in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Familiars play the role of control deck in the vast majority of its matchups, especially in this one.
So it's a closed deckless tournament for everybody just tuning in and watching. So we won't be able to get the deckless on screen until we get to the top 8. That's when we can start showing you. We don't want to give a disadvantage to any of the players, but we do have the decklist in front of us, and we can talk through some cards that potentially would be good in this matchup. Not saying they've got them in their deck, but it would give me a steer at all. I know that the obvious one, if you're playing blue against a red deck, it's things like Hydroblast, Blue Elemental Blast. You know what I mean? These sort of cards. So we can expect there's going to be some number of those floating around in the deck. Is there any other standout cards that these familiar decks play? I'm thinking probably there's some good creatures out there with ETB effects or something with the amount of flickering that's going on. Is there any sort of good ones that can gain more than just 1 life or anything?
Well, usually you don't really need to play creatures that net you life, expect other than the Godsphere's Faithful. You have cards in Pauper like Lone Missionary, which it was also played in Modern, if I remember correctly, but a lot of years ago.
Oh my god. This card sounds horrible.
Yeah, Stonehorn Dignitary is very good against creatures, very big creatures, but probably it's not really necessary here because you can also block your opponent's creatures since they don't really have a big body.
Don't get me wrong, this deck looks like it would absolutely fold against Poison Storm. So I'm just saying.
Poison Storm is very strong against it.
I'm going to champion that deck to the end of time. But go across to the synthesizer deck. Let's see what they've got floating on. I suppose the flip side of it is if you're a red deck, you're probably sure there's going to be some blue decks out there. You get to play things like Red Elemental Blast and Pyroblast. And cards like this, which are going to obviously line up really well against this kind of blue-white control deck we've got going on here. There's a couple of other options. This is a very clean sideboard.
Yeah. Recently, as I started popping up this specific sideboard for this deck, and it is kind of straightforward. I mean, 8 copies of Red Elemental Blast.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Do you bring all 8 in? Is that over sideboarding?
All right. I think you don't really need that many counterspell in this specific matchup. Usually, you like to have 8 copies of Red Elemental Blast to kill bigger threats like Tolarian Terror or very specific cards like Spellstutter Sprite. Because those are removal spells that are very good both as a way to protect your stuff, your threats, and also to remove your opponent threats. In this case, Red Elemental Blast isn't really good as a way to kill Godsphere's Faithful, but it is good still as a way to interact with Sigich Oracle, Drifter, or even Archaeomancer if the game goes longer.
Yeah, we see how powerful those cards are in Legacy and things like that. So being able to bring them into Pauper here, we know it's going to be extremely powerful. As the players are both shuffling up for game number 2. Familiar is 1 game up, but that does mean that we're going to have the synthesized deck on the play, but probably where it wants to be. Did have a good start last time, was able to go multiple 1-drops early on, but just the walls on the other side gummed up the board, the bouncing everything back with snaps, and just getting that bit of card advantage and really starting pulling away as we got into those later turns was just too much for them. Let's see if they know what they're against. Maybe they mulligan down to a better 6 if needed, or can at least keep a stronger 7 and have a better game plan as they're going to be drawing that opening hands now. Remember, 7 cards go to the grip before we decide if we want to keep them or start mulliganing. I see a couple of lands, I see a couple of spells. Looks perfect.
Yeah, that's
what
perfect.
What more would you want?
Yeah, so, in this kind of matchup, when you are playing the blue deck, you try to keep an hand with early interaction. Or maybe early, or maybe if you have an hand that is able to stop your opponent from dealing you damage, like having a couple charm blockers. But on the opposite, the mono-red decks is forced to have a very fast start or, have also interaction. Usually, the threats are much relevant than the interaction in the early game because you prefer to have the early threats that are able to deal the damage in the early game and then eventually stop your opponent in the mid-late game because your opponent is playing the control role, so of course your opponent has a better late game compared to yours.
Well, we started off with almost Goblin Guide, but didn't quite get there, no artifact to go along with it, but we do have the 1-drop into 2-drop, so we're curving off nicely here over on the synthesizer side. Familiar, well, we're just using our fetch lands. There's still fetch lands in Pauper, ladies and gentlemen, just slightly worse than the ones that we tend to be used to. And then we're firing straight off. I'm going to gain some life, and I'm going to destroy your creature, going back up to 20. That was a great turn 2 there. How are we going to be able to follow this up on the other side? Getting there for point damage, sure. Dropping down to 19.
So here they're taking the damage. There's no reason to block. You're playing against a lightning bolt deck, so losing your best creature against just to stop one creature that only has 1 point doesn't really matter.
It'd be a great lava dark target if we had it in the grip. I don't think we do, but I do think we've got a removal spell, but we're deciding not to. We're just going to try and set up, try and ink out every single extra point we can possibly get. And this is what I mean about Pauper. You really have to get these decisions down. Is it better to play the 2-drop here? So yeah, they're going to gain a life if they cast a blue spell. But if I then, the next turn, use my removal spell to take it down, I've not only got a creature on the board, but then I've also counteracted that point of life. Unfortunately here, we see second Hydroblast taking out the Flamer here. And then we see in the gate follow-up, we just got all the answers over here on the familiar side. Do we have a Pyroblast or Red Elemental Blast to deal with that?
Yeah, they have the Red Elemental Blast. They're thinking about countering it or not, because if they don't draw a land, they're still losing the card advantage from the synthesizer. But they have a 2/2 right now, so let's see if they want to block.
I think that's the deal breaker in that situation to me, is the fact that I'm probably not going to be able to play the card unless it's a land, but I am going to get some value out of it because my creature is going to get pumped up, of course, 1 extra power and haste, turning it into a 2/2. That's enough for me to take that risk, I think. The gamble on if I hit a land, I'm already trumps up, but if not, yeah, cool, I'm happy to stop you in the gate, but also kind of gain a bit more damage in there because, of course, at the end of the day, we need to get as much as we can to the dome and try and finish off with burn spells before they set up, because this Faithful is really being a pain in the butt.
Yeah, so they're not taking the risk, they're taking the damage, and they go down to 19. They have the land, so Noran Synthesizer did draw a land this turn, but they played very well because they did not give the information to the opponent. But now, Familiars has a very, very strong start against Mono-Red Synth.
Double Hydroblast, double Faithful, multiple blue spells to follow it up with. This is almost like the perfect start for the Familiars deck.
Yeah, in this matchup, for sure. I mean, against this kind of opponent, this kind of deck, you fear mostly Case Implementer and other stuff that deals damage directly to you. You also very love to draw God's Very Faithful against Mono-Red, and they draw both Hydroblast, so probably the best removal spells in Pauper, and double God's Very Faithful.
Were we thinking about a double block there?
All right, I can't really see how many cards they have in hand.
No, but we're going to crack a blood token to start off with, so that's going to be discard a card, draw a card, get that rummage effect.
Seems like they took the damage.
So there's another artifact on the board, so that's 2 currently. I think, yeah, the Hydra, we've got a Galv Blast in hand. Of course, we need another artifact for that to get the extra 2 points of damage. Now, what is that? That's a Mole Drifter. That's the Secret Lair one, which I think they did for charity when they got the kids to draw the different, and then they had the artists draw the art off what the kids drew.
Yeah, that's it's a very weird art, but
I like it. I'm here for it. You know what I mean? Got the kids involved, then we got the artists involved, and now we get to see it here at Paupergeddon. So that is going to be the 2/2 flyer that draws to everybody's favorite. I think this is one. I've got this in like a fancy art that I opened recently, which was like, oh, that's what that is. Been printed multiple times, but of course it has been printed at common, so that's why we get to see it here in Pauper, as we're going to go to combat, turn everything sideways, and we're going to get a block on the vampire here, and that's going to be 3 points of damage coming across.
All right, so now there is a question. Should I double Lightning Bolt the opponent goes very faithful to
Oh my goodness.
don't let your opponent to get too many lives, or it is better to keep the bolt?
How about 5 mana, draw 3, gain 2 life?
Is that Pauper legal?
I think playing this game out, I feel like these faithful, I'm almost killing them on sight. Like I will waste a bolt because, yeah, you think you're wasting a lightning bolt to get one of these off the board. It's gained more than 3 life at this point.
Yep.
Like, you know what I mean? It's not been good for me keeping these around on the board. Attacking into it is, we're kind of keeping it in check, but we're still using our resources here, and my opponent's only down to 17 life.
All right, it's now
Now we're starting to target them. Take one of them off. Yeah, I'm firing that lightning bolt. Nope, decides to pass the turn back. Thinks we can kind of get ourselves. You wait for 1 burst and 3 come along. It's really awkward. We've tried to do multiple turns, and every time we've done, answered the threat over on the familiar side, they've always had the follow-up answer to get it back. If in case in this one it was the Pyroblasts into the Faithful, get rid of a Faithful, another Faithful comes down. Not going the way that you want if you're a mono-red synthesizer fan here, as we're going to pass the turn back. Let's see what we've got going on in chat. We welcome you all here, chat. We're here all weekend long. Synthesizer, is this going to resolve? It does. Exile top card. It's a red elemental blast.
So the issue with this deck, or rather the issue with the card advantage of mono red, is that whatever card lets you draw, basically it exiles the spell. So red elemental blast is a kind of not always good, because whenever you exile it with your draw spells, you are kind of wasting card advantage, because red elemental blast is usually better as a reactive spell, but while Rancer Soul, experimental synthesizer, they're more like reactive spells, proactive spells. Sorry.
Okay, well, we had to try and be a bit proactive there with that red elemental blast. Targeting the Mole Drifter, we, on the other side of the familiar, cast Snap to bounce it back to their hand, meaning we were forced to use our last card in hand, which was Lightning Bolt, and get it off board just to stop that little bit of advantage. But now the wheels are turning and burning yet again. We know about another blue elemental blast in hand. Jesus, so many blasts going on right now. We need to get maybe start cracking some of these synthesizers in the next couple of turns.
Yeah, they are now forced to crack those synthesizers if they want to keep playing the game. I mean, there's a huge difference.
What do you get from it? So, like, you know, here we're going to see when they're going to crack one. I know we get the top card, but we also get a Samurai.
Yeah, you get a 2/2 Samurai with Vigilance.
And that's white, correct? It's not red.
That's white.
The white Samurai.
So
sure.
it prevents it. It's also good against specific cards in the format, like Prismatic Strands, which is a fog effect that.
And elemental blasts. that's what I'm getting at here. It's a target that can't be actually targeted, so to speak, with the realistically the most powerful card they probably boarded in. Lightning Bolt, Ephemerate, take the point of damage, but sure, you get your card back. It's the blast. Oh my word, things are not going good here. If you if you like this mono red deck, if you like this Familiars deck, it's looking good. This is a control. This is like a grindy mid-range control deck. Yep. That's just doing everything it wants to do. Here comes an Exile.
And there is Last Breath. So Last Breath is a 2-mana remote spell, instant speed, that exile a creature with power 2 or less and give 4 lives to the creature controller. So, okay, if you don't kill your opponent's creature, you can eventually kill your creature just to get
and gain
4
some
lives. Yeah. That's good against very specific matchups, and seems like it's another removal spells against the mono red deck.
We're taking out the flame here. You know what I mean? It, in itself, it's just gained more life just by getting it off the board. We're going to crack another Synthesizer. Here comes another Samurai. Hitting the alt one at the top. Another land, not exactly what we want when we're top decking. See a Lightning Bolt and another Mountain in hand. As I said, are we going to get in there for one in case there's a potential block, and then we can flip the top card of our deck again? Are we going to get in there with both? Now that double block's a bit awkward, we are going to get in there with one. We're going to block.
I guess they have enough interaction in their hand, so
Yeah.
double Hydroblast. And
But we know about all three of those, right? All three of those have been brought back to the grips. We know about them. So yeah, I think we said no blocks. Drop down to 22. Play the land that we also know about, because that got bounced back last turn.
Tapping mana.
4 mana. It's 4 mana. What's 4 mana?
No, they're Arcanasa.
Another one. What do we want to get back now? Negate, sure. Yeah, you've got me here. I'm top decking. You're literally getting so much value. We're going to see this Familiars deck take it down against the Sympathize deck 2-0, moving their record to a nice clean 3-0 in today's Top Pauper Player event, which is how we're kicking off Paupergeddon. Hopefully we've got a backup feature match. I'm looking at the production, and I'm getting a slight nod that we do. So if we do, we're going to move across to that. And let's have a little look at what they're playing. You'll probably be able to tell me before I can get it up on the screen for you all. That looks like a mono red deck to me, and another mono red deck. So, yep. How did this game not finish before the other one?
You know, it is probably true to say that mono red in the mirror match is very grindy. They're probably forced to count very accurately their removal spells, and their card advantages. And I guess you can say the mirror match is kind of really fun, because you needed to, as you say, the Pauper format has a lot about sequencing and resources. So if you are better at sequencing your resources, you are probably playing correctly the matchup.
So I'm looking at the deck. These are not an identical, 75 each. You can probably see already there's sneaky snappers on the board. This one seems to be a more like faithless looting build of the mono red deck. So like we're going to be drawing a lot more cards through our deck. We've got some sort of madness cards going on. We've even got a couple of fire blasts floating around. So it's a different build, but kind of same context. Still a mono red deck. Just want to go to the dome a bit different, opposed to how we see some of the other decks this weekend. And so far today, I would say, because we've seen quite a few floating around the top tables. Live totals though 19-17, and both players have got 5 land. What? Are we just pointing burn spells at creatures at this point?
At this point, probably the game is very. I guess it's kind of difficult to understand which is the top deck right now.
I feel like the one with sneaky snappers is probably the one that's going to be able to pull ahead in this situation, because they've got more draw spells, and we're gaining board presence when we do cast those. If sneaky snappers are in the graveyard, great, we're going to get them back out. If they're on the board, great, that we can use them as blockers and really eat away at the resources here of our Ricardo at the bottom of our screen.
Yeah, you don't really have any way to exile the Snaker or to exile the graveyard of your opponent. At least in game 1. So unless you have a Relic of Progenitus or something similar that maybe you don't really want to bring in, Snaker is a very powerful threat, because it forces your opponent to waste a lot of the resources on them.
Seeing as that basically every time is acting as a half a card. Like it's just, we're doing my game plan, I just happen to get extra creatures on the board when I do that. So we're going to...
You're casting the... plotted
draw spell. That's the extra 2 cards. That means the Sneaky Snapper in the graveyard now comes back into play. Does come into play tapped though, so it's not, does have a little bit of a downside here, but we saw last year in Paupergeddon how good that card can be, as we're going to draw more cards here, discarding the Lava Dart.
Yeah, Garbage Prize, deals the damage, draw 2 cards.
I actually like this deck. This is one of the decks I was playing quite a bit.
I tried recently Mono Red Madness, and I think it is very powerful. A lot of people noticed the deck after it got a couple of results both on Magical Line and I guess even in Pauper. There's a very powerful card in Guttersnip. I don't know if I pronounced the name correctly. The 3 mana goblin that deals 2 damage whenever you cast an instant or sorcery.
Got a snipe?
Got a snipe.
Got a snipe. Just got downgraded down to common, of course. But the Manus deck is actually what was able to take down Paupergeddon last year, I believe. I think that was the winning deck that was able to do it, and these had multiple copies in the top 8 as well. So we'll be finding out this weekend which deck is going to be taking it down. Now we've had some bans and some unbans, of course, and I think Gavin Verhey's actually playing one of them this weekend. I was speaking to him a bit earlier on, and he is on High Tide.
Yeah,
so
I saw him playing High Tide. Is testing for the Pauper format, as they say it to me.
Of course, the Pauper panel, which is, we speak a lot about bans and stuff like that in Magic the Gathering, but Pauper's got like a panel of 7 players from all around the world that basically have one big group chat that's continuous. They don't have it like, it's not talking there, it's just different time zones work differently, so they're all having the same conversation continuously about the format, cards that are getting reprinted or getting printed or downgraded, all these sort of things, and then we get our bans once in a while, and of course we've now got High Tide back in the format. Maybe we'll get them in the booth a little bit later on as a collective, and I think last year I did like a little interview of them. So maybe if you've got any questions, let us know. If Gavin does bomb out this weekend, because he is playing the main event, maybe we'll try and get him in the booth as well and get his insight. Maybe we can ask him about some of the Final Fantasy cards that are floating around that we're starting to see this weekend. He did say tomorrow his deck's got 7 different Final Fantasy cards in it. I couldn't name them, but I'm sure Final Fantasy players out there are going to be really excited about that.
I think I never saw a deck with 7 cards from Final Fantasy, to be honest. That's a lot.
Have you played the games?
I think not recent.
Not recent. Chat, let me know. Who's the biggest Final Fantasy fan out there? Let me know. I learned who Sephiroth was for the first time this week, purely because I wanted to buy some of those cards for Modern, and I was like, why is this card so expensive? And then someone gave me the whole history about why he's like a main character. And I was like, oh, okay. Right, Sneaky Snackers, floating around. Got another one in the graveyard, so that one could be coming back momentarily. Still quite a high life total, though, for Madness here. 19 life, going up against Ricardo on 10. Going to use Lava Dart. That's going to do a point of damage to the dome, which does free up the board, so we can start turning these sideways if we want to. That was at the end of turn.
Oh, okay. So now Mono-Red Synth may be able to kill the opponent if they draw enough
they're going
spells.
So they're going to need quite a lot, especially at 18. We do find Goblin Guide, though. I'm going to keep calling it Goblin Guide while it's got haste and is a 2/2 with no downside. There is an artifact. In fact, there's multiple artifacts on the board. You can see one of them in there with the land, and you can see the synthesizer on the left of the board. And then let's go to combat. Turn it all. We're getting 5 damage to the dome here. We're doing the math. What about the backswing? Because bear in mind, we're only at 10.
Yeah, that's 4 damage, but if they flashback the Lava Dart, that's at least 5 damage, plus the Lava Dart.
We're playing mono red. You know what I mean? Like we don't do blocking. We just turn everything sideways. Here comes the lightning bolt to the face. It's even more damage.
Now it comes the time to do some math from mono red.
I'm going to try and do some math here as well. So let's work it out. So get that one off. Get that.
Madness is discarding 1 land with the blood token. Maybe they're trying to find a Fire Blast, or they just passed the turn. No, there's still the lightning bolt on the stack. So lightning bolts does 4 damage. So bring down to 15, I guess, the mono red Madness player. And then there's 5 damage on this.
What's this card?
Dwarven Forge Chanter. So
is that out of the sideboard or something? I'm trying to.
You need to check the older deck list. Right. But they don't have.
I don't see
maybe
it.
They have in the sideboard. Yeah.
There you go. It is in the sideboard. Ward, pay 2 life for the 1/3, which has got prowess. Okay, so that's coming out of the board. So we've cast 1 spell. So it's 2 power, 3 power, 4, 5 power coming across. It's 5 lightning bolt. That pisses up to 8. That drops down to 10. Lava Dart's in the graveyard. We can cast that. That's another 3 points itself. Plus whatever's in the hand. We can see 1 card in hand. Can crack the synthesizer, but there's no extra mana if we do that, so that's not really relevant right now. And I think that's what's going through the head. But if we're tapped out, is there anything we can do? Fire Blast, maybe? Maybe we're representing we've got that.
They can Fire Blast the Simple Liberator Or
Is that what they're thinking of here? Which is, it's risky, right? Like
Yeah.
that we could just win next turn if they don't have it, but if they do have it, we just lose this turn. We're in game number 3, round number 3, of course. And I think they said, sure, that's going to resolve. Point damage is going to come across. Parish trigger is obviously going to happen. It's never good when it's happened. Moorland. What's this last one? Another lightning bolt to the face. Now, is this enough? So that's going to be second trigger. So that's going to drop them down to 13. That means we've got 3 triggers on this. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6 damage coming across. Plus, we've got that lava dart in the graveyard, remember? Which looks like it's going to get used off. We're going all in. All in. Math is for blockers, ladies and gentlemen.
they sacrifice the land and cast 1 lava dart. Oh, wait. They probably have another lava dart in their graveyard.
Can you use... I can't see one. Or do they? If they do, this math is crazy if they have. So that's 3 spells we've now cast. So that's an extra 3 damage that happened. It's an extra 3 parish triggers. Yeah, Matt, I don't want it. But we still need to get, what, 10 more damage across? This is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we still need to get 3 more points. Another lava dart would do it.
So now they're counting the storm count with the dice.
Oh my god, is that relevant? Is there a storm red card that can we just like gut shot? Is that last card?
I mean,
Grape shot, not gut shot.
there is the Dwarven Forge Hunter, which is a kind of grape shot card, because they need to count the amount of spells they cast just to count.
You're right, there was another lava dart in the graveyard. That should be lethal. They were at 18. Are they doing a one-shot 18 points of damage in a turn?
That would be crazy. Why?
I don't want to know the math here. So 1, 2... Yeah,
And that's
it was.
lethal.
18 points in a one. They tapped out with that one turn, and that was it. That was enough. Jeez, that prowess on that sideboard card was able to take it down. You know what I mean? That is a big old dwarf. He had a big old hammer, turned it sideways, was able to get the W. Pulled out of nowhere. It looked like they were kind of falling really far behind there. We had, the Manus deck drawing cards, multiple cards, getting sneaker snackers back, filling up that hand. But that wasn't enough. They kept them all in hand. They had it for that one big one-shot, 18 points of damage in one go. Woo! Who said, that's why I love this format. This format is so good. It's so swinging and just, players playing it perfectly, and I'm just here, not having a clue what's going on. All of a sudden, they just pull it out of the bag. It's so cool to see. And hopefully you're enjoying that at home, because we've got a lot more action like that for you, because this is only round number 3 of 7 Swiss rounds today. And then, cherry on top, we've got a top 8 for you, where we're going to crown ourselves a champion. They're not only going to take away the title of the Pauper Player of 2025 for the league that's going on, or top Pauper Player of the year, but they're also going to get a sick one-of-one art token. They get the playmat. I don't know if they're taking it away from me. Oh, it's here, actually. Let me show you this playmat. I don't know if did they show it on the last rounds? I'm not entirely sure. So this might be an exclusive. Is that what that's what you're saying? Oh, no. I'm being told production said they did show it. It's not an exclusive. But it's this cool playmat. Excuse me holding it up on stream. But, they get this. Can I get any closer? They get this, but they also get it in a card form as well as a token. I think it's... what was it?
Monarch token.
Is it a Monarch token? Which makes sense. It looks extremely cool. But this is a one-of-one. Only they get to play it, which is going to be pretty sick. Here's the... Not that you can see the card. If you can't see the mat, you definitely can't see the card. But this is what they're playing for. Cool little frame. One of art for it. And that's one of the beautiful things about these huge events that we've got going on. But it's only Friday today, and we've got loads, probably about 5, 6, maybe 800 players in the room. And it's only midday. Doing side events, grinding to try and play tomorrow. But then tomorrow is where we kick off the real big event, the 2-day Pauper event at Paupergeddon, summer edition, where everyone from across the world is traveling here to play in this, because they want to try and get into that top 8. They want to make day number 2. To do that, they're going to need to get 6 wins at least out of the 8 of Swiss that we're bringing you tomorrow, and then Sunday, that's where we'll start crowning ourselves a champion. It was the Red Black Madness deck last year. Is it going to be something different this year? Is it going to be the High Tide that I'm speaking to all the players? They keep talking to me about High Tide. Their deck's either is playing High Tide, or they bought a deck to beat High Tide. So it'll be interesting how it's going to be moving forward. What's chat saying? Let's have a little look at what chat's got going on. Do you think slivers would be meta if we had any untapped jewels? Basically, if the mana was better, do you think slivers would be able to shine a bit more?
The most powerful creature in slivers is probably the gem palm sliver, because it lets you fix your mana and also generate mana ramp.
Is Gem Sliver a common?
Yeah, it was printed in Time Spiral. Then in another set base, I think M14 was set core 14.
Oh, in M14, yeah, M14 was the Sliver set. That was like when I came back to Magic.
They printed a functional reprint of the card, but it was uncommon. So if they downgrade the uncommon version, maybe we'll see a rise in slivers. But
what would you say is the best like creature type in Pauper? Like obviously we've got goblins and elves, and slivers is my favorite one of all time. But like obviously I don't know how good it is in Pauper.
I'm a usual fan of slivers as well, but being objective, probably is Fairies the best tribe. Yeah, we watched Fairies in round one, and the deck is still very powerful. There is also Elves, as you said. Elves is good, but not as much as Fairies.
What about you, chat? What's your favorite creature type? Like decks built around those creature types in Pauper. Let us know. Chat saying humans. How's humans in Pauper? Is that a good archetype? It had its time in Modern for a little bit.
Oh, we don't really have humans.
We don't have humans. Serpents. I do see a lot of big 5/5 sea snakes floating around.
Yeah, that's serpents.
We'll take that as a tribe. We'll take it. Is 1/1 hexproof a tribe?
Boggles next.
I play a lot of because like online there's a lot of I found there's a lot of red decks floating around, so I started playing a lot more boggles, just playing a lot of like life linkings being strapped to them, and was able to kind of get the dubs there. We've got lizards, vampires, goblins. Any of them take your fancy?
Phyrexians.
Who said Phyrexians? I changed my answer. Phyrexians. Let's get the Phyrexians. Because I do see sometimes I see people playing like a Glistener Elf and trying to get Infect in there, but it's not as good. Especially when we see cards like Lava Dart floating around in the format in one of the better decks. So it's probably not for this world. Zombies? How do you think about zombies?
Well, zombie used to be kind of a niche archetype. It's not really strong, but it's still cool because you have the Black Polluter. There's I think Gem Palm Polluter or something named similarly.
Eldrazi. Now that's one I feel like there's been a lot of Eldrazi printed over the last 10 years, but they are normally at the uncommon and rare sort of era. There are a couple of uncommon ones we know obviously about the
Cost reducers maybe.
What's the green-red one that makes the Santo?
The green-red one is...
It's the one that sees playing Modern and...
Rating Chrysalis.
That's it, the Rising Chrysalis. That's surely a good basis of a deck, but that slotted so well into the old Ponza list that was floating around. Remember we had the one of red, green ramp deck that you just can't destroy lands. Now it's now we just make big Eldrazi. Seems good. Good strategy. Yes. Becomes up the board really nicely, adds that extra ramp element. Again, MH3 having quite a big impact back then. I remember last year in Paupergeddon when it was like the first tournament, pretty much after the printing of MH3. So we got to see what all these powerful commons did. That's one that I don't think anyone had their eyes on, and it showed up really well. Everyone was looking at Sneaky Snacker and what was the other card from MH3? Chat will help me out in a second.
Richard Familiar.
He might have been. Oh no, what was the equipment that got banned straight away?
Okay, Ram True. No. Cranial Ram.
Yeah, there was a couple. There's still a bit of hype behind it, and it's interesting, which I hope we get to talk about, and especially when Emma's in the booth later on, because she's on the Pauper panel. Maybe chat start asking her questions about how do they decide what cards to do, how do they keep an eye on cards, with sets coming out, how do they pre-ban cards when they come out and stuff like that. I think that whole situation of their thought process is what I like to hear about. People that are representing the game and the formats that I like to play. I want to know what's in their mindset and kind of when they ban it, because I might not see it from their point of view. I might be like, no, that card should not be banned. And then they're like, no, this is why, because of this and that. I'm like, oh, it actually makes sense. It turns out you're pretty good at the job. Who would have thought? I'm not just saying that because she's over there to the right anyway. What else we got? Now people are throwing random ones out there now. Dinosaurs, rats.
There is in
kobolds.
Pauper, petitioners.
They're just naming all the D&D creature types that you play in the first 4 levels of making a character. How long's left of the round, production? How long's left of this round? I can't see. We'll work on that. It's fine. I don't want to leave everybody out there with a, we'll be right back screen. Let's ask some questions. If you've got any questions to ask us, feel free to put them in the chat. Because I'm going to start off the first one to not only, everyone out there, but also yourself. What's your prediction to win this weekend?
My deck prediction.
Yeah, what do you think is going to win? What do you think is going to take down on Sunday when we crown a champion? Which deck is going to do that?
You know, it is kind of difficult from my point of view to pick a deck.
No, you've got to.
Okay, so if I go, the first thing it came in my mind is White Weenie.
White Weenie?
Yeah.
Okay, and why's that?
I feel like the deck is really powerful, but it has a good matchup against blue-based and red-based aggressive strategies. So for that reason, it can be...
So it's a good metagame choice, basically, is what you're thinking. Like, this weekend, you expect to see a lot of aggressive decks.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of red burn decks and a lot of fairies or maybe even terror decks. So
okay.
For that reason, maybe.
I'll take it. Chat saying things like Wildfire, fairies, Flickertron. So yeah, it's quite big. I love that that's the answer. That there isn't like chat's not just full of mono red in there. Like they've got lots of different options to choose from, especially in Pauper. Because there might be a deck that we've never seen just pop it up this weekend. Because obviously we've got the Final Fantasy sets just come out. So be interesting to see how that pans out. As I'm being told, they're already picking the feature matches for the next round, which means me and you need to get out of this booth, get the next lot in there. So this is going to be the end of round number 3. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back round number 4 shortly.
Hello, welcome back everybody. I'm Emma Partlow, I am here with Sapo, and we are here for the Top Pauper Player 2025.
Round number 4.
Yes, yeah. So for those who might just be joining in because they're like, it's getting like early morning American time, and it's like, oh, there's some Pauper coverage we can watch. What is the Top Pauper Player?
Top Pauper Player is a tournament that gathers all the top performer players in the Lega Pauper Italian competitive circuit that allows them to play for the title of champions of Lega Pauper Italia. It's a tournament that takes place one time in a year in the Geddon of July, in the summer edition of the Paupergeddon. And for this edition, we have 100 players in 7 Swiss round plus top 8.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can we get the metagame share up very quickly if possible?
And we will have the prize really soon, so we can show the prizes to the chat. And I think that the match we will gonna show this round will be Jeskai Ephemerate against Mono White Weenie.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is the meta breakdown of this tournament when we can see Jund Wildfire as the top performer of the...
at the 10%. Like, if you asked me what would the metagame share for be this weekend, I would not have put Jeskai Ephemerate in.
Me too.
It's really surprising. But now we're into the game. So we've got Giovanni and Marco. So we've got Jeskai Ephemerate versus White Weenie, also known as Mono White Aggro is the more common term.
I know Marco Trivella as a player.
Yep.
He's a player from Brescia in the northern part of Italy, and he usually play tribe deck.
Right, yeah.
So it's interesting to ask him after the tournament why he decided to
Jeskai Ephemerate, yeah.
to switch from a combo deck to a control deck. It's always true that in this particularly moment, tribe is not so powerful. So what's the plan here? White Weenie is a full aggro deck.
Yeah.
And
just looking to turn things sideways. You got the new Final Fantasy card, Summon Choco Mob, which is one of the very few editions. You get to play one of my favorite cards in Mono White Aggro, which is Fraven Inspector. You get to run all 8 copies of those. You have
Fraven Inspector or the new one?
Fraven Inspector,
okay.
obviously.
The old one, okay.
The old one. And then you have stuff like...
Because of the old frame?
Old frame, and also it was just the first printing of that card. I'm like, this card's neat. Then you have stuff like Eagles of the North, which gets you a planes, but sometimes you can just hard cast that to win the game. There are scenarios where that happens. You're looking just to go super wide as much as possible, and then you have stuff like Prismatic Strands, which makes it really awkward for the opponent to like do anything, just because it just means you can just deal like
you prevent all damage you need to prevent.
Prevent and everything.
So let me plug in my PC so I can read the chat.
It looks like we're on to game 2 already, because the beautiful thing about Mono White Weenie, it has this 1, 2, 3 like curve, which Jeskai Ephemerate is.
What happened?
The white player turned the card sideways. That's what happened.
Just White Weenie.
Yeah, and the thing is about Mono White Aggro is it can just do this 1, 2, 3, 4 curve and just turn sideways. Jeskai Ephemerate often has a clunky start because it has these.
The tap lands,
it has the
you
tap
need
lands,
to cast,
and you need those tap lands to do the cleansing wildfire things.
For sure.
And sometimes, and I've noticed in this list of Jeskai Ephemerate, it's also running Scred. So you're creating that tension by playing these artifact indestructible lands, but your Screds aren't quite hitting because you just don't have enough stone permanents in play. So you have to be like really selective with the removal you have. As someone who's played a lot of Jeskai Ephemerate over the years, it's one of my favorite decks, but it's also just very slow. You really need to like
I think that's the favorite deck of Heisen too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of just casting Ephemerate with a Mold Drifter, Evoke Trigger on the stack, and drawing a load of cards. So
that's not the best moment to do it, because this moment is really in this moment the meta game is really quick.
Yes, it's very aggressive.
Too aggressive to to allow Jeskai players to tap 4 mana, to draw 4 cards.
Yeah.
So I think that it's surprising that a lot of players, that 10% of the meta field choose Jeskai Affirmate as a deck.
Yes.
Dying on third, yeah. That's the fate of Jeskai players in
yeah, and it's
this
just
meta
like
game.
there isn't just like any good early drops that Jeskai can play.
Usually, Ogre of Bolas, for example,
Ogre of
helps, but it's not enough.
It soaks up damage, which is great, but you're still not winning the game because Ogre Breath just can't get into combat when when you're facing against a bunch of like Choco Mogs and Fraben Inspectors and everything else.
Yeah. It's really, really, really aggressive.
It's really aggressive.
So let's talk about the sideboard. Do we have the list?
I'm trying to find the deck list.
Yep. But for sure, the Jeskai side of the table will bring in some kind of wrath spell, for example, Fiery Cannonade or Breath Weapon.
Yeah, your choice of.
Yeah. No, I think that Breath Weapon is strictly better because some Pirate is still playing in some decks. So
Yeah.
why having a downside, a free downside? You don't deserve if you play Jeskai. So.
And the thing is about Jeskai, because you're drawing so many cards with things like Muldrifter and like Preordain, you can run a lot of one-offs, and you can find those one-offs very like consistently, just because you're drawing so many cards. So it means you can just have a sideboard that's just full of one-offs, which might look a little weird, but it just means it just gives you more tools versus more decks in the field, which is. I find it kind of cool.
Downshift Path to Exile and make Jeskai Tier 1. Yeah, when the panel will have the power to downshift cards, I'm sure that Heisen and Emma had a plan.
Yeah.
They will have a plan about it, but until the panel doesn't have that power, unfortunately they cannot. Because we remember that the panel does not have the power to downshift cards, but only to ban or unban cards.
Yeah, it's like an invite. So essentially we're an advisory panel. So we get together, we talk about what's happening in Pauper, like look at metagame data for, say, like Magic Online. We'll probably have some conversations after Paupergeddon because it gives us.
It's a huge tournament, huge data, huge amount of.
Three members of the PFP are here this weekend, so we'll have a big conversation about that, and we'll just kind of figure out what we're looking to do because we have this trial ban with High Tide, and if you didn't read the article on June 30th that had like the big BNR announcement, it was mentioned that we're probably going to make a decision about High Tide around August, just so people can have that in the back of their heads. And it doesn't conflict with something like, say, Eternal Weekend, the Paupergeddon in November, because the next official BNR is happening in November, which is a week before Eternal Weekend. So we're just gonna have some conversations and just see.
But we must remember that the trial and ban are not so linked in the official ban list, so you can act. In and out the official ban list.
So sometimes it's easier just to put everything in one announcement, so it makes sense for us. But we're giving High Tide a little longer, given Paupergeddon's happening like a week after the ban happened, just given that extra time just gives us a better idea of things. Also, we get to see it in person. We get to see how it functions logistically at a tournament, because it can be one of those decks that games can just go really long. How does that impact things?
Okay. In the meantime, I see that this is the first match where we can see more than one card of Final Fantasy set.
Yes.
We saw the Chocobo from the White Weenie part, the Suplex from the Jeskai part.
Suplex is a really nice pickup.
Suplex is do you like Suplex? Do you know the lore behind Suplex?
Yes, I do know the lore,
It's pretty amazing. I really appreciate that the development part of MTG used the lore behind Suplex, but because it's really, really sweet.
I love that Wizards were able to put these meme-like aspects of Final Fantasy into cards. So the fact that you've got Saban just suplexing a train, which is something you can definitely do in Final Fantasy VI. I recommend playing it if you can. Also, like the Phantom Train is in Final Fantasy, so you can actually suplex the Phantom Train, and that is just like a great story when it comes to limited.
I appreciate that kind of Easter egg. That
yes, those are the deep cuts people want from the Universes Beyond sets because it like means it's just nice to be seen, right? It's just nice for someone to design these things and think about these little niche things. Slupex as a card though is also like really strong. The fact that you can just exile artifacts is just basically evergreen in Pauper at this point. Like it has its relevance. So.
Yeah, the card that is similar is, for example, the casting to the fire.
Yes.
Allows you to exile artifacts. So.
Red's getting some nice pickups just from a lot. Like
Red really hate artifacts.
Yeah, they really hate artifacts.
Oh, there's a Murmuring Mystic here, really nice card that allows to take the board to resist the waves of attacks of White Weenie, and allows you to put a token on the battlefield on every instant or sorcery that you cast. So it's really powerful, and it's a win con of Jeskai Ephemerate at this point of the game. Remember that the Murmuring Mystic is a 1/5 that so has a huge constitution, allows you to block very well.
It's surprisingly stubborn. I don't think people realize how stubborn. Like it's just.
It's a great
so
wall that it's really hard to pass through.
Especially in white.
Yeah, especially white. That for sure. I think that what Weenie.
So we've got two Lunar Aspirants.
Removal spell.
They play some removal spells. You've got like Thraben Charm. Is a really good one because it rewards you for being really wide, which is something Mono White does really well.
Thraben Charm is also good against the Jeskai Ephemerate because it allows you to exile the graveyard that interrupt the loop of Ephemerate.
Which is essentially the hidden mode on Thraben Charm because it just you don't see that option used often compared to using it as a removal spell. But that is a nice little tool that. White-based decks.
It's a free upside.
It's a free upside. It's a free upside, like most Modern Horizons free cards. It's just there.
Yeah, the card that was played before Thraben Charm was Destroy Evil.
Yes.
That allows only to destroy certain creatures.
Yeah. 4 or greater.
Normal creatures, 4 or more. Of toughness, and destroy enchantment.
Yeah.
Because he loves it.
Sorry about that.
There's a mic drop.
A literal mic drop.
Okay, as we can see, Murmuring Mystic made the game.
Yes.
There's
a surprising amount of invasion from Jeskai Ephemerate because you think.
What do you think about Murmuring Mystic?
I think the card's really great. I think the card's really cool. The fact it got downshifted in Commander Masters, I want to say. I might be wrong there. It was an uncommon back in Guilds of Ravnica.
Yeah.
The fact it got downshifted, I think it's like a really good example of a downshift you want in Pauper. It's not super busted, but it has its uses. It gives you a payoff if you build a deck correctly. The thing is, like as we talked about before, it's a 1/5, so it's just gonna stick around in combat for a good while.
I think that Murmuring Mystic was one of the most optimized downshift ever in this format because it allows a lot of archetypes, like for example, Jeskai Ephemerate, to stay alive.
Yes.
So basically, it allows a tier 2, and I sadly say it.
Yeah.
Because I love Jeskai Ephemerate too, of course.
Yeah.
Allows a tier 2 to stay alive and be competitive also in a metagame like this.
Yeah. All right. Also, the fact that it just makes flying tokens is really important, especially in something like Mono White that just doesn't have many ways to deal with flyers outside of slamming an Eagles of the North.
Yeah.
And you're not even looking to cast the Eagle in some cases just because you want to get that planes. You want to make sure you got your mana.
A mulligan from Jeskai Ephemerate. Yeah, he needs a lot of interaction from the early turns, so he's a control. Jeskai Ephemerate is not a mid-range, he's a full control deck, like Tron, for example.
Yes.
So he needs to mulligan until he finds the way to stay alive in the early game.
Yeah. The thing is with like Jeskai Ephemerate especially, is because Mono White can just do this 1-2-3 curve and just like and deal like a load of damage. You just need to be able to interact on the first 3 turns, otherwise you're lost. We saw it in game 1, like you turned away and the game finished.
No interaction, I win.
Yeah.
For sure.
And it looks like the
Go
cyborg,
Bombardini.
like the cyborg for Jeskai Fenrir doesn't really have a lot to answer. It has like cast into the fire maybe, and you have like Crimson Fleet Commodore that can give you like the Monarch, so you can try and outdraw your opponent.
Let me see the sideboard of White Weenie. I think
course.
that White Weenie has Dust to Dust. Yeah, 4 copies of Dust to Dust. That is really huge in this matchup.
That's the boilerplate for like mono white.
Yeah, it's really huge. And I see also 3 copies of the Standard Beater against obviously high tide decks, as we said the turn before. And Lone Mission for the red decks, and Holy Light for the tokens, for all tokens that are not yours.
You also got some Destroy Evils in there as well, which is really good just for any like pesky enchantment removal. It can deal with like high toughness creatures.
Yeah, the only target here that Destroy Evil can target is the
Mystic.
Is the Mystic, yeah.
But I don't think you want to change your game plan too much because you're already so aggressive.
I think that you want to be the aggressor.
I don't want to lose that aggression because you're not looking to be a mid-range deck because you do the aggro thing so well, which Jeskai Fenrir often struggles with.
That's my plan. I need to protect my plan, but I think that Dust to Dust here is too powerful to downside in all the 4 copies, of course.
I want to attack the opponent's life total as quickly as possible. And it's really easy when you have a curve that's just full of 1-drops and 2-drops.
Why Marco has 8 cards? Marco drew 8. Really?
So he's reshuffling and starting a new hand. So let's talk about, we talked about downshifts with Murmuring Mystic. Is there a card you would like to see downshifted in Pauper?
I really like the Path of Exile.
Sure, okay, that's interesting.
Because it allows the white to return to be competitive. So there are a lot of control and mid-range deck to that try to do something.
Yes.
But without a real control plan. No cheap removal.
Yes.
The removal are matter of black decks right now. And something from the red decks, like, for example, Bolt or Galvanic Blast or Scratch, something like that. And I really think that Path to Exile or a cheap white removal are the solution right now to bring more equilibrium to the format, more balance to the format, where we have aggro part, mid-range part, and a combo part equally splitted. So I think that it will not be, because if you want to play control, you have counter for the combo decks, but you don't have enough removal for the aggro deck. So mid-range is always in a bad position in the meta game. So I think that cheap removal will solve this problem. Dryad Militant number 1 pick.
Dryad Militant's a nice one. I would like.
But I think that will make more bad the situation of mid-range decks.
something I would like while our opponent resolves its Augro Bolas, I would like to see Gifted Aetherborn as a common.
Sorry?
Gifted Aetherborn, 2 mana, 2/3 with lifelink and death.
Okay.
Just I think like I'm a big fan of like old mono black control decks, and I think having something that not only is like a bit of a stopgap for mono red would be nice, and I just think it would be cool just to see more black bait, like more classic.
Okay.
Like, Grey Martian.
So you had a classic approach to
classic approach, like Abiding Grace from Modern Horizons 2 could be interesting. It might be a little too good because you can return 1-drops back to your hand.
Okay.
Stuff like that. But no, I always thought Gifted Aetherborn, it feels like a common to me. It's something that could see play in Pauper.
Chat, what do you think about your downshift? What your favorite downshift? Fatal Push.
Push, I think, would be a little too good.
Stampate Path to Exile, come comune. Yes, a Pauper song made by the master. Emma, does Mirko keep singing the Pauper Italian song. Do you know something about it?
I don't know.
No. Blood-braid elf. Witch oven.
We already have cat, that's the thing. Cat's already a common.
Skullcrackers common. Young pyromancer.
Sheltered by ghosts. That's an interesting one.
When the panel will have the power to downshift, you'll take care of all these requests.
Yeah.
Wirewood symbiote. That's a card that I, as an elf player,
Yeah?
will really like to see common. It will change the approach of elf decks, but I think that... Ale, what do you think about Wirewood symbiote in elf? Wirewood symbiote. Very strong card.
Very strong.
Alessandro Moretti totally agree with us about the symbiote. Nice. And as we can see,
The white players
purpose
doing the white
of
thing.
Jeskai, but there's the second, the Chocomog,
Yep.
that is really
See,
huge.
it's a Salt Road Pack Beast as well.
It was countered for sure. It's really huge at this point. He prevented 4 damages
Yep.
with a counterspell.
And the white player's going to do the white thing of turning sideways.
2, 3, and ephemerate here, yeah.
Yeah.
So let's check. Oh, it's a counterspell as the only target with
Yeah.
2 lamps. That's huge. I don't really like Ogre of Bolas in this deck
No, what's that?
because there are a lot of spots where you need a land. And the only cantrip effect you can cast is an Augur of Bolas, and you are locked. You are
Yes.
auto-locked, so when you cast Augur of Bolas and you need a land, you need to pick only the Lorien Revealed.
Yes.
The only way you can... of course, it surely helps, but I think that the most part of the often it's not enough. So 6 life points. What do you think about mismatched cards? I think it's a crime.
Yeah, I'm. So,
But that's my humble opinion.
so if I'm playing in a competitive event,
My OCD triggers so fast when I see a
Yeah.
mismatched card.
if I'm playing like a competitive event, so say I'm playing Paupergeddon tomorrow, all the copies need to match and they all need to be from the same set.
Yeah,
Everything needs to be
Same
uniform,
language.
same language, same
Yeah.
printing.
Totally agree.
Yeah, it's just bearing in mind, like, I don't really play with foils in competitive, just in case, like, if any of them curl and it can cause issues with judges. I like things to be simple, uniform, and just, like, clean, basically. When it comes to stuff like Commander, I might have, like, different basics, but from the same set.
Okay.
Just different art, but the same
But
frame.
for an artistic purpose.
Yeah, I collect a lot of the old, like Odyssey Invasion foil basics,
Okay.
like the classic ones, because
Amazing.
they're really nice. And I put them in all my commander decks.
In those sets, there are my favorite basic land art that are the ones from John Avon.
Yes.
I really love it.
My
I really love it.
one of my favorite planes is the Thunder planes,
Okay.
the classic Thunderstorm planes, because I think
With the field of grain.
the field, yeah, it's just gorgeous.
I really love it.
once again, the mono white player is turning sideways, and I'm not sure what the ephemerate player can do here. 'Cause we've got.
I am you.
need
All demos say I am UM.
Yeah.
Must match it, otherwise my win percentage goes down.
Right, because it's the win percentage with your brain as well,
Yeah.
because it's just a little
And
thing that can
Really,
bother
if
you.
it's ended like we foresee that, because White Weenie was really aggressive and
Just so quick.
Jeskai was not allowed to do nothing. But that's the bad news, chat. Here come the really bad news. Is that the side table
Yes.
that we have on the feature match is Golgari Garden or Mono Black, I think. Mono
Yeah.
Black against
High tide.
no
No, it's not high tide.
Golgari Fog.
Oh,
BG
yeah,
Fog.
the BG fog, not the Simic
so,
fog. Yeah.
I know you, Emma. You are a huge fan of fog decks.
I do like a moment's peace. That has been known. I'm just trying to pull up these deck lists here.
Gem Truffat. Gem Truffat is one of the reference of the French Pauper leagues.
Oh yeah.
And Ernesto Jacopo Variale is one of the players that top 8 at the last Paupergeddon with, I think, Jean Wildfire.
Yeah.
And he switched to BG Fog. So what do you think about this matchup? BG Fog is heading 1-0.
I think Fog is like a slight advantage. I'm going to be biased.
On the psychological plan, yes.
Yeah, psychologically, it's like playing around a fog is a nightmare because
you can't fog a pinger, so yeah.
It's very, very true. I want the fog player to win because I think I like the strategy.
So what's the game plan of this version of BG Fog?
I need to check the deck list quickly.
He has a lot of stones, for example, Ichor Wellspring or stuff like that.
Stuff that draws cards.
He used to draw cards. Dispute effect to draw cards on the rocks, and the Wincons are stream thought in the great part of decks, or make a lot of mana and close with the Crypt Rats.
Yes.
So you
love me a good Crypt Rats.
Yeah, I really hate Crypt Rats. Yeah,
Says the Elves player.
Yeah, I was an Elf player, so really, I really hate Crypt Rats. At least it will take so much time. We have no downtime. Yeah. Pretty accurate.
Cool, we've got the deck list up. Let's see what we're working with.
BG is Golgari. Yep. I don't know. I always prefer to say the colors instead of the house of Ravnica, but there is certain specific cases in what I prefer instead say the house of Ravnica. For example, fairies. It's at fairies. I never say you are fairies.
Yeah.
Or BG Garden. I don't like Golgari Garden. I say BG Garden. So I really don't know what's the rule. I don't have a really exact rule about the...
Most people just go with the guilds because that's the easiest, and they create, like, Ravnica named the color pairing, so it's just kind of stuck around for the longest. I normally just say like black-green. I try and say like black-green fog, just like highlighting the colors. But it kind of depends who you're talking to, right? Because if somebody like really new to Magic doesn't know what Golgari is, it's just like, I would say black-green fog. It's like, it uses these two colors to do this game plan. But for enfranchised people, you can just say like Golgari or BG, and they would get it as well.
What do you use the most?
So I tend to. So if I'm just talking to people, just like casually, I would say Golgari. But if I
use the guilds.
Yeah, okay. I tend to use the guilds. But if I'm like writing about it, I would probably just say like black, green, or I might say Golgari, but then bracket this means black.
Okay.
Green. Okay. It kind of depends on the audience you're talking to, but...
he's playing the Tron lands. I want to see the list right now. Ernesto Jacopo Variale. No, this is mono black.
I'm sorry.
Jim Truffaut always plays mono black.
Yeah.
Since the first time that I saw him play Magic.
Okay, I know we talked about mismatching and how bad it is. The only exception I'll make is that I'll run one of each of the Antiquities Tron lands.
Okay, totally agree.
Because that's a set.
I only play that version of yours lands, so I totally agree with you on this.
That's the only exception I will make. If I'm like playing Tron in an event, I have the set of Antiquities, which I've had for years, and they're very beaten up, but they're still very playable.
Is the Giorgio Combo altar list? I don't think it's altar.
Let's go Frango Mola.
No. He's not. It's not Altar Tron. He's black-green Tron Fog.
Yeah, with 1 copy of Stream of Fog.
Yeah, Crypt Rats. He plays 4 copies of Fangre Marauder. No. It's not Altar Tron. But I know that there are players that today are playing the Altar Tron deck.
Yes.
But not Ernesto Jacopo, not Mr. Variale. He's playing
Here comes the initiative.
a nice list. I really appreciate this kind of list.
It's very creative, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the common list, but with the user lens instead of the gate. I always see a lot of list of BG Fog using the gates, so you can, for example, cast a Crypt Rats, use Basilisk Gate to the Crypt Rat, rat by 5, for example, and keep the rat alive.
Yeah.
But with the Urza lands, I never saw them. Giorgio Trombo.
Here comes the troll.
It's called Giorgio Trombo. Altarless. Okay, I hate you. Okay, Gian. Altarless, Tronless. It was pretty fun with 47 life, yeah. Yeah, it's true. There is not a competitive Bant deck right now. And
No.
I really love that combination of color. And for example, with a 3-color deck, I always use the plan.
Yes.
I always use Jeskai Grixis, Naya, for example. I never use the letter of the colors. Chat, for you, is possible to have a Bant deck, a competitive Bant deck right now, or is a utopia? Black is too good for advantage, pretty accurate. Or an Abzan too. I don't think there is an Abzan actually deck.
No, you could
That
probably
is
splash
playable.
white. You could like splash white in something maybe, but it's hard to make it work.
You don't have you have the best color, the black, and the worst color, the white instead. So you don't want the worst color. Why do you need the white? You have reds. You have red. You have blue. You have better color to use. So, but it's a shame. Abzan and Ban will come back with Path to Exile. Amen. Amen. For sure. That's a prophetic prism. One of the 2 cards that the Pauper format panel recently unbanned.
On trial?
It's a trial unbanned, but I don't think that is too broken. Prophetic prism.
I think it's
that's
fine.
totally fine.
I think it's fine now. The landscape has changed so much. We haven't had any strong feeling. We don't feel like we made the incorrect decision here. So again, we'll talk about it with the announcement in August, along with High Tide. But we've been happy.
Yeah,
with
the big exam is for High Tide.
It's the High Tide.
Sure,
but we've been pretty happy with Prophetic Prison in Pauper, and I think players have as well.
Sorry, I wrote "Make Side Girino great again." Make Side Girino great for the first time in Pauper.
Let's try and make Skirmish Rhino.
Yeah, I think with Ephemerate is really good, really nice card.
Yeah, I really like the card. I put it in my cube recently because it's so I run a load of unearths and those kind of effects. So just being able to unearth a Skirmish Rhino.
4 or 5 trample, rack 3 life, they 3 damage is huge.
Looks like we have.
So the plan of this kind of fog is to do a huge amount of little artifact and to suck them with the dispute effect to gain life with the Fangre Marauder, gain a lot of life, and after that try to make a great spell. For example, let me see this. Yeah. As I said, Stream of Thought or Crypt Rats.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is
just getting an errata.
Oh, he has a campfire in.
It's a Japanese.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's like Japanese
Yeah,
campfire.
yeah, yeah.
So he's just double checking the exile effect. And we've got this Troll of Kazakh Doom, which has triple menace. Basically, it's just incredibly hard to kill. And sure, like people play the troll just for the land cycling thing, but just being able to just cast it is like it can just end games. There's a reason it's banned in Legacy, for Christ's sake. Like,
oh, I hit duress here.
Yeah.
It's huge. No way.
Gorgeous duress as
No
well.
way. Let's go to the third game.
Yeah,
where-
we're going to 3, which is nice after a very quick round with Mono White and Jeskai Ephemerate.
What are the rules on checking non-English cards? So the rule that manage this is outside assistance. So basically, players cannot use any kind of outside assistance, like for example, a smartphone with an internet connection, or a piece of paper with sideboard guide in and out during the game. But I think that in this spot, Ernesto used the phone on the camera, so everybody can see what he's doing just to check the cards.
I imagine the judge also. Okay,
I think that I, as a judge, I really allow this as a just to make it quick.
Yeah.
It's not it's not he's not tried to exploit the rules, so I think that is not a problem in that spot. It's possible to access a deck list? No. Even if it's a open deck list tournament, you can watch your list and your opponent list before the start of the game, and when you start shuffling and present the deck to your opponent, you're not allowed to show the deck list of your opponent anymore. You can show again when you are sideboarding between game 1 and game 2, or game 2 and game 3. But during the game, you cannot watch the list, yours or the list of your opponent. Otherwise, is considered as outside assistance. So it can head you to a game loss or a match loss. It depends of the gravity, of course, of the. Paupergeddon will be open and closed. Allora, Paupergeddon, all Paupergeddons are closed deck lists, so no one can see the deck list of the tournament but us. We as streamers and the judges, of course, are allowed to see the deck lists. And but the top 8 is an open deck list. The top Pauper player 2.
So what should be happening on Sunday when the top 8 happens is deck list should be public by that point.
And of the top Pauper player 2 will publish the deck list as soon as the top 8 begins. So
you can. We'll probably put something in the chat.
And we're working to put on the chat on the live stream 2 buttons where you can click and see the deck list, right, Salvi? Right? Okay. I was talking to Alberto of Quarta Parete, our great directors.
Great producer.
They are huge. Tecnologia, esatto.
So going back to the game 3 of Black Green Fog / Ultraless Tron versus versus Mono Black. Who do you like to win? Like who do you think's favored?
I really hate both. Really hate both decks, but I think that BG Fog, in this version of BG Fog, deserved the win.
Okay, just got a lot more going on to combat Mono Black.
Yeah,
do you think?
Mono
Just
Black.
A lot more going on.
Mono Black just forgot to evolve. Bro, it's 2025. Go on. Add the color.
Well, I mean, they got green. They've had a Venging Hunter as well, so they've got a little bit of green in there, but it's mostly black.
This deck, mono black, is basically Golgari Garden. So.
It is very hot in Italy, Leviathan. That is very true. Just left England from a heat wave, and now I'm in another heat wave in Italy.
Leviathan, I'm watching you.
Yeah.
Could use matchup because mono black could go through ping damage. Let me see the list of mono black. I don't know if he has a
sideboard here.
Life gain. No, in the main deck. Or whether the Storm post side.
Yeah, whether the Storm's in the sideboard.
Creep Rats.
You've got Fawn of the Black Rose, you've got Venging Hunter, Shambling Ghast, Crit Rats, and then Troll of Khazad-dûm.
Defile is a pretty good card.
Defile is a very good card.
Cast down, Defile, Snuff Out, Spinning Darkness, 2 copies of Spinning Darkness, and 2 copies of a Reckoner's Bargain. Too.
Yes.
So he has some way to gain life also in the main deck.
No Pack Doll, no Black Mage's Rod. Let's talk about Black Mage's Rod actually from Final Fantasy. I don't think anyone kind of knew that was just going to see play.
Black Mage Rod and the Red Mage that create token.
Yeah,
that
the
do
hero
same
token
thing.
as well. Yeah.
Do you like it?
I love it. In terms of flavor, I love it, but also like the card as well. I just think
you're a big fan of Final Fantasy number 9.
I'm a big fan of the retro Final Fantasy, so like 1 to 6 specifically.
Okay.
And Black Mage's Rod references the Black Mage in Final Fantasy 1.
Yeah.
And it's great how they become a wizard when you attach them with it, and it's very flavorful. But in terms of the card, it just seems like it just has a lot going for it in Pauper because it makes a token, and it has this really good ability just to ping and deal damage in black as well.
Yeah, I think that that deck is the deck that won the last Paupergeddon.
Yeah.
With the mono black Hot Wheels, as they call it, with the car, the Pack Doll Terror.
Yeah, Pack Doll Terror.
Yeah. Mono black Broom Broom.
Yeah.
They said. So I think that deck received a huge boost with the Black Mage theme.
Someone says in the chat, how many players will there be on day 1 of Paupergeddon? So we looked at the registration. I think it's like 1,080 players.
1,100, yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to be about 1,000 players.
But I think that we'll go for 1,050, 1,020.
It's going to be over 1,000. So we're going to have 1,000 players in this room behind us playing Pauper tomorrow, which is going to be great because it's like this classic Grand Prix vibe.
Do you know Squid Game chat?
So 1,000 players like playing in a 10-year anniversary of Paupergeddon is like a really big deal. People really love Pauper in Europe as well, but specifically
we will bring
Italy.
Extra fun for tomorrow. For make us cool.
So it's really exciting.
I saw that Jem casted a duress and showed the hands of BG Fog and remove a crop rotation to doesn't permit to his opponent to close the Tron. So he did it the same. So doesn't care too much about the duress. He has a lot of mana, a lot of colors, so that now
Tron is
he's on the
online.
wave. Some judgment or mechanics like prevent mixed damage, predict the number of human players.
Oh, they're having a separate conversation.
What time do doors open? I think at 9 o'clock. I really don't know exactly.
I think it might be a little early because I think the event starts at 9.
What time do the event start tomorrow? I completely forgot.
I can actually check on here.
Also because I had a lot of stuff to do in these days.
Yeah, I think it's either 9 or 10. But it's going to be a long day tomorrow, but it's going to be a great day.
long day, yeah.
Because I talk a lot
about
9:30,
the start of the main event. So I think that the location will open at 9 o'clock, something like that.
Yeah, so Tyrion says in the chat, so this top Pauper player event that's happening right now. Do you want to explain it to what it is?
Because for sure.
Because this is a really nice way to like build up to Paupergeddon, which is the big event. So let's talk about what top Pauper player is.
I think that the top Pauper player is not properly a side event, but is a co-event.
It's like an invitational only.
For example, the
event.
trial that are running right now during the Paupergeddon is a side event.
Yes.
As you define a side event. The top Pauper player is an invitational tournament that takes place the day before the Geddon, the summer edition, and that gather all the players that are the top performer of a competitive circuit of Lega Pauper Italia, and allows them to compete to win the title of the champion of Lega Pauper Italia.
Yeah.
So I think that's an invitational co-event of the Geddon.
Yes.
So
and someone gets to say they are the Pauper Player of the Year through this league, which is a sick brag, let's be honest.
We recently changed the parameter to enter the top Pauper Player event. So we introduced 2 years ago, the LPI ranking point.
Yeah.
So whoever reached the goal of 300 points are allowed to enter the top Pauper player. So it excludes a lot of casual players that casually win a 30 players tournament, but allows only players that grind tournament, that plays a lot of tournaments, that make a good position in their league to compete for the best quality player of the year. I will build a deck with only octopuses and call it Squid Game, except octopus, and will be it set. Oh God! 4 steps.
Yeah.
First, so they are fighting a mid-range war right now.
Yeah, the
they are
player is
gathering resources.
Drawing a lot of artifacts.
Yeah, for setting up the hugest late game.
Yes.
A lot of dispute effects at both sides of the table.
Yep.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, thanks for all the new followers. Welcome everybody in the Pauper. Welcome everybody and welcome to Paupergeddon. Oh, Last Ride. That is huge. That is really, really huge. Last Ride is a card that moves the balance of the matchup, allows you to discard any number of cards, and allows you to discard the same number of cards from the opponent's hand. That is really huge. Discard 2 cards. Okay, he has only 2 cards in hand, so the only card that he discarded, the only non-land he discarded was a Cryptid.
Yeah.
The interesting part of Last Rites is that you can use it without any downside with against blue decks.
Yes.
Because discarding card is a part of the effect. It's not an additional card.
Yeah.
It's an additional cost. So you can cast it if it resolves.
Yeah.
You starting discard card.
Yeah.
Then you discard a card from your opponent. So you can, if they counter, you don't discard any cards, so you don't lose any of your resources.
Yeah.
And I think that as a blue player, I'm really scared about.
You're scared of
that
the
kind
Last
of
Ride, yeah.
It really disrupts your hand, your strategies.
Here comes the Eviscerator Insight. Looks like it. Draw some more cards.
Yeah, not exiled. He flashed back the Eviscerator's inside.
And now we're rumbling. And now we're definitely rumbling with the troll.
Yeah.
Trolls can just end game so quickly. I don't think people realize how awkward triple menace is, essentially, especially in Pauper.
Yeah. In Pauper, there are a lot of cards that allows you to deal high damage, but they can be chump blocked by a 0/1 plan, for example.
Yeah, or like a Fraven Inspector or something like that.
Or something that you, But the troll allows you to go through that little blockers that your opponent can have, should have. So.
Also, the opponent's on 20 life. We need to start attacking that life total, I think. So just getting this troll out and just setting up the stage here and just trying to close the game. We've got a Fangren Mourner coming in that's going to gain you even more life.
Leviathan Jan, do you want a room? No, it's a road. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, he explored on the Fangren Marauder.
Yeah.
Gain 5 life. Fangren is really, really
I remember playing that in
huge.
like a more classic,
6/6.
like a more
right
classic
now.
Tron, yeah.
Fangren Marauder is a card that was in the embryonal part of Pauper years ago.
It's been a long time, just like player, not like a role player, but it's just been around, right? In like different flavors of Tron, like from like your more classic mono green, rampy style Tron to stuff like this.
It was only played in Tron.
Yeah.
Alessandro Moretti played in BG Rock Fangren Marauder. Fangren Marauder. But he's the only one that played Fangren Marauder outside the Tron shell.
Yeah.
He was the only brave enough to do something like that.
For sure.
Will the recording remain available for the viewing? Of course. I will upload them to YouTube, the YouTube of Lega Pauper Italia.
Just put it in the chat.
I don't know if that is the...
Ooh, another,
yeah.
another Last Rites.
Yeah, in the link in the chat, you can see all our social channels, so stay tuned, click the follow button, and to don't lose any of our content.
Oh, so another Last Rites has gone, or just been cast. Like we got rid
Another
of a
last right.
Fangren.
Oh, wow.
Got like a Fangren Marauder and another
The Haunted
Grixis.
Fangraph.
Yeah.
So we take back a random card from graveyards.
Yeah.
In the graveyard.
And even though without this Troll of Kazakh Doom, which did get cast down, we're still applying some pressure with the Shambling Gas. It's going to be a slow win, but it can win.
That's why I hate this matchup.
Is it just a
really
lot
slow? They are out of time right now.
Yeah, so
They
we're in
are
turns, I
2
believe?
minutes over the time.
I believe we're in turns, I would assume.
Qualcuno mi controlla il tempo della live, per favore? Il tempo del tavolo? No. Può essere. Albi, si può controllare il tavolo? Mi sa che sono fuori tempo. This yellow dice is the additional
Yeah,
one?
I'm guessing that's
okay.
the
No, okay.
I'm guessing the dice is the turns.
Okay.
I assume so.
I can see the end of this match. Please, someone check it.
Might be just ended up being a draw here,
Yeah, I think that it will hand draw.
which is not what you want.
It's so painful.
Really,
So painful.
draws are very similar to losses at this point. Like,
Yeah.
especially if you're not like IDing into like top 8, for example, you don't want to really take
you need
draws
to
early.
win all matches from now to the end of the game. Okay, they're still out of time. They're still out of time. BG Rat Bomb. Ok. 5 in totale. Quando scade il tempo, turno 0 del giocatore attivo, appena si passa, turno 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alla fine finisce il mondo. And the world.
So let's talk. While these turns are happening, let's talk about
I think that they are talking about
what's happening,
the results,
the implications of this. So let's have a conversation about Pauper. Is there any cards you played like lately, like maybe from like Final Fantasy or Target Dragonstorm that you've enjoyed in Pauper lately?
I really, wow, hard question.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
What about you?
What about me? Okay, so Black Mage's Rod, which we already talked
Yeah,
about.
of
I really like
course.
Soul Road Pack Beast in Mono White, because I also played Mono White, so just having a nice top-end threat that just rewards you for going wide is great.
I think that the Chocobo too is a great card.
Yeah.
Great card that deserve a place to the most.
Yeah, like
played
Suplex
card.
is another nice one.
Suplex too, yeah, of course.
There's been some really nice stuff lately. Nothing too busted or powerful, but just like adding nice touches to existing decks.
Not in Pauper.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy had a lot of weight in other format, for example, like
Yes.
Modern, Commander, etc., etc. But in Pauper, there are not so. I think that the card that has the most impact was the Black Mage road
Yes.
on the wizard that created
Yeah.
token. So I think that are the. But I have a question for you, not about MTG, but about Final Fantasy.
Oh, go for it, I'm in.
What's your favorite Final Fantasy ever?
My favorite Final Fantasy ever is Final Fantasy V.
5. I
Yeah.
never played Final Fantasy 5.
It's a really good one. So Final Fantasy V is not the most popular one because it was before 6, and then 7 came after 6, so it's very overshadowed by these two like back-to-back like incredible games. The cool thing about Final Fantasy V in particular is the job system. They really refined that job system, and if you don't know what the job system is, basically you start with a default slate of 4 characters, and you give them jobs. So you can make them a black mage, you can make them a white mage, you can make them a dragoon.
With the black stuff.
Yeah,
for
like the
example.
Black Mage's
Okay,
Rod
okay.
is a good
Black
example
Mage
of
Rod.
that. Like, but you basically get this blank slate, and you get to choose how you make your party. And do you want to make them a Black Mage for a bit and learn some black magic spells? Do you want them to be a dragoon and learn to jump?
So the equip made the character.
Yeah, so you have like 4 characters. It's basically the 4 Warriors of Light, big bad kind of thing. It's that similar story. But the way Square Enix did that job system, they really refined it.
Okay.
And it's basically like the standard to the point where Final Fantasy Tactics was inspired by Final Fantasy V, which is,
Okay.
and Tactics is considered one of the best Final Fantasy games in like
Yeah,
the
Final
whole.
Fantasy Tactics was in fact one of the answers of the chart.
Also, the one thing I love about 5, it's a bit cheesy. It leans into like breaking the fourth wall, having a laugh sort of thing, which is, I enjoy that kind of humor, and it's nice to see it in like in a fantasy game.
Okay.
But it was the one that I played a ton, and the one that made me realize like I get the whole JRPG thing now. I'm in this now. And I spent a lot of time like grinding my AP just to max out all my jobs and stuff like that.
Okay.
It's one of the more forgotten ones just because of 6 and 7, but it's the one that resonates well with me. It's also aged well.
I really like the
it's
6,
part
I
of
really like the 7, but I love the 8.
8 is good. Not many
8 is
people
one
like
of-
8 because of
8
the
is-
job system.
I really love the Final Fantasy 8, but I think that the great story is that of the Final Fantasy 10.
Yes.
But I hate Tidus, the main
You don't like
character.
Tidus?
No, I really don't.
Is it because he does that silly laugh?
To Weenie, no, I really don't like it. But it has one of the greatest plot twists of the entire saga of Final Fantasy. I really love the flavor. It was the first Final Fantasy for the next generation console,
Yes.
PlayStation 2.
PlayStation 2.
Yeah, so it has a
I
new
really-
generation graphic to compared to the.
I really enjoy the sequence of 4, 5, and 6.
Okay.
I think they're all very good games. And 4's also probably in my top 3 favorites as well, because that story is great. The story about Cecil is really cool. And also I thought Kane, the Dragoon, looked like the coolest person ever because he had like this hat that looked like a dragon. And I thought that looks really neat. I think that looks awesome. A lot of the designs and aesthetics in 4 was very good. And it's translated well onto the Magic cards as well, I might add. So you say 8's your favorite?
Sorry?
You said Final Fantasy 8's one of your favorites?
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
How did you find that battle system with the draw when you absorb the abilities from? Because that's quite controversial because people don't really like it because it's very sort of different.
Yeah, I think that one of the draw system is a little part of the system in Final Fantasy VIII because the main part of that was the craft system that you can craft spell that are not MP, for example, they're not magic point.
Yep.
You have spell as a consumable item, and you have the junction effect. So I think that the great and difficult part, the most difficult part of Final Fantasy VIII is to use correctly the junction of GF.
Yes.
And it really, I really like that part of. But talking about magic.
Yeah, so we're on it looks like we're on the second turn here. So it turns out of
the
5.
second additional turn. Yeah.
So we're halfway through. It's like second turn out of 5. We can see if this doesn't end in a draw, because honestly, you don't really want to draw like this. Like I'd say early, like halfway through the tournament, because it's a 7-round event. It's that draw that can like if you let's say if you draw and then win out, it might just kind of put you out in top 8 because it makes your tiebreakers not great, and that's the last thing that you want.
You have small chance to go in top 8, but I think that it's not worthy to concede here.
Yeah.
At the turn 4.
Yeah.
I think that a draw is better choice for both.
Yeah. So as somebody asked in chat, yes, we are on game 3. We're in turns.
I don't know you. You're not my friend. So why I need to concede here? They
sometimes you just
don't know each other. So
sometimes you just play it out, and there's a handshake. So
instead, they conceded.
Yeah. That's another thing that can happen. Like people could just be like, oh, okay, I guess you know.
I can win. You can win, but
yeah.
If we draw, we're out both. So.
Is it a draw?
It's a draw. Okay, it's a draw.
Thanks for that, Will.
They reach the goal to as we foresee.
Yep. So draws aren't ideal. They're not. It's not like it's a fairly anticlimactic way. But how did you feel? I know you're not a fan of these 2 decks, but how did you feel about?
I feel that draw is better than a loss.
Okay.
So if I cannot win, I go for the best result possible. So
Sure. And that game went quite long as well. And you know we're getting pretty close to going to round 5 as well. So they need to like stretch and get their drink.
We are halfway of this tournament,
yes,
this Swiss round of this tournament. So the draw here is the best possibly.
It's
the best result possible with.
It's the best possible thing, but it can bite you when it comes to top 8 contention, because you might just be out of the bubble. Imagine like hitting 9th and you have a draw.
You need to win all the match from here to the end.
You need
of
to play
the
to
Swiss
your
round
hours,
and be lucky with the rating, for sure. So I think that we are done for this round. I am Sapo.
I am Emma.
And see you for the next time.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 1 here at Paupergeddon, where we are kicking off the top Pauper player event of 2025. It's the tournament that everyone's been trying to qualify for all year to get to here today, where we've got 100 players battling out across 7 rounds of Swiss before we cut to that top 8 a little bit later on and crown ourselves a champion. Not only do they get the title, they get the 1-of-1 card, they get the 1-of-1 playmat, and they get to walk in tomorrow calling themselves the top Pauper player. A very good title to have when it's a big weekend of Magic the Gathering. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall EXP, and joining me in the booth, as ever, throughout this, I think it's today, I don't know if we're doing tomorrow, but definitely today, it's going to be Alex Moretti. I'm so close every time. I will get it right by the time we get to the top 8, I promise you. It's my stupid British accent that's going to do it. But we're going to go into round number 5 now. Round number 5, it's flying today, way too quick. And the players are too quick for us. Can't even get down to them. I can't even tell you that we've got High Tide versus this blue-white Familiars deck. Tell me how this match is meant to play out while I fix my mic.
Well, you know, we are seeing classic control deck against the combo deck. So High Tide, as we already said in previous rounds when we were talking about the deck, is a straightforward combo deck. It is kind of well positioned against decks that doesn't really have any interaction against it. So basically, this is also a very fast deck. You can combo off and kill your opponent starting by turn 3 or turn 4 without any issue. And Familiars, as an ephemerate deck, doesn't really have a lot of interaction, at least in game 1. So, you know,
I feel like they would have come this weekend knowing that they're going to play against this deck at some point. So they must have, is there any cards that these decks can tutor for, or like tweaking their main deck ready to play against High Tide? Because if I was coming this weekend, it'd be High Tide and Mono Red are the two that I would kind of like tech my deck for. Obviously, we have access to deck lists. This is a closed deck list tournament, but is there anything in like the blue or white color combination that can really disrupt High Tide in general?
Yeah, generally speaking, the main issue from High Tide, beside the combo, is Giga Draws, because Giga Draws let you play around your opponent interaction. So most times, High Tide just try to tap your lands in your end step, but Familiars play cards like Snap and Ghost of Flicker, which alongside Sunscape Familiar, let you untap your mana, so you can just let your opponent spell a Resolve, and you flood your mana, and then untap your lands. So basically, you counter their easiest way to have a turn in which they combo off.
Okay, so we can kind of restrain what they're trying to do, make them do it on our turns where we've got the answers, or on our terms, sorry, so we've got answers for them. I'm not going to ask you to explain the whole High Tide combo yet. I'm going to wait and see if we get to that point, because I'm not going to lie to you, I'm still not 100% on how that actually works and how it wins the game. So when we get to that point, I just know it's long and complicated. So we're going to, stick with us, chat, if we get to that instance. We were trying not to get High Tide, but it seems like doing quite well so far. Remember, this is only on the Friday. Tomorrow is where we kick off the big 2-day event here at Paupergeddon. 14 rounds of Swiss with a cut to top 8. So lots of magic on this channel. So if you're not hitting that follow button, make sure you do us a favor, especially as we've got some more, let's say, eternal formats happening on this channel later on this year. Of course, you can see that from the announcements that Wizards of the Coast put out, saying that Eternal Weekend in Europe is going to be held by the beautiful people that put on not only this weekend, but also a lot of your favorite events across Europe, especially the Eternal sort of ones. We've got 4 Seasons pairing with Boozy. You can see that little logo there above my shoulder. Also on this beautiful playmat out here. I love that we're always upgrading. That's why every time we go live on this channel, something's always been upgraded. If it's a graphic or the playmat or the art or the lighting or the camera angles, every time we're learning on this channel, we're kind of improving every single time. So by the time we get to next, November? Eternal Weekend? November, it's going to be perfect. Perfect, I tell you. And I've just been speaking to some of the key players of that weekend and hearing what we've kind of got in store, and oh boy, you don't want to be missing that. Can Familiar combo off in the opponent's turn using the opponent's High Tide effect?
Yeah, they basically combo off with the High Tide from their opponent, but probably the Familiar combo doesn't really matter in this matchup, because most time Familiars just try to get infinite life with their combo, You know,
The high tide doesn't care about that, does it?
Yeah, like high tide doesn't really care about how much life you get.
So they can combo with it. It's just not an effective to gain infinite life against the deck that's trying to mill you out. So let's have a little look at what else we've got going on. We're just jockeying for position. I mean, it's sculpting our hands. A couple of like we're seeing like preordained, etc. being cast.
Strings.
Okay, so we're using this to tap down effect. We're trying to open a window up for ourselves to be able to combo off here, or at least maybe bait out some of the counter magic going on the other side. They're using it on things like these hidden strings, that's great. So when we try to resolve some of the cards we actually care about, it's not going to be in the hand for that. And this is going to be enough to start a little bit of a battle. That one is, which one's this one? This is the counter 2 or less one. This is the Prohibit. I don't really see outside of Pioneer. Pauper, wrong format, Will. And I'm just going to pass the turn back.
All right, so Prohibit was enough to stop high tide from comboing off this turn. Probably the opponent will try again next turn to kill familiars, because I think they have another copy of high tide in their hand, and they choose to use hidden strings as a way to combo off during their turn instead of
Pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, pieces of the puzzle. So they don't have high tide.
It's going to resolve, but again, I feel like we're just sculpting. We're just sculpting our hand, getting the cards we need. We get to reveal them. So this is what we've got. See, there's 1 land and 4 spells. So we can go a bit deeper. It looks like that's one of the cards we're going to be taking. And I think this is the one that mills. I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah, that's Stream of Thought. It is the spell with Replicator that let you mill out your opponent. So basically, after you get infinite life, you use your Stream of Thought to mill your opponent library.
Mm-hmm.
And it is important to note in this deck list there are 2 copies of Stream of Thought. So in this case, they can just dump the first Stream of Thought in their graveyard without any worries, because pieces of the puzzle is kind of forces you to take Stream of Thought if you have just 1 copy in your deck.
All right, well, we saw Moldrifter coming down here, and then that's going to get ephemerated. So 4 more cards to the grip. Of course, it only costs 2. It's reduced by 1 right now, casting for its evoke cost. So restocking the grip, but do we have more lands to play, spells to interact? How many cards does High Tide need to be able to combo off?
Not so many, to be honest, because you just need High Tide, Sick Puppetry, and then whatever kind of Arcane spell could be enough. So that's 3 cards.
Okay. We'll see if this is the winner they want. There's only 1 mana up, of course. Blue spells are reduced by 1, so we could have something like a negate effect hiding in the hand, and maybe, I imagine getting to this point, if you're 4-0, you're fully aware that there's a mana reducer on the board and you're not going to play into it. Maybe this is the turn that we're trying to use strings to tap down that last mana, go to our second main phase, then try and combo off. We're quite reduced on lands though, only 3 lands. Do we need a lot? How much mana do we need to actually be able to go off?
If you hate the strings in your hand, usually you just need 3 lands.
Okay.
But if you don't have the card that we were able to see in the previous turn, you need, I think, at least 1 extra land. To be honest, most times it depends on how many copies of Psychic Puppetry and High Tide that you have.
So we're going to start off with a brainstorm here. So we're going to draw 3, pit 2 back. Again, one of the powers of Pauper is the spells. You get to play incredibly powerful spells like this, but not as powerful because there isn't fetch lands, which we usually see paired up with in Legacy. But we have other ways to shuffle our decks in these formats, which is, again, another way angle that Pauper has it on itself. We have different ways to cycle for a deck, or forest cycle, whatever it's going to be. Ways to shuffle the deck to kind of get through it.
So you can shuffle your deck with the Lorien Revealed, and this deck is mono blue, so you can just fit in 4 copies of Lorien Revealed without any worry.
I love that. I literally love it. I love that. It's just, okay, we've got a problem. How do we solve it? This is the way we solve it. And it's just such a nice, clean way of doing it, and doing it, of course, with just, common printed cards.
Yeah. Also, there are a couple of cool cards in Merchant Scroll and Preordain, and eventually also pieces of the puzzle as a way to just shuffle or put away the bad cards you just put on the top with the brainstorm. So it's very...
I'm angling your mic, so chat's saying they can't hear you a bit. I don't know if you can angle it down more or whatever. We're talking to that bit. Or sit up. Let's sit up. Let's get some good posture going on here. in the booth. Don't want to get a bad back. Talking about bad back, one of these players is going to have one, being able to carry their way through this. This is going to be a slugfest. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't even get to our game number 2 and we use the full 40 minutes of our clock up here, because we're kind of jogging for position. At the minute, it feels like the high tide's ready to go. Like, we've got the cards we want. We're just waiting for that opportunity. We're waiting for, Lorenzo to kind of tap below on resources, or kind of, take that one turn off, thinking, they probably don't have it. Or if they don't have it, I'm going to be able to win the next turn. And that's the second that high tide's going to pop out and be able to take this game, or at least have enough protection to do it. Do they play many counter spells in high tide these days?
Usually they play just one copy of Ziggurats. So
Okay.
if they are able to find the Ziggurats, but it seems like they don't play it, or maybe can you take a look at the deck list? Maybe they have Ziggurats or even other counter spells like Mattei the Mixture. Yeah, they have a singleton copy of Ziggurats and one copy of Mattei the Mixture. There's also a really cool interaction between Psychic Puppetry and Instant Speed Arcane spells, because you can cast your Instant Arcane during your opponent end step and tap their lands, because you splice the spell with splice into the Arcane and draw one card and tap one opponent permanent.
Nice. Like to see it. Yeah, in this tournament today, there's 100 players batting out in the top Pauper player, which is a tournament series that's run across Europe, and trying to qualify for it, you can either win events, top 8 events, or get enough points that you need on the leaderboard to qualify for this specific tournament. And this is how we're kicking off Paupergeddon, the summer one, each year. So today is the start of it. This is where we get to broadcast you, crown ourselves a champion. So tomorrow, that's where we start Paupergeddon, which is a 2-day style, like GP-esque. If you remember GPs back in the day, all you boomers out there, that is exactly what it feels like. Yes, there's only 100 players playing this event right now. In that room, there's got to be close to 1,000. It is extremely warm. There's 10 different artists out there, plus all the side artists. I'm just saying, like the mainstream artists. We've also got like token makers out there and T-shirt makers, and then obviously the vendors that are out there. It's extremely good day and weather we're having here. Probably a bit too good for my English skin. It is very warm. But I'll endure for you, chat. No one else. Don't tell anyone else I told that. But just for Twitch chat, I will do that and endure. As we're kind of just, I just see a lot of blue cards in the hand. Like we're not really doing anything, and we're seeing the Renzos kind of push the action here. Is that because they have to get this game done and over with, and they don't particularly win very quickly?
Yeah, familiars doesn't really require to win quickly, while High Tide can be bought fast and play the longer game. But usually High Tide is very good against fair decks, while Familiars, even though it is a control deck, it plays on an unfair axis, because thanks to Snap, Ephemerate, and even Sunscape Familiar can do very cheat-like plays, like untapping and play a large amount of spells during the same turn. And there's also the Loop, Archmancer with Ephemerate, that let you have an infinite amount of counters, more or less. So High Tide isn't really well positioned against this kind of deck when the game goes longer. So yeah, you can, if you are able to chain enough combo cards in the early game, you are very likely to win the game. But if the game goes longer and decks like Familiars, Jeskai Ephemerate, or Tron, which are more or less the same kind of archetype against High Tide, they then are able to overcome the opponent interaction.
See how we want to go about it. This is the main event of today. So the Paupergeddon 2-day main event is starting tomorrow. Today on the Friday, this is where we crown the champion of the top Pauper player. This is the combination of a year's worth of work for all these players to get to this point, and now today they have to battle it off. This is how we kick off the Paupergeddon each year. Today is 7 rounds of Swiss, 100 players, cut to top 8. And then tomorrow it's going to be 8 rounds of Swiss, 6-2 record or better to get into day 2. Then they've got to battle out those last couple of rounds, get themselves into the top 8, and then we get to crown ourselves a Paupergeddon Paupergeddon champion. I want to know, chat, what's your predictions? What deck do you think is going to take it down this weekend? Last year, I believe it was Rakdos Madness, straight off the back of MH3 and all the beautiful cards that brought to the Pauper format. Now we've got, I think, 3-4 sets have been released, maybe 5 sets since then. Final Fantasy being the latest one. What cards is that going to bring this weekend? I know Gavin told me earlier he's going to be playing 7 different Final Fantasy cards in his deck tomorrow. Today he is playing High Tide, though. Let's get the Fs in chat for him. Lots of Eternal Magic happening on this channel. Just in general, always is Eternal Magic on this channel. You won't see, some of the ones that you tend to see on other bigger channels. You know what I mean? We don't really do Standard on this channel. I don't think we've ever done Pioneer on this channel. I think it's Modern's probably the earliest far back that we go back. So if you're a big fan of Modern, Legacy, Vintage, Pauper, Pre-Modern, all these sort of formats in Magic, this is going to be the channel for you. You might think, well, where's this weird British guy talking a lot about random things? Well, because we've got 2 decks just going back and forth, not really doing too much right now. One thing that we should probably try and test production with is, can they get the both arts of that Mole Drifter on the screen? I don't think they're looking at me to listen. So you can see both arts of the Secret Lair there. One's the one that the kid drew, and the one on the right is the one that the artist drew of it.
The one on the left is exactly the card drawn by the kid. The other one is the art drawn by the artist that took inspiration from the kid.
I like that. Was it like Crate Hoof was one of the other ones? That whole secret. There was like 5 different ones.
Creator Hoof Emote, and I think Walking Ballista.
Maybe Walking Ballista. Did we just show that we had the combo win there? No. All I did is pick up the cards. No one showed anyone either cards. Did they just go like, I've got all these, or do you think we scooped?
What happened here is Familiars playing Archomancer. With Archomancer cast by tapping the bounce land and an island, you have one white mana floating. You bring back Ephemerate. You cast Ephemerate targeting your Archomancer. At that point, you basically are going to win, because you have Ephemerate plus Archomancer, and more or less you have an infinite amount of counter spells, or you have too many counter spells and too much mana. So even if High Tide have Gigaros to tap your opponent's lands, you can just have too many resources, too many answers for them to overcome their amount of interaction. So Gigaros here wasn't enough. The single copy of Muddle the Mixture wasn't even enough, and now we go.
Like I said, we've got sideboards though, so it is a closed decklist tournament, ladies and gentlemen. I know a lot of you out there watching this channel, they come in, you want to see the decklist. I get it, I understand, but we can't get the decklist public yet until we get to today's top 8. So you all need to stick around. If you want to see these decks and see them live action being played, stick around. If you want to come back later on. Ooh, I'm being told, well, maybe we'll do it after this game. I'm being told in my ear that we've actually got the meta breakdown for today's top Pauper player, which is going to be interesting to see, because that's like the first glimpse that we get into what this weekend could shape out to be. Obviously, we'll have a meta breakdown tomorrow of a larger, 1,000-player plus event. We don't actually have a final number yet of what's happening tomorrow, but it's looking like we're going to break 1,000 pretty easily. That's what I'm going to say, ladies and gentlemen. Sideboards. Let's talk about the mono blue High Tide deck. Game down, needs to pull it back. Is there any good cards that they can bring in this matchup?
Yeah, I think any kind of interaction and counter spells and Gigaros are very likely to get played in the second game. So this spell, Gigaros, Matter the Mixture. They can also eventually think about bringing in the penalties and another copy of Island, because this specific list of High Tide plays one island in their sideboard. They may want to bring in, because if the game goes for longer, they have more cards relevant to fight a game based on resources and one-for-one interaction.
All right, question from chat. How about keeping Snap in the deck to play around Giga Drops post sideboard? Would it be worth keeping it in?
Yeah, I think that would be worth it, because as we said in game 1, Snap is very good as a way to counter Giga Drops. So I think the main issue here is understanding what iTide will cut to bring in the interaction and what familiars will be likely to cut.
That's what I like about these, subject knowledge and format knowledge is so key in Magic. Like there's so many different formats that people love playing, but being able to be a master of it and kind of preempting what your opponent's going to be sideboarding in, and then being able to counter their counter. So they're bringing them in because it's good against me. Well, I'm going to bring these in because it's good against them. So that's like the conversation about Snap there in general, just keeping a copy or two in. It's not like a huge downside to it, right? We're still going to have target. We can bounce our own things if we need to. So it's got a bit more balance in there, but also your opponent might think that you're taking them out. They think it's one of your worst cards. So okay, I'm not going to play around Snap it. There's no chance they got Snap. And just then they get completely blown out by it, and you're able to shift the course of the game and potentially win it. And maybe either get us to a game 3 here or take it 2-0, whichever side you're on. So it'd be interesting, and I like that sort of angle and that talk, that approach when it comes to this sort of stuff. Is there any other cards that can do that sort of effect? Is there any cards that you think, actually, this would be half good to keep in if they bring in X, Y, or Z?
Well, to be honest, probably the most, weird sideboarding in from iTide, I mean, not from Familiar, will be Snap, because both the Snap and both the Familiars and iTide play Snap, but iTide does have Snap in the sideboard. Snap isn't really great against creatures with ETB because they generate extra mana when you bounce your opponent creatures. But maybe you can use Snap as a way to counter your opponent Snap, or as a way to counter your opponent Ephemerate. So
okay. Makes sense. Players drawing the opening 7 here. I don't see many land here for Lorenzo. But looks like he must have had something. I think, do you know where he just drew one off the top? Or do we keep that and I see multiple lines revealed in hand? I think it's 3 lines revealed in hand. As one's going to get cycled away here, island cycled away at the top of our screen. Go find a second island for the grip. Have you got a particular choice of basic lands that you like to play?
Yeah, I usually play with the white bordered lands.
Oh, get out of it. Chat, help me out here. What's the best basics to play in your Pauper deck? Which ones have I got? I think I've got my Urza Saga ones. I think that's what I use. Urza Saga basics in that because I need a large number of them. Mirage, okay. Depends on what deck. Okay, your pet deck, your favorite deck. What deck has got? What basics are in there? Guru. Okay, we got some whales in chat right now. I wish I was rich enough to have all Guru basics in my deck. I just want to own one Guru. Do you have any Guru lands?
Oh, I just have Pauper lands.
White bordered.
Well, they're easier to find when you fetch it.
Kamigawa, Full Art, Unstable Forests, nice. Arena League promos, the 96 ones. I really like the Euro lands as well. I've always wanted to get loads of the White Cliffs of Dover islands, but they're quite expensive.
Yeah, I think they're
beautiful, right?
Right, so the game...
all that's happening is people shuffling their decks, finding cards, either finding blue spells or they're finding basic islands. When it gets a little bit more in depth, maybe we can.
Yeah, probably we should talk about how they should try to construct this game, to build this game. So basically, Familiars has kept a decent hand with Familiar and Interaction and Standard Beer, while iTide kept one not really assuming end with double Psychic Puppetry, Scroll, 2 lands, and Snap. So as we predicted, iTide bring in Snap and did a very interesting end of turn casting Gizros and Dispel. So now they can try to combo off thanks to this Snap targeting the Familiar. So Snap here works in the same way as Hidden Strings. So now they're trying to combo off. They cast iTide.
All right, so we're trying to combo this turn while the shields are down.
Yeah.
All right, talk me through the combo. How does High Tide win the game from this situation?
So basically, you just try to get the greater amount of mana.
Okay, so now we've just netted some.
Mm-hmm. So you don't really need to have infinite mana to mill out your opponent, because if you have enough Psychic Puppetry, when you start comboing off, you can generate a large amount of mana just
What does
from
that?
start.
We've just picked 3 cards on the board. What does that mean?
So they have a token to count how many copies of a type they have cast. They have a double Psychic Puppetry revealed, so when they tap 2 lands, they generate 4 mana. And if they cast a 2-mana arcane spell and untap 2 lands, they're just going natural. So they don't generate extra mana, but they don't spend mana, more or less. So every 2-mana arcane spell costs 0. And now they have in hand 1 Petals of Insight. Petals of Insight is a very strong card here because it lets you generate an infinite amount of mana without any worry. I mean, regardless of the game situation, if you have cast enough copies of Tide or if you have enough copies of Psychic Puppetry, you can generate mana. Petals of Insight cost 5 mana. It says, take a look at the first 3 cards of your deck. If you want it, you can draw them. If you don't want, you put them on the bottom of your deck and then return this spell in your hand. If you do that, you basically have a card. You always keep 1 arcane card that lets you draw, just take a look at all your deck, generate infinite mana, and then after you have generated infinite mana, you can just say, okay, so I now draw Stream of Thought and mill you out. So it's a very easy way to kill your opponent.
I'm trying to. Is that card there? Is that the
Psychic Puppetry.
that one?
Yep.
Okay. So that it's been put to one side because that's one I imagine is getting spliced right for the arcane cost. That's why we see it over there, not in the graveyard just yet.
I don't know if you remember the Storm deck, which was used, which is still played in Modern. It has an arcane right, I think, Desperate Ritual.
Desperate Ritual, yeah,
Right.
the mana generating one, yeah.
So splicing to arcane works in the same way.
Maybe people are watching and don't understand what arcane/splicing is. Talk me through that mechanic and how it works and how we're using it to our advantage.
Splice into arcane is a very peculiar ability. You can show your card with Splice into Arcane when you cast a card, and also pay the Splice into Arcane cost. If you do that, when you are casting the spell which is spliced into it, in example, Psychic Puppetry.
We've got the handshake there.
Seems like Tide wasn't able to find.
So we whiffed?
Yeah, he whiffed.
And there's no way of just rebuilding from that situation?
No, it is that kind of combo deck. If you start comboing off and you are not able to win, you are very likely going to lose.
I call that a glass cannon deck.
Yeah,
that's where I come from. Jeez. Okay, so we went to go off. We didn't find what we needed, and just a simple handshake. And we're going to see, the ones are taking that one down, going 5-0, which is probably good enough for a double ID into top 8, in today's top 8. Maybe they want to try and play for position, but hats off to them. High Tide, 4-1, still in good contention to try and get themselves into top 8. But I think we've got a backup feature match. I'm having a little look. It's over. That's less than ideal. How long's left of the round, please, production? Say that so I can hear it. Oh, okay. We're going to find out. It sounds like we've got a long time left of the round. So our backup feature match is over by the looks of it, which was Elves versus Gen Wildfire. How do you think that one would have panned out?
Was Wildfire against what?
Elves. Mono green Elves.
Okay, so basically it's very, very easy for for Gen Wildfire because they play Caracal Shaman. Caracal Shaman is engineered explosive, but in Pauper. It is 1 mana goblin creature that lets you sacrifice any artifacts you want, and you deal 1 damage to any non-flying creature or any artifact you sacrifice.
Absolute game from
Also, it is always played alongside the spells that gives death touches to 1 creature.
Ooh, brutal.
So you can.
That's the old Chainwhirler. We were doing that with Chainwhirler in like a Rakdos standard deck a long, long time ago. You play Chainwhirler, give it Death Touch, kill the board. So they got the same sort of effect going on. That's pretty sick. Chat, they're typing something to me. What? Are they typing? No, they're not typing to me. All right, chat. What we're going to do? I've been told there's 15 minutes remaining in this round.
Do we?
What normally should happen is we should end the round and we should go have a break, but we're not going to do that. We're going to talk. We're going to answer chat's questions.
Do we have the metagame?
Oh, we do have a metagame. That's a really good talking point.
Okay.
That's why you're in here. You're the smart one and the dumb one. I got it. This is the breakdown. So this is what today's Top Pauper Player 2025 tournament looks like of all the decks that are brought, over 100 decks, of course. This is Gen Wildfire, the most played deck. Would you expect that? Or was that surprising?
Gen Wildfire, I think, was clearly the most expected deck. What is really weird in this metagame is Jeskai Ephemerate at the second most played deck.
Why do you think that? Why do you think it's weird, and the second question is, why do you think more players have brought this weekend? There's got to be a reason.
Yeah, in the Invitational before the Paupergeddon, is often most players try something they are not likely to play in the main event. So they try out what they think is good, but not good enough for the main event, and try to figure out if it is eventually worth to play it in the main event the next day.
Right.
And that may be regarding Jeskai Ephemerate.
Well, let's go. So the third kind of joint third deck is mono red synthesizer and mono blue aggro. So I'm guessing that's kind of the fairies deck.
Yeah.
Out there, 7 copies of each, 8% in the meta. It's very much only 100 players in the event, so quite large numbers of this deck being brought. Is this just key, or is this just what you'd always expect from a Pauper tournament of this size?
I think it is expected to see a large amount of fairies and mono red synth. Those are probably 2 out of the 3 most played decks, alongside Jam Wildfire.
And then next up, we've got High Tide, so of course just come off the ban list, brought back into Pauper now. Would you expect to see more copies of this in, not only today, but going into the weekend, or is this just it's a hard, complicated deck, or we just see what we've just seen then? It's a bit of a glass cannon. Sometimes it just loses to itself.
You can think of it as a glass cannon deck, but to be honest, it is, I say, strong enough to be played in a competitive event. You have a large amount of decks which are very unfavored against it pre-sideboard, so game 1. All right, so you can say that you can whiff if you don't find any relevant cards on the top deck, or if the opponent just have one single interaction. To be honest, you can play enough card advantage, you can play enough interaction for the deck to not be a glass cannon. Most times it depends on how much fast is your opponent and also on the deck list you are playing. Usually the deck list playing Petals of Insight doesn't really get to whiff so much times, because Petals of Insight let you get a clear win condition, a clear finisher, because it is deterministic. While the version not playing Petals of Insight is not really deterministic unless it draws all the deck and then start loop, going on the loop with 2 copies of Stream of Thought. So you shuffle your deck, 1 copy of Ideas Unbound, and another 2 cards. Well, one of those is to be the second copy of Stream of Thought, so you keep drawing and generating mana and milling your opponent out, but it's very convoluted, long, and takes a relevant amount of time.
So what I'm looking at with this meta, obviously we've got 24 decks, which basically means there's 1 copy of them, or less. Of course there's 1 copy of that in there. I feel like it's probably maybe a naming convention there. There might be, I'm not seeing much affinity to affinity. I'm sure there's probably more, but it's named, something else that's not burned. There's probably some more mono red decks. There's probably some more Gen Wildfire decks. These numbers maybe change slightly with those 24 decks. But if you break it down to the top 6 decks, it looks like there's 2 aggro decks, 2 combo decks, 2 mid-range decks. These are the ones that are trying to go for value. The next 2 down there, they're kind of trying to go under people. The next 2, they're trying to do the combo element. So it's quite nice that we've got a good spread of every pie chart that you'd see in Magic the Gathering. You got the aggro decks, your control decks, your combo decks, your mid-range decks, that are kind of all represented just in the top 6 of today. So how is this going to kind of transfer into tomorrow? Obviously, only time will tell. We don't know what players are going to bring. But maybe there's some people out there on the fence watching today or in the room, seeing how this pans out before they decide what deck they're going to bring tomorrow. which brings me on to my question of, with this information, what deck would you bring tomorrow that would line up well against this current meta that we see from these 100 decks?
Okay, knowing this current metagame, I think Giant Wildfire is still a good choice. I mean, Wildfire is clearly the best positioned deck in the current metagame, at least in the Italian paper metagame, because on Magic Online it could be slightly different. But I'm not really a huge fan of Giant Wildfire. I just don't like the deck. So from my point of view, something like maybe Terror would be good. I mean, I think Terror, regardless of it being mono blue or Dimir, could be very good against Jeskai, mono red, Tide, and even against Jand. It is very bad again into mono blue fairies because your deck is relying on 1 mana cantrips while your opponent deck is relying on Spectator Sprite, which is really good to counter 1 mana spells.
I'm going to bring up a question that chat's talking about in here at the minute. Is the mono blue aggro deck, we're saying fairies, they're saying it's a tempo deck. Should that be mono blue tempo, or would you class it as an aggro deck?
Yeah, I think it's not really clear how to call those kind of
I think
decks.
it's got the style. Like in some matchups, it's going to play like a tempo sort of orientated match because that's the game plan. Against some decks where you've got nothing to do but go underneath the deck, or you're going to lose. That's where we're going to turn into the aggro deck. So I think it's got that. Yeah, we've got aggro down there, but it can flip and flop. It could also be the Terrors deck, right?
Yeah.
Like there's mono blue Terrors decks out there where we're trying to fill our graveyard up, get the big 5/5s on the board that cost is it 7 mana, 8 mana that card costs?
Yeah, 7 mana.
7 mana. It's not really aggro orientated, but we are getting out early. We are kind of controlling the board and trying to get that tempo play. So I understand what you're saying, chat. I understand what you're saying, but come on. Let's not nitpick a little bit here. Elves. Didn't think I was going to see a lot of Elves this weekend. 6 copies. That's a different type of combo deck.
I wasn't expecting that copies of Elves because, Giant Wildfire is the most played deck in the format and plays Crackling Shaman, which already directs Elves. Also, Mono Red often plays 4 copies of Lava Dart, and Lava Dart is kind of good against the 1/1 creatures.
Yeah, pretty good.
But Elves is still very powerful. I mean, there is Priest of Italia. It is called the Geas Cradle of the Pauper for a good reason. And in my opinion, the deck is still powerful, but I don't feel like playing Elves right now. I mean, I'm just too much worried about Judd.
Yeah, and it's, here it's well represented online as well as currently here in paper. And why is that? Like, why are people getting drawn towards this Wildfire deck? Is it just because it generates so much value, or is it just a really fun deck to play? People like drawing cards. This one draws a lot of cards, makes your opponent discard a lot of cards, got a lot of good synergies in the deck.
I think it is, I guess, all of those reasons. I mean, it is very fun generating mana because, I really love ramp strategies. I mean, when I started playing Pauper,
which we'll come on to in a second, by the way, that there's no red-green ramp in this list right now that we can see in front of us.
No, there's no.
Which is crazy. So we'll come on to that bit in a minute, but keep talking about the Wildfire deck.
Elves is probably what is played right now instead of Gruul. I mean, both decks generate aggro, both decks generate mana, so they kind of work on the same axis.
Oh, yeah. So just put up a good one. So last year, Paupergeddon, we were able to see like a lot of blade decks. Like I think it was like the second or third most popular deck last year. Why are we not seeing that sort of synergy? And I haven't seen it online either when I was testing for this weekend. Like, why am I not seeing blade sort of strategies floating around anymore? Why has that changed?
Well, even though black is a very strong, powerful color right now, Orzhov isn't really great as a strategy by itself. I mean, Orzhov Blade relies on cards like Sitting Blade to interact well with your opponent creatures, but there are a lot of cards like Breaching Chrysalis in the current metagame. So relying on a card like Sitting Blade is not really doesn't really generate a lot of value in the game.
The meta is not really for it, but if the meta was to shift, as like chat's just pointed out there, if it was like into like if Terrors was one of the better decks in the format, that's where we would start seeing the blade decks pop back up because it's good to be able to get around like the hex proof and things like that.
Yeah. I didn't think about that, but you can say that Orzhov Blade is very strong against Terror. Maybe it's also very strong against fairies because you have a bunch of flying creatures and to block those fairies and block the ninjas, but it seems very weak against Giant Wildfire. It is also very, very weak against high tide and isn't strong enough to face those mono-red bonus decks that are out there in the event.
I'm just going to throw this out there, by the way, that with my Poison Storm deck, I haven't lost to Gen Wildfire yet. I'm just saying that maybe we've got a game. Maybe this is the weekend for it to come back. Everybody listening that's thinking about what am I going to play tomorrow. You'll lose to all these blue decks, but don't worry about that. The Gen Wildfire deck, at least you're going to get the W's there.
Yeah, that's true. I can't deny that. You know, I also heard about Poison Storm. There's at least one copy of Poison Storm in this tournament, so
oh my
maybe
goodness, we need to find them. How do I find them? I hope they. If they're in a winning record when we come in the booth, which is going to be round 7, the last round, if they've got a winning in, that's the feature match. Don't hold your breath, ladies and gentlemen, but I will do my best to go down there and find out who that is, that true hero, and we'll make them as famous as we possibly can on this stream because we need all the help we can get because this is Paupergeddon's 10th anniversary. Now, people watching, I'm sure that, you're interested in Pauper and you've heard about Paupergeddon before and what this weekend is. But people tune in that don't know what this is. This is a fan-made tournament. This is how it started 10 years ago. It was just a bunch of enthusiasts wanted to play a lot of Pauper, came together, played a lot of Pauper, put an event on. Next year, we'll do it again. Got a bit bigger. And again, and again. And now we're 10 years into this, multiple Paupergeddons a year to get to where we're at right now, the 10th anniversary, where it's just a huge celebration of this eternal format that people love. Of course, you can only use cards that have ever been printed in common, which is, in itself, I love the idea of, some cards that were printed at rare to start off, and now they've been downgraded because of the non-power creep that we have in Magic, down to being able to be played now in Pauper because they've been printed. Battling it out this weekend, and then we've got 3 days of it. And there's going to be over 1,000 people in it. It generally feels like a Grand Prix of old. If you don't know what a Grand Prix is, Google it, see all the photos, talk to the boomer friends at your LGS. They'll tell you how cool they used to be in the gathering that we used to have all across Europe and the world in general. But that's what this feels like. And we're now, because this is fan-made, it just makes it even more bittersweet. People love it here. Everyone's happy. We're in Italy, so the food's good. Weirdly, the weather's really good today. Probably a bit too good for us because my British skin is not dealing with this heat very well. But then, the after bit as well, the gathering side of it is also a key bit that they really emphasize in this because this is, driven as a community-led project. So afterwards, I think it's, people offer me some of their local food that have come from different places around Italy. Like, here, try the cheese that we only make in our town or something like this, and try this alcohol that we, don't encourage that, but try these different drinks that we've got going on. And I love that, and that's why you'll always see me back here whenever I can or whenever I get the invite because I just love being here. Have you got a particular favorite thing that you enjoy? Because obviously you are a past Paupergeddon winner. You've been a finalist as well, in one of the bigger events that we've got going on. Like, what is it that draws you to these events as a, I'm going to say a competitive player?
Well, I think you can summarize all the experience in the catering. After all, as you said, the event is community-driven. So if I gather with my friends from the city where I live, and we came here in 1 or 2 or even more cars, we find a B&B or an hostel room. Mm-hmm. You get the experience of just having a sort of holiday where you gather with friends, we learn about new people, you get to play the deck you like, you get to play the format, the game you like. So it's a really fulfilling experience. So
it really is.
Yeah. Also, there's the cool part about it being a competitive format, so you engage in something that really give you an adrenaline boost. So
yeah, because we haven't even spoke about the prizes tomorrow, and we'll speak about them tomorrow when we actually kick off the event. But I think it's about, depending on where you are in the world, in Europe it's about a €27,000 tournament. If you're in America, that's about $32,000 tournament. You know what I mean? It's playing for cash prizes as well as all the other art that comes with it and all the different side events. Where last year, I think there was a side event for a case of beer. They literally brewed a beer, specifically a Paupergeddon beer, and one of the side events was to win a case of beer. I'm British. Sign me up. That is the sort of event I want to be taking part in. and potentially win it.
I hope to participate as well in the beer event because that's a really sound.
It's cool.
Yeah.
And then we've got all the art as well. We only mentioned that there's 10 different artists in the room from throughout Magic's history. We've got some of the newer ones and we've got some of the older ones. From the original art all the way up to the current sets that are being printed out. So everyone's here for that, and that's a bit you get for coming. Maybe you're not a competitive player. Maybe you just want to be here and hang out. But you can also get your cards signed, right? Like you can meet those artists that don't particularly come to the Europe too much. We've got a lot of American artists that have flown across for this. We've even got Gavin Verhey flown across from America. One of Wizards employee on the Pauper panel, big name in the community. One of the nicest guys you'll also ever meet. I've got to throw that out there, and I'm trying my best to try and get him in the booth for you all later on, ladies and gentlemen, so we can ask him some questions maybe to do with that latest set that came out about a game that people are really popular. I don't know. It's called like Final something. I don't know if you've heard about it. It's not that popular, I don't think. I'm a Mario guy anyway. Give me what's it called? Pod Racer and GoldenEye on the N64. That's my gaming generation, ladies and gentlemen, and World of Warcraft. But let's not talk about that. Can't be long till we get a World of Warcraft Secret Lair, right?
Can you repeat, please?
World of Warcraft Secret Lair.
Secret
It
Lair.
can't be long until we get one of those.
I think I want a Secret Lair Seagate Oracle.
City Oracle.
Seagate Oracle.
I don't know what that is.
And they card played in.
You just want to know the art of that card?
Yeah, because we have a meme going around about Secret Lair Seagate Oracle. That's just for that.
It's a good conversation starter, and I've had this a few times before, but let's just bring it back. Why not? We've got some time to kill. No, I haven't. I'm being told to get off the air. Next time when we come back, we'll talk about secret lairs and what secret lair you want to see printed. And also, what's the worst secret lair you think we get printed? In fact, just tell me now, what's the worst secret lair before we go? I'm going to say Kardashians. I don't think I'd like a Kim Kardashian card. I don't think it would go well.
What do you suggest?
What would I want to see? Like Star Wars. I'd like to see all the different swords done as a lightsaber. I think that would be really cool. But we'll talk about that a bit later on. I'm being told we need to go because the next round is being paired as we speak. So we're going to end this round number 5. The other pair will be back in for round number 6. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
Hello and welcome back. Welcome to Liga Pauper Italia. I'm Emma Patlow. I'm here with Affo. And we are bringing you round 6 of the top Pauper player tournament. So we've got 2 more rounds to go. We're getting to that point now where people are trying to get into top 8. They're just making that last push so they can hopefully ID round 7. Maybe grab a snack, cool off in this very hot weather, and then go into the top 8.
Today is a really hot day.
Yes.
The weather and the tournament too, they are
You could
playing
say-
so much, so hard, and I really love this kind of
You
tournament.
could say there's a wildfire happening in the tournament hall right now because our next match is a Jund Wildfire mirror.
Yeah, from the chat they're asking the meta game, so Albi, we can show the meta game. And this is the meta breakdown of top Pauper player tournament. Jund Wildfire is heading the meta game with 14 presence and it's 15% of the meta share, followed by Jeskai Ephemera that, in my opinion, is not having a good conversion rate.
I'm surprised with the turnout of Ephemerate, let's be honest. But
I think that Jeskai Ephemera player are so romantic. They choose to play their pet deck, but I think that's not the right spot to play Jeskai Ephemera. Followed by Mono Blue Aggro that comprehend Mono Blue Fairies and Mono Blue Terror. Mono Red Synth, High Tide combo with 7% of the meta share. Following by my pet deck that is Elves.
Elves in here.
There's a pretty good meta call in this spot because it's a very aggro deck, very aggressive deck, so he can be very punished. He can allow to overwhelm slow deck, like for example Jund Wildfire. If of course, if you don't see one of the 4 Carclan Shaman in the main deck, of course.
Carclan Shaman does give it a bad time.
One card army against Elves.
Yeah, must be nice. And then we got stuff like Mono White Aggro and White Weenie, which we saw earlier and did quite well as well. So we do have the Jund Wildfire mirror. So let's talk about Jund Wildfire and probably one of the, I'll say one of the polarizing cards from Modern Horizons 3, which is Riven Crystal.
Do you like, first of all, Jund Wildfire as deck?
Yeah, I think I like I think it's. So so let's talk about it. So the reason it's called Wildfire because you have these indestructible lands from Modern Horizons 2, and then you have a card called Cleansing Wildfire, which acts like a red Explore of sorts. You cast Cleansing Wildfire, you target an indestructible land, you still get another land out of your deck, and you also draw a card. So it works as like this pseudo ramp if you're not too familiar with the strategy. But it's just kind of a novel way to get resources, and something you just don't really see in other formats. And I think that is something that makes Pauper quite unique. That like someone came up with that idea, and Jeskai Ephemera does the same thing. That's how it also just goes up on mana because it can just use these spells on the indestructible lands. Let's talk about
the mirror match.
The mirror match, but also one of the polarizing cards from Modern Horizons 3, which is Riven Chrysalis.
Yeah, Riven Chrysalis has defined this deck as the deck that is played right now. So I think that Chrysalis is one of the cards that allows the deck to stay alive against a lot of decks, like for example Fairies that has flying creatures, so evasive creatures, and a lot of also big creatures that Chrysalis can easily block after a pair of tokens being sacked. So
it also
for example, Tolarian Terror can be easily blocked after a pair of turns that you sack tokens on Chrysalis.
The printing of Riven Chrysalis has kind of slowed down core gates because Squadron Hawk is just really bad against the Chrysalis because the one thing that I think people keep forgetting about when it comes to Riven Chrysalis, it has reach. Under all that text, the word reach is in there somewhere. And it's just like a really powerful threat. Then you got all this passive Scion creation with like Malevolent Rumble that can just make it bigger. Also, you can't target it with like Hydroblast or Blue Elemental Blast because it's
I think that the Void is one of the underestimated ability of Chrysalis, but I think that is really, really powerful
Yes.
because it allows to stay out of the red element, of the blue elemental blast. Yeah, thank you. Amazing water.
So let's talk.
Today water is so good.
It is very good. It's very good at putting out wildfires, if you didn't know. So let's talk about the Jund Wildfire deck. What is it looking to do? Outside of just beating people with Riving Chrysalis, what is it looking to do?
I think that the foresee that I made at the beginning of this day, that Jund Wildfire will win the top Pauper player, was right, because we have two 5-0 players that they both are playing Jund Wildfire.
Yes.
And I think that this is table 1 or table 2.
Yep.
And so this is a good point to show how Jund Wildfire is performing well in this meta game. The mirror match, otherwise, is a pretty hard way to play this kind of match, because as all mirror match are determined by a lot of factors. So if you are on the play, you have an edge.
Yes.
So you can play one turn in advantage to your opponent, and you are the player that are allowed to build your own gameplay. The other player needs to follow you, because they are one turn back to you. So.
Yeah.
Immaginando in un meta dove le terre artefatto sono up, Grixis è surclassato da Wildfire, fa capire tutto. Yeah, of course, Saxo. Yeah. But a lot of people tend to underestimate the Void ability of...
The Void is like sneakily good in Pauper. I don't think people realize not only how annoying the Void is, but how hard it is just to understand that you're playing a colored spell, but it has a colorless identity. Considering Pauper definitely is around the whole Hydroblast, can this be answered by Hydroblast or Pyroblast? The fact that you just can't answer it with Hydroblast is just secretly kind of frustrating, because, you know, it's a devoid creature.
What about this specific situation? You can see also Refurbished Familiar.
Yes, great. Another card from Modern
Horizons.
Horizons.
By the way, a little curiosity is that we will have tomorrow Steve Ellis. That is the artist that drew the Refurbished Familiar as an official artist here in the Paupergeddon. So I hope to bring my familiars to sign to him.
I did bring Grixis Affinity with me this weekend, just to play on the side in between rounds of commentary, and I was going to get them signed. I was also going to get my Riving Chrysalis signed, because the artist
from Domenico, of course.
Just get some common signed, just to fill out those decks.
Talking about the familiar, I think that that card is one of the most important cards that you can cast here in this specific mirror match. Yes, because it allows you to have a evading creature, and that is out of the shaman damage. Yes. The Karaklan shaman damage.
Very important.
And allows you to have a good target for an Hydra.
Yes.
For example, allows you to create to broke the balance of cards between you and your opponent. Yeah. So I think that fundamentally Jund is a deck that gather all the best card, all of the best color of the format right now. So I think that
it's kind of like the modern Jund of Pauper.
The boomer Jund.
The boomer Jund. It's just, I'm going to play all these really good cards, and they're just going to play in a deck. Funnily enough, this is also a Jund deck. So it seems
Jund's
to be
gonna Jund.
Yeah, Jund is going to Jund here.
Yeah. I think that they have the dual engine of the black. Yeah. The recursion of the black, with, for example, Blood Fountain. The mass removal of the black with toxin analysis.
Yep, great card with Karaklan Shaman, by the way. Absolutely devastating card.
Yeah, definitely one of the best white card, one of the only white card in the format right now. They have the stone package with Lembas, with Ichor Wellspring. So it's really, really powerful.
But you also have makeshift munitions, which is a nice way just to use all those leftover artifacts and,
For example, fairies, elves. It can manage all that kind of swarm deck that are a problem to all that control / mid-range deck that they keep in check. But I think that Carclan Shaman plus makeshift munition make a great edge, and they gave a great reach to manage that kind of deck. The mirror is going to be played in the best way you can play this kind of deck. So you need to establish a resource war with your opponent. The player who drew more card win this match.
Yep.
You have a lot of resources, so if you are able to draw the great part of them, you are able to overwhelm your opponent.
Yep. And this is without Deadly Dispute. Like, the deck is still pretty good without one of the, before the bans, like one of the best draw spells in the format, and it's just to still be able to churn out so much value.
How many turns before the top 8? I think that there are 7 Swiss round. So
we are on
this
round
is
6.
There is another round after this.
Yeah, so there is another round.
And there will be a mirror of high tide. No, just kidding, just kidding.
No, that's the final, right?
I don't know. I don't know how Tide's deck are performing in this match.
So we're on round 6, which means a lot of people are playing for top 8, because I imagine there's an amount of people who can win, who are undefeated, can ID round 7 and then go into the top 8.
I don't know. I'm gonna check after this turn what was the highest table. So, but I think that tomorrow morning we will have the win rate of the most played decks.
Oh, that would be fun. Yeah.
So of course I think that this data will be will help a lot the
Here
work
comes
of
the Chrysalis.
The first one. This kind of data will help a lot the work of the Pauper format panel.
Yes.
For sure, also the data of the Paupergeddon.
Yeah, people love data and numbers. So getting like those meta breakdowns, and like we'll probably have the day 2 meta breakdown as well for Paupergeddon. So it's gonna be really exciting just to see like how things play out.
Yeah. What do you think is the deck that has the best performance until now?
What's that, sorry?
The deck that has the best performance, the best conversion rate.
The best conversion rate for Paupergeddon or for
No, for the top Pauper player.
Top Pauper
based
player.
on the meta game
I would probably
saw.
say it's like John Wildfire right now, just based on the fact that there's 3 to 4 copies at the top tables right now. I wouldn't be surprised if like Mono White Weenie does well as well. Like I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of copies does pretty well here as well.
White Weenie is a rogue deck. That is not one of the most played deck, but it is a really, really aggressive deck that has a lot of edge against all these mid-range deck.
Yeah.
If he drew really, really not card, he's able to overwhelm the opponent with big creatures.
Especially if like the pilot is a really good aggro pilot and they just know how to navigate. I just wouldn't be surprised if something like Mono White just had like a really good like conversion just on base. Like even there was like 6 copies out of the 100 playing today.
Sorry, 6 White Weenie?
Yeah, there's about 6 copies. Like it just wouldn't surprise me. But I expect Wildfire to be up there. Maybe Madness Burn as well. There was like 4 to 5 copies of Madness Burn, I believe.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. In Japan, there are medium-sized competition every 3 to 4 months. Although there are only about 150 participants at most, everyone seems to be having a good time. But I think that it's the situation that we had here 6 up to 7 years ago, when the Paupergeddon was a tournament that had up to 200 players, not more.
Yeah, and this has grown since.
Yeah, we reached a big goal with this edition to go over the threshold of 1,000 players. So, but I think that if you cultivate your community and makes the tournament an experience that go over the hype that you generate from the event and create an event that is worthy to be played and to be followed on a stream too.
Absolutely.
You can only grow.
Yes.
I think that the growth is only the only way you can do so.
Yeah, and it's not too hard to
If you need some help, my Japanese friend, keep in touch. We'll be glad to open a Japanese league too.
Yeah, that would be great. One of the cool things about Pauper is like we talk about the affordability, like how cheap the decks are versus something in like standard or in modern, and it's common to have one person at the store who just has like a bag of 12 decks, and it's like, I'm gonna start Pauper Weekly. Here's the decks, like play them.
Play what you want.
Play what you want, sort of thing. And I think that's just a really good way of community, just because if people are a bit hesitant about playing, or they don't want to spend the money, even though it's cheap, they're just a bit, they need convincing. It's just like if there's just someone with like 8 decks and it's like, let's go, let's just jam, and it's just great.
As you can show, just looking at the decks in the field right now, you saw that a lot of players want to spend more money than needed, only just to pimp their deck.
Yeah.
Just look at the lands of John Wildfire in the top part of the table of Niccolò Mingione. Look at the Signet, Uninged.
You probably got it this weekend. You probably got it today. Yeah.
The Signet Chrysalis, the Signet, the foil stuff. So there are a lot of.
So there's a really good question in the chat.
So which are the key strategies to win the John Wildfire mirror match? As I said before, this is a resource war. So the best way to interact with your opponent is to create more advantage than your opponent. And I think that this is not a choice that is easy to make in the sense that the player who draw more draw spell win the game. There's not a good strategy, or that's not rocket science.
It's a very mid-range thing, isn't it? It's like you just want more mana, you want more cards, you want more things on the battlefield to work with, because you have something like makeshift munitions and you've got all these artifacts.
More resources
that is
you
also
have,
resources.
more lands you will have, more creatures you will have, more all your stuff you will have. So the player who draw more drew spell, more discrete effect to be practical, the more will win the game, basically. As we see, Mattei Cirigliano, the player on the bottom side of the table, drew spell.
Has more stuff, has more mana, has the green mana here as might have a forest, but it just has more mana. He has more colored mana, he has more artifacts with his makeshift munitions as well. This Crocodile Shaman's looking a little sad without any artifacts though. It's just on blocking Dewey.
Give us Wolf Spy on the backup table. There is Wolf Spy on the backup table?
Yeah, I believe so.
Really?
5 land spies on
Why
the
are we watching John Wildfire? Bro! No, just kidding. We'll pass to the side table as soon as the John Wildfire finish. So tomorrow. Tomorrow morning. It is really awful. Hot power. It's really bad.
All right, let's see what Matteo... Oh, here comes the arriving Chrysalis. So it looks like Matteo is like really pushing ahead here. Just has enough going on with these Blood Fountains as well. And like, Blood Fountain's just such a good card. I play it in Grixis Affinity, and just being able to get like your Familiars and your Mirror Enforcers back and just kind of almost cast them for free feels like a cheat code, I'm going to be honest with you. So being able to have that and then bring back...
Affinity is a lot of...
it's very similar.
It's a combination that has a lot of power in the field, where allows you to play Familiar turn 2, turn 3, so it's really, really huge.
Yeah, and it's just an evidence of like how strong black is in the format, because you have stuff like...
How many copies do you play in Grixis Affinity?
I think
2 or 3 copies?
I think I'm playing 3 at the minute.
Not less than 3, I hope.
No, I'm just playing 3.
3.
Just
okay.
3, yeah.
Okay.
I believe it's either 2 or 3. I think it's 3. But it's just evident of like how good black is in Pauper, because you have like things like Blood Fountain, you have Cast Down, you have all your sacrifice and draw 2s. It's just a lot going on. Like black is just like so deep enough that you can just do a lot.
No chrome marks. Well, for the follower of the channel, the match is clear example of the Pauper as at the eternal format. Yeah. The eternal matchup. Yeah.
Here comes the Toxin Analysis to deal with the Roving Chrysalis. Toxin Analysis is a hell of a card
The
as well.
positioning of the cards is atrocious, yeah. We can ask player to be more, less chaotic.
Less Magic Arena.
Roberto, does that position trigger your OCD? Because mine is triggering.
Here's the backup Chrysalis, because if one's not enough, what about a second?
This is the first Chrysalis of Matteo, right?
I believe so. It might be, I don't know if it's the 5th one. I think it's the 2nd, maybe 3rd. And as we can see here, it's very obvious, like as you said, it's a very resource, like a very resource dependent like matchup to win the mirror. As we can see, like Matteo has all these permanents and like everything in play, and Niccolò just doesn't have much going on outside of this map token.
I'm really curious. Can you see the list of Niccolò?
Yeah, of course. Yep.
Because he hasn't played a single bridge yet.
They exist. He just hasn't drawn.
Okay, he played bridges.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got 8 bridges. He just hasn't. He's just drawn basics apparently, which it's just rough. Yeah, that's just rough when that happens. It's like a Bajuka Bog and just a couple of basics.
8 bridges. Okay.
Yeah. So there's 4 of the black red and then 4 of the red green, which is pretty stock. So when it comes to, so let's talk about Paupergeddon tomorrow. What do you think is going to be the most played deck? Like percentage of?
I think that Jan Wildfire still is the deck that I gonna choose tomorrow for the best performer and the most played deck.
Okay. It just has
but
a lot going on.
I think that high tide decks number will increase tomorrow.
Yeah, you think more people will play high tide?
I think that a lot of players will choose high tide for the main event. I think that is really underestimated deck.
Yeah.
In my opinion, high tide is really dangerous deck.
Yeah. Depending on the pilot, right? If they need to be
of course, like a lot of decks. The most part of deck.
Especially with something like high tide.
But mono red, of course.
Yeah. Like,
no.
With things like high tide especially, it's just there's so many like micro decisions, and you also need to play like at a good pace because it can take a while to win, and you know you don't really want to be going to turns every round. As we talked about earlier, you don't want to get any draws early on because that takes you out of top 8 contention.
Precisely. If you play against mono blue tide, you are always constantly under the threat of being comboed. In one turn, so you cannot tapped out.
There's a bird.
You
can.
Oh, that's the first one.
It's the first one, finally.
No hurry, don't worry.
Yeah, like sometimes you
just around at 18.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't draw them. Like imagine if we could just draw best cards all the time. Like it would be a lot different game. Like we've got this refurbished familiar on the battlefield. Not quite out of this yet, like 27.
What is the time of this beautiful girl? I am Sapo.
Yeah, this is Sapo.
No, she's Emma Palcho,
Hello.
a member of the Pauper format panel from UK.
From the England, yes.
From England.
From England. From a very wet and cold compared to this very hot, sunny Italy.
What do you think about this weather?
The weather is great. It's just I'm not built for it because I'm British.
Me too. Me too.
Just not built for this heat. Don't get me wrong. I will take sunshine or like any time, just because we don't get a ton of it in England. Would love the degrees to be notched down a bit so we're not like sweating. But we also
welcome into sweat box.
But we also get to watch Pauper and just talk to the beautiful people in chat about.
And what about the food?
Italian food's always great. Italian food's incredible.
It's so cold in Brazil right now. Bro, come to Italy. No, just kidding. But we're glad to have all the players that want to come here to Italy.
Yep.
Hands down, Sapo is going to be, I'm going to be your girl. Oh, okay.
That's bold.
I'm free, bro.
Just for slowly getting there. It's just like
this is still game one.
Yes, it is game one. We're probably going to have going to turns at this rate. So yeah, like looking at these refurbished familiars, like don't get me wrong, they're a great club.
And they are 27 live, 24 live.
Yeah,
they're doing pretty nothing.
I mean,
watching each other, building their own board.
Right, it's a tug of war, right? And it's at one point you just got to like yank the rope and just try and do something about it. But like even with these refurbished familiars that are in play, like great card, they're just going to get stonewalled by these Woven Chrysalids.
Chrysalis is holding the board from
they're holding the
from both sides of the table. As you can see, if you have a great Chrysalis on the board, you cannot attack. As the same is for your opponent. So Chrysalis are stalling the board, and they are building their game plan.
Yep.
But I think that they are playing too much cautious for my opinion.
You would be more aggressive in this situation.
No dares, no attacks, no tricks.
Yeah.
I think that they are stalling too much. A shaman here is a pretty good card that allows you to fight only on the sky with the familiars. So I think that I think that will be the best draw that Niccolò could have right now.
Yeah. So you want the Croc-Clack Shaman, but you also want Toxic Analysis as well. Would be really nice. So just to sweep up these Woven Chrysalids, because good lord.
So at the end of the time, at the end of the clock, won the player with the most refurbished familiar on the board.
Yeah, I mean,
it will be a poker match. So if I have 4 refurbished familiar and 1 Chrysalis.
Someone just mentioned in the chat a really good point. Like there comes a point where you just have to concede and go to game 2 because we're at the 23-minute mark.
I don't know if 2 players at 5-0 will concede a game
because
like that after a half an hour of playing.
It's just like it might just be a 1-game match if it just goes on a bit too longer than this, right? Because it's clear there's just like a lot of back and forth, and not a lot is actually happening. There's just constantly developing these board states.
This match will end with a 1-0 victory.
I would not
they
be
will
surprised,
never go to the second game. And this is a shame because I want to see Six Land Spy.
Apparently,
this is the great shame of this match.
Apparently it's 5 Land Spy.
5 or 6?
Apparently it's 5. Oh, I was told by the coverage team it was 5.
So the full combo version of the deck, because Six Land Spy is the mid-range version of the 5 Land Spy combo. Do you like those kind of deck?
I think they're cool. I think it's cool, those sort of things. As I said before in previous rounds, it's just cool. I think it's cool those starter decks can exist, and it's that kind of deck that makes Pauper very unique. And you want Pauper to have these like
the opportunity to build a deck like this.
It's like an exclusivity thing. It's like if I want to play this starter deck, Pauper has it. I'll play it in Pauper. Same with like Claims in Wildfire. kind of saw play in Modern for like a hot minute because they saw the innovation in Pauper. It's like, let's try this in Modern. It didn't work out, but it's just cool that Pauper can create that innovation, and then other formats can just like copy the homework and just see how they do.
Yeah, Five Lane Spy was born for a dream of Giorgio Combo, that is Giorgio Venditti, one of the players that is a lot of LPI points that that is not here, unfortunately, today. And he had a dream a day that can go combo with Balustrade Spy, so he continually tried to improve the version of the deck until he arrived to the conclusion that 75 cards are the best setup to start this kind of deck. And this is how Five Lane Spy was born, because the embryonal version of Land Spy was one Land Spy or two Land Spy. And
just slowly going up.
Yeah, but they are too clunky.
Yeah.
And because there are a lot of cards that were not printed at the time, so after the last edition, Giorgio Combo took the new entries and built this stable version of the deck, and I really, really, really love his approach to this kind of deck, and I honestly wanted to advise you you chat to follow Giorgio Combo on his social channel, because he has a really, really nice approach to playing a tournament huge like the Paupergeddon, or building a deck from your dreams.
Yes.
So to answer the question that the chat made us 1 hour ago, so why not?
So I'm going to address some questions in the chat directed at me in regarding to unbans in Pauper. So
nice question.
It's a very good question, and thank you for the questions. Like, keep sending them in. We love answering them. We don't have plans to unban anything right now because we're still thinking about High Tide. We're still thinking about the trial unban system.
So the rule is one problematic card at time.
Not even that. It's just because we decided to extend the unban window. Given what we were trying to do. The trial thing. Just because of Paupergeddon, and we just wanted to get a little bit more data before we were like sure to make a decision. That's like the thing we're thinking about right now. We haven't really talked about anything else because honestly, there hasn't been a lot to talk about because we just had the bans last week. We're waiting for Paupergeddon to finish. We're gonna look through all the data and then kind of take it from there. But High Tide is like top of mind for us right now, just because we decided to extend it.
Oh, thank you, Leviathan. Thank you, Leviathan, for having the channel of Giorgio Combo in chat. I suggest to all of you to follow his channel because he's really, really, really good. And with Giorgio Combo, I made the first episode of Greeting Voice on LP channel of YouTube, and with the High Tide combo, and we go into an easy 5-0. Yep. That was the first leagues with the High Tide, and you can see how Giorgio Combo is looking 3 months in the future.
Yes.
And I really love his approach to combo decks. So thanks again, Leviathan. Giorgio Tron boy, yeah.
Also,
I like High Tide.
Also,
Chat say that I like Tide. Please keep it.
Also, bearing in mind, in the BNR article that went out on June 30th on the Wizards website, we mentioned like August was probably a time we were going to talk about this stuff. Bearing in mind, Edge of Eternities is also out in August, which is the upcoming standard set. There might be some Pauper cards in there that might shake some things up. I don't know. I haven't looked at the set. It's just keeping that in mind as well. And we also wanted to take some action, like, not saying we will take action, but have the opportunity to take action if needed before Eternal Weekend, which is going to have the Winter Paupergeddon, and we don't want the same conflict that could have happened
Eternal Weekend
here.
will be the weekend of the 10th of December, if I don't
It's
remember wrong.
The end of November is the next BNR.
No, the Eternal Weekend.
Eternal Weekend's the end of November, I believe.
I think that is in December.
Is it in December? I thought it was November.
10th, the weekend of 10th of December, something like that, if I don't remember well.
But we just wanted to respect like Winter Paupergeddon and that period. When we just it's the end of November, so it's that week. So the next Wizards BNR is on the 24th of November, and then Eternal Weekend / Winter Paupergeddon is that same week. So it's a similar thing where anytime we just like could ban something with Wizards, it always matches up with the Paupergeddon.
But as we can remember that the trial unban works differently from...
It's a very unique thing, and I think it works so well for Pauper specifically because we don't have to worry about that card value.
So Modern doesn't not have the trial unban?
This is a thing for Pauper. Honestly, this was Gavin's idea.
I really appreciate this approach of the Pauper format panel. I really like this this kind of approach. And how do the trial unban work?
So this was like something that like Gavin came up like with and just like spoke to us like in our little Discord, just going, how do you feel about this? You know, this concept. And we were like, talked about it, and it was like, yeah, this sounds really cool. This is something I think Pauper can just not get away with, but Pauper can utilize it best because we don't have to worry about card value. We can just look at things from it's not like a situation where, say, in Modern, you have 4 copies of the One Ring, which were like $70 each at this point, and if you bought them and they got banned next week, it's a really bad feeling, right? But I think in Pauper, because we can be flexible on when we ban and unban stuff because we're a separate committee, we can have that trial basis and just like test orders. Also, there was just like nothing to lose from like trying this out. If the trial unbans didn't work, we would just go back to the original,
to the previews,
the previous thing. So, and I always think like I'm always an advocate for trying new things, and if they don't work, you just know they didn't work. But I think the trial bans I'm a big fan of them. I think they do. I think it's really well. I think the general consensus is people are pretty happy with it. They like the transparency and like the communication we have. And with something like High Tide, it's just a card that hasn't really been in Pauper.
Never played.
Never played. So.
Confirmed. I can finally go sleep before 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Where you come from, Koef?
So
1 a.m. You mean you are in Japan?
Wow. Commitment.
Italy. A.m. What?
So I'm happy when people talk like
because this could make. Oh, sorry. Okay.
There's a lot of conversation around High Tide, whether it's good or bad, like whether your feelings on it, like I think we can agree like the trial unbans has kind of worked. It's like a good proof of concept. Like Prophetic Prism's another one that was on the trial unban, but that seems to be okay.
I'm still thinking that you were really brave to consider the unban of High Tide.
Yeah.
I never considered that High Tide was playable.
Yeah.
But I was wrong, and you were right.
Yeah.
So. Also, having just a trial to the player that were able to play the High Tide, I think that is a great thing. Great thing. Yeah.
It's also one of those cards.
Please never do it with Him to Turach. Never do it with Single, please. Please.
Also,
don't do it.
Also, it just brought a lot of attention to the format because everyone was like, "Oh my god, the High Tide is like I can play High Tide in Pauper. This like classically classically powerful Magic card. I can play it in Pauper." And I think like in a side note, not something that we intended to do, but it brought a lot of attention and a lot of attention, a lot of interest in playing Pauper. It's like, what's this High Tide card? Like, I really want to like play with it because I played it in Vintage Cube and done some very stupid things with it.
Why not? The question is, just, why not?
Yeah, why not? And it's
just try them.
Yeah, just try it. Because the worst comes to worst, we can just ban it and just move on with our day. So I'm really happy that we came up with it, and I'm really happy that it's working. Also really happy that we're just able to be so transparent with the community when it comes to like what we're thinking, you know, what the kind of card, what cards that we feel like are problems, what that could come off the unbanned list, like all this other stuff. So
For sure. I think that no.
we need him, Gus, and Frantic
Life has
research.
bugged.
Okay.
Counter keep going up, the life counter. Yeah. But they are 30. It is a commander. It is a commander match.
Wonder how many cards are left in their library.
I don't know. I think that less than 20.
Yeah.
Not more than 20.
This is gonna be a one-round match.
Can we ban commander?
I suspect.
Have you ever played Pauper Commander?
Yes, I've got a couple of decks.
PDH.
So I play Soulherder,
Okay.
which is like blue-white blink control.
Yeah.
Does the Peregrine Drake thing, because I can't do that in Pauper, obviously, because that card's
It's
messed up.
supposed to be uncommon. It was uncommon in Year of the Saga. It's something like that.
Yeah, but it was a common. It got printed as a common in Eternal Masters.
No, you can use it as a commander. if
Yes, you
want.
can use a commander, but I really like playing blink decks. So
Okay.
like Ephemerates and Ghostly Flickers, that kind
I
of
think the
thing.
pairing rate was the magister of the deck.
I also have X-Death, Void Warlock, which is the Final Fantasy V commander. It's like the green-black one. Essentially, it flips into a mini... what's the card's name? It's like, it gets like plus X with, for X is like creatures in your graveyard.
Okay.
And it turns into like
okay.
it flips into like a flying threat that becomes massive,
Okay,
and you have a
okay.
load of creatures, and you run stuff like Tortured Existence, and you just play a bunch of creatures, and it's really fun.
So, okay.
Also, Excess.
Beating with a huge flying creatures. Yeah.
Lord of Extinction. That's it.
Lord of Extinction. Okay.
Yeah, it's like a mini Lord of Extinction if you can flip it. Also, X-Death is from one of my favorite Final Fantasies, and I want to build a Final Fantasy V commander. So.
Pauper Commander sounds fun if you are in. No, die.
Pauper Commander is really fun. I think
Lindy,
I think it's just a really cool way to explore the format, especially when you got stuff like Final Fantasy that makes them some really exciting legends. Bearing in mind you don't need a legend for Pauper Commander, you could just play like an uncommon creature. For example. You can play Mayhem
every card
Devil.
that is ever printed as an uncommon.
Yeah, you can play like
Drifter too if you want.
Yeah, you can play
for
like
example.
Mayhem Devil is a really good example. That's a really powerful Pauper Commander because a lot of the good sack effects like Village Rights and Deadly Disputes and all these enablers are at common. So yeah,
Trial and ban Grape Shot, bro. No.
Nah,
Grape
chat
Shot,
still.
no. Grape Shot is too powerful. I think that there are a lot of cards that will never exit from the ban list.
yeah.
For sure. Into Durage. Sinkhole, never exit from the ban list.
But no,
Please.
like if like anyone plays Pauper, like
Yeah.
anyone plays Commander or Pauper, like Pauper Commander is a really fun way to like.
Oh, in the way, I want to thank all the guys from the chat that subscribed with the Prime. Thank
Yes.
you, Kawaii. Thank you, really, Kawaii 50. Really
really grows the
appreciate it.
channel.
I cry, but I understand. Ban all rituals. Yeah, you will have a totally different format. I don't know if it's possible to unban a grape shot with banning like something like
Maybe-
8 cards. I don't know.
I know Magic.
the right
I know
way.
the folks at Magic Online like to do like no ban list Pioneer. Or
Yeah.
something. I was like, maybe there'll be a no ban list Pauper, and you just get to do
There
the really silly
are
stuff.
a lot of tournaments, an official tournament, of course, that will allow a no ban list.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of tournaments that I know that because Giorgio Combo talked to me about them,
Yep.
and was that tournament where he played the first list of High Tide.
Yes.
So when you unbanned High Tide, he already have the
He's just
list
got the
ready.
ready, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's mine, submitted.
Yeah. Seeing the excitement around just like such a powerful card getting unbound was good to see.
Trial and ban Kundata, ciao Lollo. No, niente.
Surprised I haven't been asked about ATOG yet. That's one I get a lot.
No, I think that is too early to trial and ban Kuldota right now. And I think that Mono Red is too powerful with Kuldota.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
It will
And, like,
return
Red is
to the
still-
previous version with a lot of Bushwalker
Yeah,
and
like-
stuff like that. So
Like red is still fine without Godolphin Red. You can still play it.
give us Gash.
Yeah.
Gash is a card that I really love but I think that it's too powerful right now. So I don't know, guys. I don't know.
I'm like, I think this game's just gonna end at a draw.
Yeah.
Straight up, like a 50-minute.
What about the side table?
Yeah, it's the other game on.
We are asking to Quarta Parete, what about the side table? They are still playing? Stanno ancora giocando? Let's see the side table. Oh, yes. Oh, Francesco versus Federico Lazzari.
1 versus 19, so don't think this game's going to be much longer.
Oh, with wolves.
Oh, it's Wolves combo. Someone said to me it was 5-land spy.
Nice.
I was lied to.
They wrote in the chat.
Yes, it says
I was
5-land spy
thinking.
here.
I was thinking that
This
they are
isn't
joking 5-land spy with wolves, but
Yeah.
they were right.
Yeah. So
Okay.
let's talk about the deck. What are you doing with these wolves?
You had a lot of creatures that allows you to generate mana. For example, the Overgrown Battlement, the Axebane Guardian,
Yep.
the Saruli Gatekeeper, and you play also the 0/2 that fetch a gate or a basic land.
Yep.
That allows you to create the same core of the deck that allows you to play 5-land spy
Yep.
combo. So you have a lot of creatures that allows you to ramp, and when you reach the 5th land, you can go
Yep.
with your combo, or you can decide to go with the classic combo. I think that I'd like to see the list of Federico,
we've
if it's possible.
Yeah, let me just grab it up for a second.
Thank you.
So these guys are at 4 and 1 as well. So here's the list. So we've got some trolls, we've got Lot Left Giant, we've got Dimir House Guards, Dread Return.
Yeah, Grow Max. Yeah, thanks, Guy, for the mirror of Jan Wildfire, but please forgive us.
Here's the deck list. So you got stuff like Dread Return,
Oh, okay,
Land
okay.
as well.
Oh, a Corn Harvest, wow.
Yeah. Oh shoot.
Oh, 2 copies of Dread Return, 2 Trolls,
And then there's your creature suite of like Dimir House Guard. You got
2
Lot Left
Lotlet Giant, 4 Spy, 1 Dimir House Guard.
You got Sagu
So
Wilding.
it's pretty the same kind of deck, but instead of playing the 6th land to cast
Yeah.
the creatures with basic cycling, for example, the end and the troll, he plays the wolves. But it does not have the combo with the wolves.
No.
So he's just using the wolves for generate mana and acting like the 5-land spy basic deck. I really love it.
Yeah, this is
Amazing. Amazing. I really love it.
We also have Sagu Wildling, which is a fairly new card from Tarkir Dragonstorm, and it's just like seems to be like really good here because you're able to just get a land card. And it's just like a free that gains you some life.
Yeah, I think that Miracle Crab was a sideboard card.
That's a sideboard card. This is game 2.
Definitely
so
2 copies in the sideboard.
Yeah.
I think that is really huge. You can take it with a Little Stampede or with the Winding Way.
Yeah.
So it's really, really nice card that allows you to side in a lot of cards without breaking the draw engine of the deck. So it's really, 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 really interesting. And 4 copies of Mesmeric Fiend, I really love it. I really
I love a Mesmeric Fiend, another classic creature of Pauper.
That's a card that will be...
Speaking of Mesmeric Fiend, it's on the battlefield right now.
Yeah, amazing. But I don't like this card. As we said the previous turn, I love that the old layout card.
Yeah, the older
from
frames,
Odyssey or
yeah, I'm
something
saying.
like that. That is the set that I that exit when I was published when I start playing Magic in 2000 and something.
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly. It was 2 years from now.
Yeah.
We are looking the side table.
Yeah, the side table.
Is the judge cool? Okay, what happened? Okay. So there's actually a judge call running, so So tomorrow I will find you and made you sign my set of guiding voice. Okay. Okay. I think that tomorrow we will have Giorgio Combo, Mirko, Moretti, Skura.
Ooh, are we
Who is missing?
is this commentary one about? Or?
Yeah, I'm having a series of live on Twitch named Guiding Voice. If you looking for the card Guiding Voice, that is literally my face on.
Sure.
Yeah. So I exploit these things
Yeah.
and it's a series of live on Twitch where with guests every time I talk about a single deck and we have a leagues and we try to play. Okay. Okay, not important, judge call. Okay. So nothing important at the table. Emma, look, the one with Skura, really good stream. Yeah, you can find all the stream and all the replays here by clicking on YouTube link on our link tree. You can see on the playlist Guiding Voice all the live that I had the last month. Marchetta time, exactly. Marchetta time.
Okay, it looks like we are now entering turns.
I think that they have a pair of minutes of additional time due to the judge call. But I think winning way here is really, really huge. With Wolves, you have the chance to exploit the winning way and lead the Stampede cards. So I think that you have more reach to drawing cards, to find the cards that you need. Winning way can also put the lands that you don't need to the graveyard, so you have less land to fetch before you start comboing. So I think that I really like this kind of version. I didn't know it before now, so
that's the beauty of these like paper events. You just get to see these cool kind of decks, and then you're like, "This is sweet," and then I will buy it and play it.
Yeah.
It would be good to know which turn we are on currently, because there is no indicator right now.
I think they are starting the additional turn in 30 seconds, 1 minute.
Oh, when this turn is finished.
Not more than 1 minute. They are resolving a Masked Vandal. So that's a Cerule Gatekeeper.
More importantly, it has Defender, which is very relevant in this deck.
Yeah, allows you to have colored mana, allows you to produce more mana with the worlds that produce mana.
Yeah,
because
like
it's
X-Bane Guardian
Defender
and stuff like that. Yeah. Overgrown Battlements is another one, I think.
And you can, I think that is a good strategy in this deck. Also casting, for example, a Balustrade Spy. Also, if you don't have 5 land out of the deck, because you have B-plan, you have a great walls, literally, on the battlefield that keep the board, that can actively block your opponent's creatures. So if you have 2 of them, and you have, for example, 4 lands, you can cast it and cast the second one and go comboing with no problem. Really nice. I really love it.
Okay, so now we're on turn 1.
Yeah, you can see the score near the life.
Yep.
Just near the life points. We choose a pair of a matchup that were really slow. I really need a liter of coffee after this matchup.
I think we just cursed when it comes to commentating, because I think we've gone to time a few times today.
The first round was a high tide.
Yeah. We're being challenged.
After that, it's BG Fog against Mono Black Fog. Bro!
We're just warming up for tomorrow when it's, put us in the deep end from the start.
And you blame Tide for the long games. You're right, John. You're right. You're right. And I ended the power 82. Damn it!
So
I tried to drink beer today, but it's too hot. I think that there are 39 degrees outside. That's really a great furnace outside. I feel unmirrored in going outside right now. Too hot for beer, yeah. Also, if you drink really cool beer, it's too hot outside.
yeah.
But I think that it will not stop me from drinking beer next turn after this round of matchups. I'm currently looking on my 50 beer, but Philly, are you here in Paupergeddon? If you're here, just wait me out of the streaming room. I will be there in 2 minutes. The 6th beer is up to me. Tomorrow. Okay. Va bene.
So we are on turn 3.
Think about it. Maybe there is again a mirror in top 8, and you have to cast it again.
I mean,
okay.
it might happen.
If it will happen,
It could happen.
I
It's very
will
likely.
show you the right recipe of carbonara.
Okay.
Promised.
Are we doing Paupergeddon food recipes now?
If you do carbonara differently from the original recipe, you're a criminal. You're a traitor of Italy. So
I don't think we can actually drink alcohol on the Twitch stream. I think that's against the guidelines. Something.
no, of course.
Yeah.
I'm not drinking water here.
Yeah, definitely need
Powerade.
water.
I were drinking
Water.
Powerade before it finished. But
So we are on the 3rd turn of turns. What can the Wildfire deck do here? Because you just got a lot of walls going on. There's just a lot of high toughness. It's really hard to push through damage. You don't have your ways to. You don't have artifacts to sacrifice to hit face. You just it's just like this big board stall going on right now. So what does Wildfire need to draw to get out of this situation and get a draw basically? Because it's going to be a one game. It's going to be a one game match at the moment.
yeah, pretty accurate.
Yeah.
They are 1-0
Yeah.
right now. So yeah. Need a judge for the Carbonara Showdown? Yeah, I am the judge. I am the law. No, just kidding. I'm not from Rome, but I'm really lover of carbonara. So I think that I can give you the right recipe. Hydra for the win. Yeah, we hope so. It's the 2nd round in a row that we stream that go over the time. Yes, you can make the killing voice. Yeah, no, I hope. No more John Wildfire. But I think that John Wildfire is still the best deck.
You think it's the best deck in Pauper right now?
Yeah. But only because it plays the best deck of the best color.
Yeah.
Only for
just
this.
all the best cards. It's very John.
That's not little.
Yeah.
That's not. It's a huge motivation. But I think that is the best deck, and you could have the best performance and conversion rate of the field right now.
Also, you just get to play Riving Chrysalis, and I hear that card's pretty good.
What? 4-foot token with carbonara. Carbonarito.
There'll be some good. That's some good food idea for food tokens for like Paupergeddon. Let's like getting pizzas and carbonaras.
I think that the Lega Pauper Italia has 85 local leagues in Italy and all Europe, and a lot of leagues like to create their own tokens at their own tournaments. So I surely have at home more than one copy of a food token with a carbonara.
Nice.
For sure. We are in Italy, so if we don't do food token against pasta, we're doing nothing.
Yeah. So it looks like this Riving Chrysalis is going into combat. Just try and do something, honestly, because we're on the 4th turn now. So That means Federico's going to have a turn. It means Francesco's going to have a turn. And after that, the match is over.
Yeah, there.
But it's going to be so hard just to push through all these
that's
zero
balustrade
frees.
spy.
Got an Holy Heat in hand here.
With a breath weapon.
Yep.
The,
it is a breath weapon, not an Unholy Heat.
Oh, they crack the spellbomb before the trigger of Balustrade Spy. What? Oh, for Arielli. So good.
Here comes the cast down. It's probably going to take out. Carbonara Lambas win. Very good.
Oh,
we're cycling away.
That's a mirror crab.
Channeling
really
the
nice.
crab, yeah.
We remember that the mirror crab can counter also the ability from the
Yeah, it's a target spell or
bomb.
ability, yeah.
The broccoli or the peppers. Carbonara lambas. Oh. Okay.
Crack this map token. Possibly explore targeting one of the chrysalises.
A Welder of the Storm from the top. Milled. Oh, we explored. Okay.
You explored with the map token, and then that's it. Okay.
No way.
No way. So
Finally! It's over! Adriana!
So we have 5 Lazzari, so it's taking it in a one-game match.
I thought that it will be more interesting, more quick the mirror match, but we were very unlucky.
Indeed.
Chosen, and I think that this is all for now, folks. So we are going to a little pause and be right back for the
round 7.
Seventh
Yeah,
and last round of the Swiss round.
Yeah, I believe this is the last round of the Swiss. So some people are going to be IDing because they're gone undefeated and they probably have good tiebreakers. They feel good about hopefully IDing. They can grab a snack, have a lay down, get out of this heat for a little bit, and then come back. Some people will have to play for winning ends, which are really exciting. Because
I think that this round that will come is the round where a lot of people will play in their win and in.
yes.
So at least the 5 to 6 player will play their win and in. So
a lot to play for still.
You will
and
have
this is not even
a mirror match of High Tide, a mirror match of no, I don't know. So guys, thank you for being here. I'm Sapo.
I'm Emma, and see you guys soon. Thank you.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Paupergeddon 2025 Summer Edition, where we're bringing you 3 days of Pauper action. And today we've been kicking it off with the top Pauper Player 2025 tournament, which is a tournament series across Europe for the last year. Players have been putting up the points, trying to win those tournaments, top 8ing them, getting enough points to bring them to today to battle it out, where we've got 100 players when we started this morning, trying to get themselves into the top 8, and we're in round number 7, the last round of Swiss. So we're going to find out which 8 players in 50 minutes' time are going to be in that top 8. So we've got a couple of IDs, table 1, table 2 of ID. Makes sense, locking themselves into today's top 8, giving them the best possible shot to walk away with not only that crown, that title, but the one-of-one playmat and cards, which means we've got a couple of tables that are going to be playing, and one of them is what we're seeing right now here in front of us, Gruul, Ponza versus Elves, and both players off to the races here. We've just got a little bit of land destruction, ramp on both sides. How's this going to be playing out, my friend?
So this matchup is very, very straightforward, if you wanna say it.
Straightforward. Why is it straightforward?
I mean, one deck has a lot of creatures that cost just 1 mana and generate mana, and the other deck plays a bunch of spells that destroy lands. So, okay, if you are able to land at least one creature that is able to generate extra mana, then probably your opponent land denial doesn't really matter. So for that reason, I think Elves is very well placed in this matchup.
Okay, well, they only had 1 land drop by the looks of it, and that was already been destroyed on turn 2. So no land drops. We're going to have to utilize our elves to gain the mana. So that's what we see there. So now 2 elves on the board. We're going to go a rumbling. One of the good cards, we see this in multiple different formats now. Being able to look at the top 4 cards, put one of the permanents into our hand, making our Eldrazi spawn token, and then put everything else into our graveyard. So we kind of get that 2 mana, slightly 1 mana, because you've got an extra body now, which again is going to help us ramp out and of course find the key cards that we need. As over on the other side, we've got our second land drop now at last. That's going to be the 2 drop. Just a changeling coming in as a 1/3, no targets for it to. Could we not have got rid of this here?
They could exile the enchantment, but they don't have a creature in their graveyard.
To exile.
So, yeah, exactly. Well, in eventuality, they can cast the Miscan Bundle, and on a response to the ability cycle, General Sent to exile the Ant to trigger the ability. I'm not really sure. I think they can't, but I may be wrong.
Here comes Acid Moss. That's going to take out that extra land. Of course, ramp us ourselves. Let's just go find a dual land so we can have access to red mana. There are some red spells in this deck. We've got, Stone Rains and Boarding Parties. What else have we got? A couple of sideboard cards. But other than that, not too many red pip. Oh, that's by myself. Riffling Chrysalis is, of course, a 1 green, 1 red. We see that quite a bit popping up in Modern these days. Good to see it popping up in Pauper. Kind of had it shine, or it's standout tournament here last year, Paupergeddon. So it's nice to see it's still sticking around. As no plays here for our Elves player, just having to pass the turn back to Niccolò at the bottom of our screen. Both players playing for that winning in, trying to get the 6th win so they can get into today's top 8. And here, okay, now we get to go into the dungeon, right?
Yep.
So we get the initiative in this. I've been looking for. Have you seen the token they've got down on the table for this?
Yeah, they have the token.
Yeah, it's like A3. It's like a huge token that's gonna come up. I don't know. Can I find the initiative before we can? What happens if I click this card? Nothing.
No.
Let me try and find it. Let's use Google to get that up. MDG, dungeon. Can't spell dungeon. Now, which dungeon is it we actually venture into?
The Undercity. It is a different kind of dungeon compared to the first 3 being printed in the first Dungeon and Dragon set.
That's the one there is.
This is very specific for Commander Legend Baldur's Gate set expansion. And there is a spell starter sprite on the end of turn.
So normally people will think Elves, mono green. This has got a blue splash in it, and I was even asking you, I was like, that can't be right. There must be something wrong in the deck list here, but there isn't. Why are we seeing the Elves deck splashing a bit of blue here?
Well, more or less, mono green Elves have always been a pentacolored deck because you just have a free win con in blue spells like Distant Melody. Well, Distant Melody is no longer played in the deck, but you can still play very powerful cards like Hydroblast or Spellstutter Sprite, and interaction in a deck like Elves is still strong because you have a deck very weak to mass removal spells like Kraken Shaman or Breath Weapon, and if you are able to counter.
So that's the reason. Like it's always played it, but it's played it purely to stop the one-sided sweeper effects, which tend to be quite cheap. So having this as a instant speed answer that can also, of course, add to the board, has flying, that can kind of give us the extra turn that potentially the Elves would need to keep their mass body of creatures so they can start winning the game. And of course, having a flyer when you've got a card like this that we see on the battlefield, the Timber Watcher, being able to potentially make a huge creature and it's already got flying, that's an easy way for you to be able to win the game. As both players are jockeying for position right now in the dungeon. Looks like we've got one has gone to the Forge, so 2 counters have been added. Another one's just in the secret entrance, going to get themselves a land. And chat's giving me sticks saying it's always been blue. I've never played Elves in Pauper, chat. Come on.
There is another Mulias Moss, destroying the 3rd land from Elves. So even though land denial isn't really strong against Elves, it is still doing something relevant since they stopped Elves from, exploding on the battlefield. I mean, they weren't able to play enough creatures to stop Avenging Hunter and Jewel Thief from dealing damage. So now it seems like Elves need to slow down and try to not die from those creatures with trample.
It's going to be pretty hard because there's some big creatures on the other side with trample, of course. And any sort of big top decks, any big cascaders, something like that is also going to be a nightmare for them. Just more bodies entering the getting on the board. It's not really got a great way of dealing with them, right? Like we can pump something and give it +4/+4 right now. We don't have the what's the one that you return a forest to your hand and you can untap it?
Ranger.
Ranger, that's the one. Thank you. So like be able to use that ability twice. We're deciding what we want to do. Maybe we're in the... I don't think we're in the combat step now. I think we've fully passed the turn. Just no lands here for our Elves player.
Maybe they want to play something in the end phase. Another copy of Spellstutter Sprite. Just to have another attacker.
Attack or blocker in this instance. I think we have to definitely look at defense more than... It's nice getting the initiative back, but if you look at how much damage is on the board right now, that's what? 4... 10, 11, 12 damage, I think. Plus, of course, they're getting into initiative, which next turn can... they've already got in the Forge, so traps 5 damage to the dome. Going to be super hard for Elves to be able to live through that. As they're also going to move into the Forge, put 2+1/+1 counters on a creature of their choice. Is there any... Do you put it on the one with the biggest butt here, or does it not really matter?
No, maybe they should... put those +1 counter on the Masked Vandal, Masked Vandal with 5 point in toughness is able to block the Jewel Thief or the Avenging Hunter without taking damage. I mean, the player isn't taking damage. And then you also have a Timber Watch, so you can double block. I mean, block both the Jewel Thief and the Avenging Hunter. You lose 1 creature, but then you are also able to kill 1 of your opponent's creature.
Question. Timber Watch Elf. Is that all Elves on the board? Does that include my opponent's Elves? So now actually it's not actually the 4, it's actually 6 that it's going to get pumped.
Exactly.
Ah, okay, that's cool. I like it.
Yeah, that's a really old kind of war game.
Yeah, it's the old kind of double-sided mechanic which we used to see with like Anthem effects and stuff, which we don't see very often anymore. They word them a bit better these days. So that's one again. I get right there. I'd be like, well, I'd fall short of that. I'd have to read the card multiple times to be like, Judge, is this also my Elves? 'Cause in this instance, we do have 2 of our own. If you're a Niccolò fan at the bottom, as we are turning everything sideways right now. 1 point of damage comes across, and we gain that initiative back. That is going to be another 5 points, which would end the game because only 1 point is going to be needed to get this initiative back. So I think Andreas said we're kind of looking at how can we block. Block these 2, that's easy. They don't have trample. But then that leaves us to just do these, a 1/3 and a 1/2 against these big trampling creatures. Is there anything I said we can tap one of them and give someone +6/+6, so which would stop one of the trampling creatures, but what about the other one? How are we going to get around that? Are there any instant speed untap effects that these Elves decks could be playing?
No, I think they don't play anything similar unless they have Vines of Fast within main deck. Sometimes they have Vines because it's good as an answer to removal spells, and also it's good as a way to deal extra damage.
Let me have a little look, see if there's, we got a deck list. We don't need to speculate. We can see nothing.
Seems like they have nothing relevant.
It's not good. We're 13 lands, by the way. just throwing that out there. 13 lands against a land destruction deck. Pretty awkward. Like, I'm not a good mathematician, but I don't know if there's a way to live here.
No, seems like, in my opinion, Elves is pretty much dead here because they are forced to. They can't really take any damage because
they literally cannot take a point of damage here. Like if they take a point, it is game. We're going to go to a game 2. And I think we're just going through the motions and trying to work that out ourselves. So that blocks there, that blocks there. I get the initiative. I'm going to do 5 to your face because it's a trap, and that's going to be game number 1 going to the Gruul Ponza player. Turns out land destruction is still relevant, and only 1 game away now from getting himself into the top 8. Nice and quick right there. I was speaking to Emma in between rounds. She was like, all of our rounds have gone to time. And I was like, well, all of ours are finishing early at this point. So we're still on track for that to happen right now. Let's have a little look at the Elves sideboard. That's what they got going on. We've got the blue spells. We've got the Hydroblast, we've got the Dispels, we've got the Negates. But they've got some Avenging Hunters in there, some Inspect, how do I pronounce that? Vitu Guza Inspector.
Vitugazi.
Is that going to be good in this matchup? Like, is there anything here you like?
I think you just want to bring in Hydroblast and eventually Dispel or Negate to stop your opponent's mass removal. Generally speaking, if the game goes longer, you are probably pretty much favored if you're playing Elves. And the cards that really matter against you are removal spells and mass removal.
So having a little look in on the other side, on the Ponza side, because now we can talk about the sideboards now, because next time either of these two players are playing, we'll be in the top 8. So we've got some breath weapons, some cast into fire. We know how good those can be, doing lots of damage to these small creatures, and that's why you said bring in the Hydrobrasts. We got the Glamour, this isn't the matchup for it. Feed the Clan. I'm guessing that one's more for the red decks than anything, trying to gain a bit of life. Same with the Weather of the Storms. Do you think just the red cards are going to be coming in here?
Yeah, I think it's only the red card.
Right.
I mean, gaining life doesn't really matter because you need to close the game as fast as possible.
Well, maybe we can do exactly what we did there in that game 1, being able to do a turn 1 ramp into turn 2 land destruction, kind of slowing the elf deck down from doing what they want to do and explode onto the board so they can start generating value that way. We're going to have both players are shuffling up. So while we're doing that, I'm going to take a moment to remind you all watching right now what is happening this weekend. Well, we're in round number 7 before we cut to the top 8 today of the Top Pauper Player 2025, which, of course, is the title you want when you walk into Paupergeddon, which kicks off tomorrow. That is going to be starting nice and early. I think it's 9 a.m. local we kick off because we've got 8 rounds of Swiss action, and all the players playing tomorrow are going to try and get themselves a X&2 record or better. 18 points, that's what they need to get into day number 2. If they do that, then they get the invite back. Sweet, they're going to be playing on Sunday, trying to battle it out across a couple more rounds of Swiss. I think it's 14 total. So 6 rounds of Swiss before we cut to the top 8. And that is where we're going to be crowning a champion of Paupergeddon 2025. Huge bragging rights, because we've not only just got the locals here in Italy, we've got people all around Europe have come to this. We've got all people from around the world have flown to this event. Last year it was over 1,000 players. We're on track. I'm pretty sure we're going to be smashing that again tomorrow, getting a new record here at Paupergeddon, because this is just such a huge community brought together, and it's the 10th anniversary this weekend. That means 10 of these have happened, starting as a community project back in the day, just everyone trying to get to play the format that they love the most. It's now 10 years later, having multiple of them a year, and this is the big one, ladies and gentlemen. This is the one everyone comes to, and we've got the weather for it. We've got, I think I saw, an alcoholic beverage in some people's hands out there. Not encouraging anyone to drink, but it's a nice culture out here. The food's great, the drink's great, the weather's great, and more importantly, the magic is great, and we're getting to see it right now with winning in magic. The winner of this will be into today's top 8. Loser, I don't think an X&2 record is going to be able to... I haven't actually looked at tiebreakers. I don't know if an X&2 is going to be able to squeak in, but maybe there's an outside chance. We'll see how this game pans out. as both players are doing the cut, and we're getting our opening hands soon. If you're on the Elves side, what's the perfect opening 7 that you want to see?
Well, in those kind of matchups, you want both the blue mana and the Hydroblast, I guess. After all, the only kind of card that usually stops you is Birth Weapon, again, in this specific matchup. So you try to keep a starting end with mana fast and payoff, or mana ramp and Hydroblast.
All right. And if you're down on the Ponza side, what's the sort of cards you want to see in the first couple of turns?
Well, Ponza doesn't really have much agency in this matchup. It is forced to keep maybe just the best starting end, so the fastest starting end. So mana ramp and eventually interaction, or mana ramp and very fast clock, like the initiative, party, etc., etc. You know, Ponza doesn't really have so many good starting end, because whenever you don't have turn 1 Arbor Elf or any other mana ramp, usually the starting end is just bad.
They fall super far behind. Okay, well that's why we have mulligans. You know what I mean? Knowing the matchup and knowing the format and knowing that that's the key piece, especially being on the draw. Imagine it really puts more emphasis on having that turn 1 play. As it looks like we kept 7 over on Niccolò's side, and on the other side, gone down to 6 for Andrea. It's going to start off with a elf, and then on the other side we've got a bit of ramp. So both players doing exactly what they want. Are you a fan of the whiteboarded? Are you happy seeing the whiteboarded basics on the battlefield?
Those are the same kind of basic landscape, please.
It upsets me. Well, here's a priest of Titania.
And they attack.
That's going to be a great way to start ramping.
So supposedly they don't have Hydroblast in hand because they attack it with the Jasper Sentinel. They can try to make a feint, trying to let the opponent think they have an Hydroblast. Maybe they don't have it. I don't know. Maybe they just think that getting Breath Weapon on turn 2 is fine if they have enough cards that let them still play the game.
Well, here's a Jeweled Thief. This one wasn't around last year, I don't think, when we were in Paupergeddon 2024. So it's on the board for you all to see. 3 mana for a 3/3 Vigilance, Trample, and when it enters, makes a treasure. So helps fix our mana, helps ramp us. It's a good body. We can attack with it. We can defend with it. Now, over on the other side, out of the sideboard, we've got our own Avenging Hunters coming down. So this now means the initiative is going to start for both players again. First room we go into is going to go get us a basic. And more importantly, this Jeweled Thief does not attack well into that Avenging Hunter, so they can kind of sit back and keep gaining the advantage of having the initiative. As we're going to start on the other side, start ramping ourselves. Chris is coming down. Again, another all-star, which kind of had its time to shine, like the last Paupergeddon, and it's going to bring along 2 Eldrazi spawn with it. Going to go into room number 2. Which room are we going into? We're going to go into the Forge, so 2+1/+1 counters. Makes sense, pinning it on the Hunter, making it a 7/6. Quick math there for me trying to work it out. Is that the right one? Do you think you just want to put the counters on the biggest creature you've got?
No, I think it is better to just go bigger right now. I mean, the other 2 creatures doesn't really matter right now because there is a Breaching Chrysalis and a Jeweled Thief. The opponent may also be playing Mixmore Hydra or other big creatures. So, it is probably just better to have a big Avenging Hunter, and 7/6 is probably the biggest creature on the battlefield right now.
I'm going to say, I'm looking at the deck list. They don't actually have a way of getting it off the board. There is no clean way of getting it off besides combat. So we'd have to rely on combat math with either them attacking us, blocking, or vice versa. So I think we're going to see it stick around for quite a while, at least until the initiative is somehow lost, which doesn't look like is very likely to happen right now.
Okay, so they are attacking. So it is very likely they have another card very big in their hand. I mean, they can attack, but just take the damage if the opponent decides to swing back. Losing the initiative at first doesn't really get you any relevant damage. I mean, okay, your opponent steals the initiative for 1 turn, but just get 1 basic land, so doesn't really matter.
It is good to know that over on the Gruul side, I think they missed their last land drop.
Yeah, they missed one land drop.
They are. That means they've got all spells in hand. And looks like we're getting rid of both Eldrazi.
Yeah, they sacrificed the spawn to get a 4/5 Breaching Chrysalis. They double block it, and as a result, the Chrysalis is dead, and we have a Jeweled Teeth left on the battlefield.
I don't mind that. You know what I mean? Like, other than that, what are we going to do? Just keep getting hit for 7 every turn? We can't do that. We'll just end up losing the game. So, you know, throwing both of our creatures in front of it, getting that big block down, getting it off the board, more importantly, means that one sort of stem has stopped bleeding. But here comes another one, this Generous Ent coming down, big 5/7 is going to generate a food token. That in itself doesn't have trample, but is again a big body that we've now got to somehow deal with. And there's no clean answers in the deck here for Gruul. The land destruction option, not super relevant. Would you almost board out some of that in this matchup? Are these cards that I'm going to be taking out and trying to replace?
You mean the Generous Ent?
No, the land destruction side of Ponza.
Yeah. No, you probably should board out the land destruction. I mean, you are bringing in 6 cards at least, and the land denial is probably your weakest part of the deck.
All right.
All right.
Ooh, straight off the top, is that Breath Weapon, isn't it, this one?
Yep.
So that's nice. Maybe a couple of turns too late, but that is going to be a great way for us to get back on the board, because I think there's no cards in hands now, just a Generous Ent on the board and only 3 mana. Oh no, they pick up a card, so they must have something.
There is a forest in Elves land because they bounced it back with Cure Ranger the earlier turn to cast the Generous Ent because they untap the Priest of Titania.
Not ideal, in this situation. Kind of don't want that forest, but
yeah, that's a forest.
We do still have the initiative though.
They still have the initiative because.
So going into 3, are they looking to see can they do the 5? It's target player loses 5, right? Oh no, they goaded it. They went down the arena side, so it now has to attack in the next turn, which is of course doesn't line up well against the Generous Ent, which is going to be definitely on blocking duties with the 5/7 body that it's got. And a morph.
So Virtual Ranger.
I'm about to say, there's only one morph in the deck, right? So it's kind of obvious what it is, but let me see if can we get that up on the screen for at home, or am I going to go
first
find
one
it?
on the left.
So we're doing this just so it's got a 2/2 body. We're not relevant about the text on it. We just want it as a 2/2 rather than a 1/1.
Exactly. Yeah, most times it doesn't really matter having a 2/2 morph creature. It's just a slightly bigger creature compared to the virtual. So
we got in there with both, so that at least some damage is going to happen and the initiative is going to be gained. That's why we see a forest being fetched here and that initiative coming across, meaning that they're going to go into the first room of the dungeon, the secret entrance. And now we're going to have this bit of jockeying for position, both players going back and forth, trying to win that back. Need to have another threat. That is another threat. So this is one of the new ones that's just been printed, like the saga creature, so to speak. So I think this one's the one that ramps you and then everything gets, is it trample or something like that? Let's see what it does. So, creates a 2/2 bird token with whenever a land you control enters the board, it gets +1/+0. And then chapter 2, 3, and 4 is creatures you control gain trample, in itself is a 4/4 body. So it doesn't stick around once the saga's gone. Once it gets to that 4th counter, it will go itself, but it is a good way of gumming up the board.
Oh wow, there's a Masked Vandal exiling the saga. That's really relevant right now because amassing, playing a lot of bodies let you keep the initiative.
But yeah, we're champing all day long. I'm champing with that token. Like, I want this initiative. I want to go into chapter 2 because then it'll make it a 5/5. If we go that, we might go into the goad route. I don't think we will. No, we don't. We're going to make this up to a 5/5. Still not great against the Generous Ent on the other side. But how about a boarding party off the top? Let's get some cascade action, and that's going to cascade. It's going to get some Eldrazi's. Is this the one that makes the spawn or the scion? This one's a spawn.
Yeah.
And that's the Eldrazi Repurpose. How does that? Repurpose. Don't say that 6 times for quick roll. There's boarding party for you all. 6/3 with haste and cascade. Now talk me through cascade and how that works. What does that mechanic do?
When you're playing the spell with cascade, you then start exiling cards from the top of your deck until you find a spell with the converted mana cost 1 less to the spell you've just cast. At that point, you may choose to cast the spell or either putting on the bottom of your library. If you choose to cast the spell, if that spell as well as cascade, you can start cascading again. So a lot of people playing Ponza usually really love cascading Annoyed Altisar into Birding Party into the initiative. That's
like the perfect, right?
Yeah.
Like our three big creature. Here's another
Wow.
boarding bite off the top. Some more cascade happening. Oh, I missed that one. He's still going, and just a little bit of ramp. So that's the downside. Sometimes you get real good, sometimes you don't get so good. But we'll take that. That's a 6-3 with haste. We've still got the initiative, so we don't actually need to turn everything sideways. No profitable attacks here. But now look at this life total: 10 versus 19. Is it worth turning everything sideways? And it looks like we are. We've got a 6-3. We've got a 5-5. We've got a 3-3. This is potentially going to be able to drop Andrea down to 1 or 2, depending on how blocks happen. We're going to take out the 5-5 with Vigilance, taking 9, going down to 1. Big draw step's going to have to happen here. Needs to be a blocker at least. It is a blocker. Elf, pass back. Now, is this a phasable attack? Maybe not. We're at 4. What's that go up to? Let's have a little look on the dungeon. It's gone to Archive, so we're going to draw a card. Oh, 1 damage to each. Cast into the fire off the top.
Wow.
That's going to be enough to get the blocker out the way so we can turn both our creatures sideways and take this game out and get into today's top 8. So huge congrats to Niccolò doing it in. That looked really good. That
they
Ponza
played
deck really went
good.
well.
It was a really cool game. I mean, Ponza was able to overcome probably one of the worst matchups he could face in today's tournament, and he played majestically. They were able to win a very dire situation. I mean, after the opponent played initiative on turn 3, and they had then at Junior's end, they were able, thanks to Breath Weapon, to kill everything.
Yeah, that Breath Weapon was a huge top deck, right? Being able to do, it was a little bit late, but turns out it wasn't. It was just on time, exactly when we needed it. We do have a backup feature match, so that was table 4, which had to play. But then depending on how that game went, depends on if this game could actually, if they could ID or not. So it looks like we're in game 3 at the minute for both of these players, which we've got the mono red deck at the top of our screen versus 5 land spy.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, that's a very, very weird deck. I mean, it just popped up this version some times ago. You know, there is all spells in Pioneer, or at least it used to be in Pioneer, but there is still in Legacy. This deck is more or less the same thing, but it does place length.
I'm glad you know, because I don't have to work out how this works. So we're going to see in a minute. Is this a way for us to, like, what's the wink on here? So if we mill ourselves out, is it with the spy? Is that how we get the game done?
Yep, exactly. Balustrade Spy is still the main win condition, and you cast from the graveyard the Dread Return with flashback, reanimating the Lotted Giant.
Oh my god, that's so cool.
Yeah, and
because all your lands are in the graveyard. That's sick. That's really cool.
This version, anyway, is quite peculiar compared to the, classic version of 5 land spies, because you are playing the creatures you usually play in Walls combo, which is the very, very weird thing compared to the more classic spy combo you usually can find in the Magical Line leagues or any local tournament. So instead of generating mana with your basic lands or throughout some Songs of the Damned or Dark Ritual, you are generating mana with X-Men Guardian and Overgrowth Battlement, and those creatures both generate mana and both count as a creature when you bin them in your graveyard with Balustrade Spy, so it's kind of quite efficient compared.
I love seeing it though. I like seeing that there's like these different decks of like, I've never even heard this deck, but yeah, it's potentially going to be into today's top 8. They might end up IDing this matchup to see if that works out better for them both, and we could end up seeing both of these two decks in there. But having a deck like 5 land spy literally says what it says on the tin. There is only 5 lands in the deck. You're seeing all 5 on the board right now, and the win con is spy. I don't think I could have worked out. If you give me like 10 guesses, I wouldn't have worked out that was how this deck wins.
Well, you just need to draw your Balustrade Spy or transmute Dimir house guard that you have in hand. So by doing that, you.
Well, there we go.
Oh, we go.
Did
All right.
I target my opponent?
Yeah, maybe they want to play around the removal spell. So they just want to have a charm blocker.
So mill a bunch there till we hit a land. They're all going to go into the bin.
You know, if you target yourself with the Balustrade Spy and your opponent has a lightning bolt, they can kill the spy or another creature on response. So you are just basically losing the game because you don't have any lands left in your deck. All right, so
What's this?
win the way.
So I'm looking one more time, just to make sure I'm understanding this correct. So
Seems like they don't have a winning way in the main deck, or those are just the creatures.
okay, so we win through the giant. Let me see. I'm working this out as we go, chat. So basically what you're saying with the lightning bolt is if there wasn't 3 creatures on the board by the time that they've milled themselves out, that's where they lose the game.
Exactly.
So they need to put multiple creatures on the board like they're doing now, force them to have multiple removal spells the turn that you go for it to basically not lose the game. But if you can keep 3 creatures on the board, when you combo off, that's the turn that you win.
Exactly.
Got you. Worked it out. Thank you very much. Please come again. And I can't see how many cards are actually in hand for our mono red player.
I think they have 2 cards in hand.
2. So with 5 creatures, it's safe to go for it now.
Well, I guess they can see. Yeah, they can try to combo off. Maybe they're just waiting. Maybe they don't have enough creatures in their deck, and they're just trying to deal some damage just to. Hey, anyway, you don't really need to cast your Lotless Giant before from your graveyard if you have the giant in hand. So
We're just doing it the old-fashioned way. Just turn things sideways, get a bunch of damage in, and then use that as like a burn finisher. All right, I can take it. I'll allow it. How much mana is the troll? 5. But because we can't cast it, right? We can't hard cast it. We just don't have enough mana unless we use. I guess the wolves can make some mana.
yeah. If they kill the X-Men Guardian, they don't have enough mana. But if the creatures survive, I guess we will able to see something, some game action from a 5-legged spy. You're attacking with all the creatures.
Turn everything sideways. Let's go to blocks.
Yeah, maybe blocking just with the 0-2 and 0-3 creature. There's no reason to risk losing the X-Men Guardian unless. No, well, they still have Magic Craft, so if they have a Galvanic Blast, they can kill the X-Men Guardian anyway. So just the damage.
So a couple of trades there, a little bit of damage because it's going to come across. We saw earlier on, I think it was round number 3 that we were covering, where the mono red player was able to do 18 damage in that one turn when their opponent tapped out, and that was just absolutely backbreaking and brutal.
Yeah, but without any Cassie Fulmritter or Gutter Snipe, I think they can't really do any direct damage right now. They just have a bunch of Goblin Guide and what is the name of
and vampires.
Yeah, a lot of vampires.
The name is the Epicure.
Right, so they're counting how many creatures they have in the graveyard. They have 4 damage on the battlefield thanks to the Balustrade Spies.
Yeah, 4 damage in the air, so that's going to jump down to 8. They're counting the mana.
They can transmute the House Guard just to have an extra creature on the graveyard.
Galvanic Blast is going to take one of them out in the air, so that means they're going to drop down to 10, but that's good because that means 4 damage isn't going to go to the face because there's 1 artifact, 2 artifacts, so it's only 2 damage. There must be a blood token. Oh yeah, there's a blood token. 2 blood tokens over there, so definitely got the artifact count up. Now we're going to try and gain a bunch more life for all the green mana pips we've got, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 life gain, getting that bumper a little bit higher for us. Another artifact. Everything's going to turn. No, it's not. Just these 2 because we're digging. And I think we're going to block with.
I guess they block it with the creature without any
I was about to say, I
power.
think we're blocking the 2 walls, right? The 2 0-2s. Makes sense. 2 more damage comes across, dropping to 8. There's 6.
6 damage.
There's the giant all to the face, and that's, I don't know how much damage, but it's enough to get the handshake. Now we'll get confirmation if they ID'd or not going into that last round, or if they actually played it out to see standings or pairings. I've asked to get all the deck lists once they start filtering in, so we can kind of flesh out this top 8 for you all at home and kind of get an idea of what we're going to see over the next 3 rounds. One of them is definitely going to be this 5-land Spy. I'm not going to lie to you, I think I have a favorite in this top 8 now.
Yeah, well, I think we will be able to see some decks like Mono Red or Jand in the top 8. The issue about this Spy deck, this 5-land Spy, is probably going to be decks like Jand, Wildfire, because they have both ways to interact with the graveyard and also a Karkan Shaman to destroy all the creatures on the battlefield. So it will be kind of difficult to keep creatures in the battlefield just to flashback their turn or to cast very expensive creatures.
All right, what's this deck?
It is Flickertron.
All right, so Flickertron is in the top 8. That was our table 1 that looks like they ID'd against Jund Wildfire. So Jund Wildfire, Flickertron. Table 2 that also ID'd is, let's have a look at these deck lists, is the Ephemerate deck that we've been seeing.
Yeah, Azorius Familiar.
And then, what's this one here? What's Diego playing? The Mono Red.
Madness.
Yeah. Got some, sneaky snackers in there. We saw table 3 was our feature match, which we saw, and that was the Ponza playing, taking that one down. So that's 5 decks. Dependent, that was table 4, sorry. That was table 3 that we just seen then, which potentially, looking at tiebreakers, I think they might have actually ID'd. So we might see this 5-color Spy deck and the Mono Red deck in there as well, which means we've got one more deck we're looking to find, which would be table 5, which we've got a winner for. Mattei on, come on. Hi, is this? Oh, this is Ninjas. Mono Blue.
Mono Blue
Fairies. So that I think, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be our top 8. So Mono Blue Fairies, 5-color Spy, Ponza, 2 Mono Red decks, 1 Madness, 1 straight
Synthesizer.
up. One's the Ephemerate deck, the
Azorius Familiar, and there's a Flickertron.
And a Flickertron. 8 different decks, I'll take it.
Yeah, that's very
I'll
cool.
take 8 different decks in the top 8, especially if that's what we're looking forward to expecting this weekend as we move into, this is only a 100-player tournament. Tomorrow we're going to potentially be over 1,000. So if we take this sort of meta moving in tomorrow, I'd be more than happy to have 8 different decks. No Poison Storm, but don't worry about that. It's fine. I'll get over it. I'll suck it up. Really interesting. What do you take of that? 8 different decks in the meta still?
But, I think the format is still a large variety. I mean,
okay.
Even though we had a lot of copies of Jund Wildfire in the
14 copies out of the 100, and only one's managed to make it into top 8.
The tournament is still small, so it is not surprising to see a large variety of decks in the top 8.
Do you think tomorrow will be different?
Tomorrow will probably be different because people will be, I guess, try to be a little more serious in choosing the deck. Yeah, we were able to see Jeskai Ephemerate as a second most played deck today, but it is probably not going to happen again tomorrow.
What do you think about no High Tide?
No High Tide in top 8 is not really surprising to me. The deck can be very difficult to play, to know how perfectly play the deck, how to sideboard. Sideboarding with the deck is probably the most difficult thing, and a lot of people may just whiff during the combo if they don't know how to which country playing first.
Yeah. It's one of those decks you've got to get a lot of reps in with it. Maybe it was like, what sort of player gets drawn towards that? Is it more like the Storm players get drawn towards it, or do you think like the Mono Blue, a tempo player would do it? What sort of players are picking that up? What is it natural for? If I was a Storm player in Modern, is that the deck that I would be gravitated towards?
Well, I think High Tide is very weak to Mono Blue Fairies. So there is a reason for Mono Blue Fairies to be very well represented in the Paupergeddon event, the Paupergeddon metagame, and that's the reason is probably High Tide. Mono Blue Fairies could be also kind of good against Metacraft or Affinity decks if you play a bunch of interaction.
That's another one. No Affinity decks.
Yeah,
they weren't doing like super great today.
just 2 players play the Affinity today, so I guess that's the main reason. Affinity also struggles a lot against Virgin Chrysalis, so Giant Wildfire isn't really a good matchup, but you know, if you play Black Mage Road, probably the matchup could be still playable, because you can't really do damage with your Refurbished Familiar or with your Melanfoss, but if you have a creature in the battlefield that deals direct damage, maybe you are able to just ignore the Virgin Chrysalis and deal damage thanks to you having more spells compared to your opponent.
Yeah, so let's run back what's actually happening so far. So today is its own standalone tournament. Today is the Top Pauper Player 2025, which is a combination of a whole year's worth of work, league tables, winning tournaments, top 8 tournaments, getting the points that they need to qualify for today. It was an invite-only tournament. So that's where we had 100 players battling it out. 7 rounds of Swiss. That's just finished. We're going to go into the top 8 shortly. Where the different decks are. We had 2 red decks. One was the Madness deck. One was the straight-up synthesizer deck. Then we had the Tron deck, Tron Flicker.
Yep.
Then we had the Azorius Familiar. Then we had the 5 land spy. By the way, that is literally my favorite deck in this top 8 now. What else did we have? We had 1 Giant Wildfire.
Ponza.
1 Ponza, which we saw obviously winning in this round. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And Mono Blue Fairies.
And the Mono Blue Fairies. That was right. You're good at this. You've got. I am not that smart. My short-term memory is terrible. So that's what we got in the top 8, and that's what we're going to see battling out. I need you to let me know, chat, what deck you want to see in the top 8. Though obviously we can only pick 2 of them to feature. Which 2 is it going to be? Let us know in chat. And then the man sat over there that you can't actually see is going to be the one grabbing those players and picking for us. So let us know which decks you want to see. I've asked the question. I'm trying to get some of the Pauper panel in the booth to kill the time, but I've been told that we need to go and set it up. So let us know in the chat what decks it is you want to see in the top 8. We'll do our best to get them on the feature match for you. Well, we don't know how it's going to pan out, who's going to be first seed, etc. But if we can get those decks that you want to see, I'm being told something. Oh, okay. So Gavin's in the vicinity right now, basically, and he's still playing out there. So he must be doing pretty well. If for some reason we can get them in the booth, we will. If not, maybe we'll try and do it tomorrow and get an insight into what's going through his mind, Emma's mind, and also Marco's mind, because I remember that's 3 of the 7 of the Pauper panel in attendance this weekend. So we've got one more round later on. I think we're doing the semis, so we'll be back. Don't worry about the chat. You'll still see these beautiful faces a little bit later on. We're going to end this round here, end of the Swiss, end of round number 7. When we come back, we'll have the top 8 for you all. So don't go anywhere. See you shortly.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for waiting. We are now in our top 8 of the top Pauper Player 2025. And looking at the top 8, if we can get that graphic up quickly, we have 8.
Oh, spoiler, no John Wildfire mirror.
we have 8 different decks, essentially, right? We've got two red decks, but they're like slightly different red decks. So we have Mono Red, which is got Synthesizer. And then we've got
with the Pinger, the Pinger version.
And then we've got like the Rakdos Madness deck. We've got Fairies. We've got Ponza. We've got Azorius Familiars. We've got the Flickertron deck. We've got that sweet 5-land Spy deck that we saw a couple of rounds ago. And then we've got
with the walls that I really love.
So we've got a very, very diverse top 8 right now. And I believe deck lists from the event are now available to look at for the public. So if you look at the standings, I believe they're available that way through Spice Rack. Shall we go to one of our quarterfinal games?
Of course, and I think that we'll be able to publish all the deck list at the end of this turn. So stay tuned and follow on our social network. I'll post on the chat right now. Just give me 1 second. You can click on the link here in chat to follow all Lega Pauper Italian social to stay tuned and get all the list live right now. Ecco cos'era. So we have the middle bracket. Mattei Pesenti against Riccardo's Ceridono.
Yep, so I think this is the 5-land Spy versus John Wildfire. I don't think the graphic is correct for those at home.
The graphic is incorrect.
Because we've got Mono Blue Fairies and Mono Red on the graphic, but it's 5-land Spy and versus John Wildfire?
Yep. I think that it's definitely not Mono Blue Fairies, the one that play Forest. Okay.
I mean, Mass Vandal.
Avete invertito nomi.
I mean, Mass Vandal is technically a fairy?
I don't know. Maybe Mattia is playing a really spicy list of Mono Blue Fairies with Forest and Swamps.
No blue fairies. So yeah, we'll get that graphic updated for you soon. So we have...
I don't know, John. How can you know that he is not really one of the fairies? Vandal's technically a fairies, right?
Yeah,
you're right.
The best kind of correct is the technically kind of correct, let's be honest.
Okay, so let's think about the real matchups of Mattei Pesenti.
So the classic red versus blue in Magic. So we got, we got Mono Blue Fairies, which historically has been a deck that's been around for a long time, has different flavors. You see Izzet Fairies, you've seen Dimir Fairies, but now we've gone straight up to Mono Blue. Why is that? What makes Mono Blue so much better than the other color combinations?
Mono Blue has a lot of reach in every single meta game because it's the real tempo deck of the format. So I think that it always have the reach to make results. So this meta game in particular is has a huge predator that is mono blue high tide. So Fairies has a good matchup against.
Fairies has an incredible matchup against high tide. It's like.
No, it's correct. Yeah,
no, it's correct. Yeah, thank you. Can we go back to the Fairies game if possible?
Ci switchate, ci switchate l'altro game. We wanna see the fairies.
Yeah, because we were talking about fairies. Sorry about this, chat.
Yeah, the worm is hitting so hard here. So
yeah, this is what happens when you have a heat wave and you got a lot of technology. It's just slowly melting away.
And it's not because I want to avoid John Wildfire at all. I swear.
Yeah. And as someone mentioned in the chat, like high tide hasn't been a huge predator today, and it's like, well, no, because people are prepared for it. You have stuff like Mono Blue Fairies. You got like cards like Standard Bearer that just has this weird edge case, like is pretty good against it. And it's like tomorrow's a different day, right? It's a different event. We might see some more high tide, but it's having like a top 8 that's one of each like deck, essentially with with a slight overlap. I think it's really, really good for 100
I think
card format.
there are
100
good
card
data
deck.
from the panel to discuss
Yeah.
about for the performance and the conversion rate of mono blue high tide.
Yeah. So we're going to stick to the fairies mono red, mono red synthesizer game plan here.
I think that this is really a pretty straight matchup where from one part of the table there is the aggressor
Yes.
of mono red, and the other side of the table is composed by the tempo deck. So it's mono blue is a more proactive deck, so he stay open and play counters and play.
You play Ninja the D powers as well,
so
which is a really nice one.
Le Lace. We have the real player that deserve the win of the top Pauper player, that is Diego Lacedonia, aka Lace the Mind Sculptor, also known as...
Very good, that's very good. See what you did there.
Yeah, he's a friend
Very
of mine.
good.
I know
Yeah.
him personally, so
Absolutely.
I always love him from 1996, that the date when he's born. So, but what do you think about this specifically matchup?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because it's that very sort of classic like matchup in Magic where you're the red deck, this very aggressive red attack your life total dot deck, versus blue, which is a much opposite. As you said, it's very tempo. There's a lot more flexibility. You have access to like counter magic. I think this can have a nice back and forth, depending on like the draws. I think I favor mono blue here just slightly more, just because you have ways to not only attack the life total, but you have ways to generate tempo. You got stuff with flash. You just got a lot more flexibility compared to the mono red player. But also experimental synthesizer is incredible at generating value as well, which is very important in this
What
matchup.
do you prefer to play?
I would prefer. So I used to play mono blue, like quite a while ago. So this is when Mystic Sandtree was legal.
Okay.
So Ninja of the D Powers is one of my favorite commons, and I just love playing the card.
Lovable card.
I love it. I love a blue. I love like a ninja like that. So I would play mono blue in this instance, but like as we've talked before, like red has just been consistently good in Pauper. In like mono red aggro has been great. We've had to ban Monastery Swiftspear to try and like take it down a peg. We had to ban Godolphin Rebirth to take it down a peg. So yeah, it's still like red is still pretty good, but it's just not as powerful or as warping as it was prior.
Yeah,
and plus
I think that the chat made a good point where Mattia, Mr. Cha 91, that and big up to Mr. Cha 91, that is the wizard that cooked our website Paupergeddon.com. So big up to you, and I think that he's right now, because mono blue fairies cannot be at 20 because mono red had cast an insolente, what's his name?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. The graphic. Okay. So the graphic is incorrect because the life we're seeing right now is from the other match, because as you can. So a few moments ago, name are switched. So please be patient.
Yeah.
Lives are not the correct one. So we'll fix at the end of this turn. So please be patient.
So you can see down here, so it's like 9 to 30.
9:15.
It's 9:15 right now, as you can see on the live pad in the bottom right.
Riesci a switcharli? Ok, non si riesce. Niente.
Yeah.
We cannot fix Aluran, sorry. We cannot fix at this point of the match. So
apologies about that.
Apologies. But we can see life points from the block notes on the bottom part of the table. So they are 9:15.
Here comes a lightning bolt, taking out the Ninja of the D Powers here. Just trying to stem some life.
Sorry, what is PD? You know, our director is gonna fix them. So please be patient. And I think
It's
that
9-12 currently.
Mattia has the role of the aggressor here.
Yeah.
Made
Just-
the combat trick with the Brine Barrow Intruder that gives -2, -0 to creature.
The really good thing about like fairies in particular is like you get an interaction, but you get a creature left behind, and that is just so important in this matchup because eventually you need to attack that life total. You're just like 2 for 1-ing your mono red opponent, and that's really key here. And like, look at just all of these flyers, like these evasive creatures. They're just so hard to remove. A lot of damage coming here. Let's see what Ricardo has.
When was the start time for this? Top 8, top 4 does not have a real time, a real clock. They had 90 minutes, but we don't keep trace of the time. I think that after we know the matchup, I think that they don't need a clock.
Yeah.
90 minutes are pretty enough to end the match.
I mean, like, when did the round start? Like 15 minutes ago?
Yeah, something like
About
that.
15, 20 minutes ago, yeah.
Yeah, we had a pretty quick live. The turns that there are not fast are those we streamed before. 120 minutes of John Wildfire Mirror.
Yeah.
Was pretty annoying.
Yeah, but we got like a nice clean matchup here in Mono Red versus Mono Blue Fairies. So with, so you still think John Wildfire is going to win the whole thing?
Sorry?
You think John Wildfire is still going to win the whole thing?
Why not? That
against
was my bet. I'm still on it.
Even against a really cool 5-land spy deck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that I saw the future. So
Did you really? Oh, wow.
no, just kidding. But I think that it's a really powerful deck that deserve their place in the higher place of a tournament, a huge tournament like this. So
Wolves gang in chat.
I think that Morla is unbanned. I unbanned him 2 months ago.
I believe life totals right now. Oh, cool. Yep. So the life totals have just been fixed.
We fixed the life total. Okay. Thank you, Quarta Parete.
Thank you,
you're
Director.
amazing. A huge thanks to Quarta Parete guys that are our directors, and they are amazing. They are pretty amazing. I never thought I'd see Sapo sober at the Geddon. First question, how you know I'm sober?
So the mono red player here is on 2 life. The mono red player is on 2 life. The mono blue player is on 12. Looks like mono blue is pretty close to tying this up. It's just got 5 creatures in play. These Kessig Fire Breathers aren't doing a whole lot. And the mono red player has 2 cards left in hand. We'll see what happens next. We've got another synthesizer, basically a redraw at this point.
Yeah, I think that mono blue fairies with this kind of board with 5 mana untapped and cards in hand is at its prime.
Also evasion, because half of these are fairies. So
I think that is really, really, really powerful. He can do whatever he wants. So it's really hard to...
The fact that Ricardo's cashing in this synthesizer is not a good sign. He has much left in his hand. Percussionist is not going to do much here, I don't think. I'm not sure what else you could really draw to get out of this.
1/1 with haste. So you win or I won. Or I win.
Yeah, it's like it's clear Matteo has something here, right?
Yeah,
that-
another blind barrow.
Yep.
-2 here. So he fogged he basically fogged the samurai
Yes.
and double block here. No damage. No, just 1 damage. I think that Brian Barrow intruder give to Mono Blue the opportunity to do a lot of combo tricks, like playing mutagenic growth,
Yep.
for example.
Yes.
But with a creature, so you can snap it, you can ninja him, so you can ninjutsu him. So I think that really good upgrade to.
So lightning bolt upstairs with
And
counterspell.
that one. Okay. No, don't worry. So okay, Mattei Pesenti is heading 1-0. The
awkward game one matchup.
The first match of top 8.
Excuse
So
me.
I remember that Mattia was one of the players that top 8, that top 4 at the last Geddon of Lecco with the same deck. I think that he changed 2 or 3 cards, not more, and. He's a really good player from Bergamo in the northern part of Italy. Do we have deck list available? Sono I bottoni.
Believe.
Yeah, on screen, on Twitch, you can click on the right part of. Can you put us in full screen?
So let's talk about sideboarding because these.
Yeah. Click here. Here. Click here. No, here. Here. And here for the other player. Thank you.
So now, with the top 8, these deck lists are public. Like you know what you're playing
Yeah.
against, basically. So when it comes to sideboarding, let's start with Mono Blue. Is what are you looking to bring in that isn't just for like a bunch of Hydro
For
Blasts?
sure, I side in all the Blue Blast copies. So
Yes.
Mattia is playing 5 copies of Hydro Blast
Slash
in
blue
the
and-
yeah. In the sideboard. And I think that I will cut all Bind the Monster. That
Bind the
are in
Monster's
main
a really
deck.
nice one as well here, yeah.
No, I cut in the main deck, so I
Oh,
side
sure,
out
sure.
all the main deck because it deals damage to you when you cast
Oh,
it.
sure, yeah.
So it's pretty useless in this kind of matchup, but I think that Humbling Helder is really nice. Oh, qua il ricordo ti troverò.
Yeah.
E ti stringerò la mano.
Oh, shoot.
No, there you can see the deck list right now by clicking at the button here and there. But we'll publish it on Pauper Wave website and on our social channel at the end of this round. I will do it personally, so give me the time to do it.
And so let's talk about Mono Red. What would you do
Mono Red, I think
outside
that
of
is the same.
the 4 Pyroblast
Yeah,
and
with
Rebs here?
Yeah, pretty accurate. 5 blast too.
Yeah.
So I think that he's playing Relic of Progenitus, that's pretty useless here. This is not Mono Blue Terror, so
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
This is Cabo
Our
Black,
director is saying that if you're watching from mobile, you can find the button under the player, at the bottom part of the screen, right? Under the player, but on top on the chat, if you are on mobile. Okay, right next to follow and subscribe. Oh, to see the list, you must subscribe, right? No, I'm just kidding, just kidding. Just kidding. The top 8, ciao Italy, bella, Mwah, amore mio. Can we see the bracket, please, of the top 8? This is the top 8, so we have 8 different decks, and I think that it really are really nice things. That is a symptom of a balanced metagame. We don't have a mono blue tide here.
No, we don't.
So
no high tide.
I think that it's nice for the panel that foresee a healthy reintroduction of high tide in metagame. Okay. Meanwhile, we can see the other match real quick, just a few seconds to see what Spy doing. Okay, four lands in on the battlefield and 1 land in hand, so he's ready to go combo.
Federico's already game up as well, so John Wildfire might be out of this top 8.
John, might be not. I don't know. Why you say that? You're no.
Just say it.
No, it's bring bad luck. don't do it. my bet are on John Wildfire. So, he's hitting. His 5 land spy is hitting 1-0.
Yeah. So this is game 2. So Federico is up a game.
And he has a balustrade spy on a hand, so it's a pretty dangerous spot
it's
for
a close,
Matteo.
very close position for victory.
Yeah. Pretty nice. Let's see what will happen here. But I think that if Matteo will not have something that can interact with the combo, he will die very soon. For example, a Nihil Spellbomb or something that can disrupt the combo or the possibility to reanimate with Dread Return. So let's see.
What does...
He's trying to... Oh, he's trying the map with a Fanatical Offering, generating another map. Mono blue versus mono red is a popular matchup for ages. Yeah, since the beginning of Pauper. Yeah, I totally agree with this. Totally agree.
We are now rumbling. These Masked Vandals are going to do a bit of damage. And here's the 5th land, and here's the Balustrade Spy.
Balustrade Spy, mill all the cards.
Yep.
Yeah, give me 20 seconds. He's finishing
this game. I think this game's
the game, and my hope that to get the right spot of the winner. Yeah, he's looking for the graveyard, but I think that's
pretty much.
No,
and then here comes the handshake. So.
No! My hopes died here. Okay, let's go back to Mono Blue Fairies. Yeah. Just in time to see my hope vanished. Okay. So I think that one of the semi-finalists will be
5 land spy.
5 land spy with Wolves. That is a huge deck.
Yeah. How many people are gonna sleeve up 5 land spy for tomorrow if there's loads of jump Wildfire?
I think that if there are a lot of people that does not pretty know what to play, but they have 5 land, X land spy and a possible deck, they surely sleeves 5 land spy with this deck tomorrow. This 75 tomorrow, because it's really lovable deck.
Here comes a Reckless Impulse from Ricardo.
Deck list of the other person. The other person is who? Mono red, Jund, Spy. What?
Here comes the fairies. We had a Hydroblast on the Reckless Impulse, which is brutal.
That blue elemental Hydroblast was from the event that took place in February. That is called Pauperfest. I organized it.
Nice.
That is based on Pauper and mead. We had Porco Sarvego. This is a local brewer here in Italy that bring 60 liters of mead free to the event.
Sounds great. That sounds fun.
Yeah, it was really huge. And Mattia topped 8 at the event. That card is one of the prizes of the card. So there's a dwarf here. I think that's a card that we didn't see from a lot of time in Pauper, the Dwarven Forge Hunter. But I think that's nice. Is there a possibility to see all the top 8 deck lists? Yeah, at the end of this turn,
Yeah.
I personally
Also,
post them all.
going back to the game for a second, like the Dwarven Forge Chanter, like that board pay 2 life is like surprisingly awkward when, you know, life is a very precious resource against these very aggressively red leaning decks.
Because
It just-
using life as a resource to interact with their creatures is really, you were great, the spy player. Using life to interact with the board is a really upside to a creature that is 1/3 with prowess.
Yes.
So it grew bigger as long as you casting spells. So it's
Yeah,
really,
which you
really
were going to
huge.
be in this style of deck, right? It's got the lowest curve when it comes to aggression and just like non-creature spells.
And a lot of lists tend to decrease the average mana value of the deck, so he tends to remove all the 2 mana value cards that doesn't do direct damage or direct card advantage, for example, Brandon Soul or something, or spell like that.
Ooh, that was a pretty nice blue elemental blast protecting the Ninja of the Deep Hours.
Yeah. That's literally his win con, so
Yes.
he needs to protect it. No, Biots, no. Sta buono lì.
Here comes the synthesizer. Lightning bolt's a really great hit.
A 2 for 1 is
A 2 for 1
great.
takes out the Ninja of the Deep Hours as well, which we talked about how important it is. And now we've got a prowess trigger on this dwarf, and it's going in for 2.
That's the strength of the dwarf that allows you to do 3 damage using a removal spell to clear the board and go through the blockers. And he grows also if you cast, for example, a synthesizer that allows you to make a card advantage and make more damage to the creature. So I really love this kind of approach to your game plan as a mono red player.
Yes.
Of course. Yeah, another Scry 2, there's a Brine Barrow, all bottom.
Fairy Sea is just an incredible card, just to like ninjutsu back to hand.
Yeah, when they printed Fairy Sea, it was a split second. It was a split second put it in blue fairies because
why wouldn't you?
it's too powerful to don't.
It's just a 1 mana fairy, so it's really good with Spellstarter Sprite. It's a really great card to ninjutsu back when you want to attack with Ninja of the Deep Hours because you just want to dig through your library and just find those answers.
And a lot of players thought that fairies need to replace the miscreant.
Oh yeah.
But a lot of players, the best players, thought that instead it was added. That was the need for 4 more 1 mana fairies to add to the deck to give the deck more resilience. And for the version of the deck list that right now mono blue fairy is split only mono blue, but at the time mono blue was fairies was played in each set or in Dimir combination of colors. So that was a huge upgrade in those lists when you can switch the miscreant to play a full set of a fairy seal. So it's really huge in this deck. Amendo, you can find the deck by clicking on the button on the right and left side of the screen if you are from a browser, from PC, or in the bottom part of the screen if you are from a smartphone, just between the screen and the chat. And at the end of this turn, I will publish all the lists. There's a triple block here. Okay. Let's see what will happen here.
Mono red player's gotta have something.
That's a lava dart.
Yep,
here.
taking out one of the fairy seers.
1 damage with prowess there.
Yes.
How many lava dart does Riccardo play?
3.
3 lava dart. Okay.
According to this deck list.
That's a huge card in this particular matchup.
Because there's just so many X1s and it's like
It's a pretty free 2-for-1.
Yeah, and there comes a point where you can just throw away mountains. It doesn't matter. Like,
Yeah.
you have like 3 lands.
You
you're fine.
justify the flu.
Yeah. Also works greatly with the dwarf who has prowess. It just all comes together. So, got
Remain 2 blockers there.
another
1 mana
thing.
in pool. Flashbacking.
We flash back into dot. Taking out the other fairy seer. Yeah. Another prowess trigger, so take 3. And we got
That's
another Epicure, deal 1 damage to the opponent, so Mattei is now on 11. 2 blood tokens. We've got this experiment of synthesizer.
How many cards does Mattei have in hand?
I want to say
think
like
that
3 or 4.
2 or 3, not more.
Oh,
wow.
great top deck.
Yeah,
Even-
but that's the worst way to play WoW for mine.
Sure, you want to play it for 1 mana, but like if you're running it, like taking a turn off to do that isn't great, but you still need to draw those cards. And now Ricardo's in a position where he's kind of like not afraid of any counter magic or any of the Hydro Blast or Blue Element or worse.
Surprising Mono Red playing 1 more land over usually. But I think that Ricardo is one of the players that play Mono Red since the beginning of his Pauper career. So I think that he pretty mastered this archetype.
So we got Clockwork Percussionist in play. I think Ricardo's just audibling on to attack. Like, Mattei is tapped out at this point, so you can probably get some attacks in.
Yeah, I need to improve their damage output right now. To attack with all but the Epicure.
Yes. Epicure is really good on the
prevent
defense.
free champ block.
Yeah.
Sorry, I need to screenshot one thing that makes me laugh.
We got another of One Mind. Drawing 2 cards.
They have surely no hurry to close this matchup. Chill out,
well, the
bro.
thing is, it's a top 8, right? Things like the nerves can get a thing, right? So another thing we should probably talk about is the prizes. For this event.
They split the prices though. They're playing.
No, I
for-
mean like, so what do you get for winning this event? Because we showed off the Monarch token, we showed off the very exclusive payment. But what else do you win?
You want an additional buy for the Paupergeddon of tomorrow,
Yeah.
and I take this chance to answer a question that I saw in the chat. Why? Someone can explain why in day 1 we have top 8, because this is not the Paupergeddon. This is the top power player. That is a tournament that takes place 1 time a year, the day before the Paupergeddon Summer Edition, so today, that gather all the players that have the best performance during the competitive year of Lega Pauper Italia, and they are facing each other to elect the most powerful player of the year of Lega Pauper Italia. So this is not the Paupergeddon.
This is like the
Paupergeddon
this
starts
is like
tomorrow at 9:30 a.m.
yeah.
So
This
just
is
remember-
this is like the warm up to Paupergeddon.
Yeah, the
this is just
warm-up.
getting us in the mood for
yeah, this is an
slamming comments.
invitational tournament that takes place the day before the Paupergeddon Summer Edition.
Yeah.
2025 for this year.
So, looks like both our players are just kind of having like a Mexican standoff. They're just like slowly developing their boards, not wanting to attack quite yet.
I think if I was in Ricardo, I had to attack the last turn.
Yes.
Because they had 2/3. They had a 1/1. If it dies, let me draw a card. So why don't he attack I think that he missed the chance to a free attack,
Yep.
to
So-
free damage.
Yep. Now cashing in this experimental synthesizer to see a new card and make a samurai token with, yeah.
Oh, hi
Vigilance.
Skura, welcome in the chat. I saw you
Oh, the
5 minutes ago, but
Everyone's favorite fairy player, right?
yeah,
Skura.
but the real question is why aren't you here to play top 8, Skura? No.
Let's see what the fairy player is doing right now. Change their mind, just draw a card instead, and now we're just going to go aggressive. We've got some evasion going on here.
It was the move of
Yeah,
of
it's
a
the
total
it-
swing.
it's
but-
the I
No,
want to
just
attack,
one,
but
just one, just
actually,
one.
yeah, it's very easy to get carried away in these games, especially when it's the top 8 and you really want to win the event. You just got to be a little careful. Just think things through.
So Skura, we need a face-off between you and Pezza, to who is the mono blue king here. So stay tuned. We will do an opposite episode of Guiding Voice where there will be a pretty hard and flamed face-off.
So,
Here we go. Let's
Ricardo's.
swing.
I think you lead these epicures back, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that. No,
No,
who
no,
cares?
maybe not.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's swing.
We are attacking life totals, chat.
I think that another Brim Barrow that's here for the tricks.
Mono Blue has so many tricks, doesn't it?
Okay, he gave -2, -0 to a samurai,
Yeah.
and there's another one. There's a Humbling Elder.
From the sideboard.
He comes from the side. I think that one of the Brain Barrow is from the side. No, the Humbling Elder is
It's
from
a humbling
the side.
elder
Yeah,
from
okay.
the sideboard, yeah.
So that's a sideboard card.
Yes. And we talked about it. It's like a good one to have here. Especially when you just don't want your life total to be 0.
Feels like this tournament will exhaust them more, and a couple of buys is not worth it. Yeah, but the eternal glory of winning the top power player, I think that's worth it. Have you ever won a top power player?
Have you ever won a top Pauper player?
No, unfortunately. No, unfortunately not. But if I was able to play it, I should
Yeah.
get the chance to play it.
What would you play? If you were like, if this was this event, like say it was happening tomorrow and you were qualified for it, what would you play?
Familiar.
Okay.
I think that familiar is my choice, but with a pretty spicy shell. That is a control shell more than
Yeah.
a full combo shell. Good practice for tomorrow. Yeah. Is there a Discord for the LPA? Yes, I think that. You can find the link here. And
This
there
spell
is-
starter sprite is nasty.
Oh, finally a
okay.
spell start. Oh,
Oh,
it was already.
yeah, just
That's
like
a split second.
activating my
elemental
trap,
blast. Yeah.
activating my trap card, kind of elemental blast. Yeah. So that was a well-timed
knew it.
spell starter
That's it.
sprite. Tried to get red elemental blasted, but then got blue elemental blasted.
I think that Mattia was cooking this turn from a couple of turns before because he did a really nice play.
Yeah.
He swapped the bird situation, so he's now on the advantage. He has now the advantage now.
He can now be the aggressor, which is
Yeah.
which I find is this is one of the like hardest things to learn if you play like a blue-based tempo creature deck, something like Mono Blue Fairies. It's just knowing when to pivot. It's like, at what point do I stop being the controller and start being the aggressor? And as you can see now, Mattia is being very aggressive. Ricardo's tapped out. used all his resources, and it's just like, cool, I'm going to go for this life total. And while 17 seems pretty high, that's going to go down really quickly with all these flyers.
Yeah. Beating for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's like Ricardo needs to draw pretty good,
So one-
and like used his lava dart already as well, so he can't even trigger prowess with this dwarf.
Yeah, Ricardo is now at the top deck situation, so if Mattia has one counter, he can manage all the threat that can go through his opponent. So I think that full swipe with all creatures was totally right. Riccardo Cirigliano is Moon Goblin, yeah, he is. Bob. See.
Here comes a Moon Circuit Hacker as well, just to punch in some more damage. And now we've got mono red on the defense, which is not where you really want to be in this match.
Why he getting into creatures for Ninja? He's a pretty nice move when you can basically active the cost of ninjutsu by bouncing at creatures you control. Then, in response to the activate ability, you can activate one more time, and if you pay the cost, you can blink. You can bounce all creatures you want.
Yeah.
So, if you have creatures that are useless, that are useful to cast again, you can do all times you want if you have mana to do it.
Yeah.
And is a underestimated trick that I really love, and surely Mattia know very well.
Yeah. We have another percussionist here. Not what we need. It's probably gonna be on the defense. Let's be honest.
That's a counter spell.
Yeah. That's a lot of fairies on the battlefield too.
Yeah, you need to optimize all the mana, all the creatures. Yeah, pretty accurate. Just holding, activating ninjutsu twice, holding the priority. You can in Magic Online and TGO, you can do it by pressing Control and activating ninjutsu one time. That ninjutsu second time, then release Control.
Looks like Ricardo's getting in with this. Getting in just to see if it gets chump blocked, and he can just try and get a card off the top. But I don't think Mattia's going to fall for it.
Didn't know you could do that. Yeah, you can do that, but the first creature, the first activation of ninjutsu will be exiled from the stack, of course, because the ninja is yet on the battlefield when he tries to resolve. So you can easily
There's just so many
bounce all the creatures you want and ninjutsu one time.
Yeah. So 6 meets 8. Fairy player is very much in control here. Has a couple of cards. Has all their lands untapped and
Look how the situation changed.
Yeah, it just flips so
2
easily.
turns.
Yeah, it's incredible. Like how if you can just beat the pyroblast and the rebs, like that point with the ninja was especially important. Or the spells out of sprite, sorry. You just snapped off the blue elemental blast.
Yeah, for sure is a legal play.
Yeah.
I guarantee for that. Yeah,
it doesn't sound like illegal play, but it's also just one of those things that you just learn from playing the Decathlon.
Mattia, he's a friend of mine, so it's illegal, but he can do it. No, just kidding. He's a legal, totally legal play. Yeah.
As long as you have the mana to pay for it, you can do it again.
You can theoretically bounce all the creatures you want if you have mana to do it.
Right. Unsurprisingly, Mattia's going to go back into the red zone. So he's got another turn?
3 damage.
Basically, after this, Ricardo has a turn to figure it out.
Pay attention. What is that card?
Needs to be something really good. And hope Mattia doesn't have any form.
Look how he's playing carefully.
And Mattia
attacking only with 3 creatures and taking the dispel on the board, and that's
that
GG.
should be game right here. Yep, and there we go. So my suggestion's still in.
You say Mono Blue Fairies?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah. Oh. Okay.
But that was a great game. A little bit back and forth, but it was just a shame that, oh, not really a shame, but the point with the spell starter sprite and the fight with the red and blue elemental blast kind of tied it up there. And as we said, it just became the point where the blue player just became the aggressor, just like turned the corners, like, cool, you're out of resources, I'm gonna start hitting you.
I really love the approach that Mattia has in the matchup, where he played carefully the early turns when he was on the draw, so he's back of one turn against his opponent, and he cooked a turn. He did a triple block to bait the lava dart. So I really that he played really well this matchup, and he changed the balance of the situation by cooking a single stack war in 3 turns. I think it was really amazing. I think that Mattia is one of the best players of this deck.
Yeah.
For sure. Pauper shouldn't be played with leaves and you rub them with an elastic band relieving the tables.
I mean, I have
we don't deserve playmat. We must play on the Rove Street.
I mean, I play a commander deck that doesn't have sleeves and is tied by an elastic band, just to feel something, you know, just to play Magic as Garfield intended.
Yeah, for sure. So I think that we have time, but I'd like to make a little pause and see if Gavin is able to do a little chit chat with you.
Sure. We might need to go to a quick ad break.
Yeah.
And just see if Gavin's free.
We can a little break, and we're setting up the semi-final. We're waiting for the table that are still playing right now. I'm going to prepare the deck list of the top 8. I'm working on it right now, and I'm trying to take Gavin here on the stream. So I am Sapo.
I'm Emma. Yeah.
See you.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Paupergeddon. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and I'm joined by Alex. Let's see if I can get it right. Moretti.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's go. It only took me 8 rounds to do it, ladies and gentlemen. And you are watching the kickoff show of Paupergeddon, where we are crowning the top Pauper player. It's a combination of a years-long work for a lot of these players to try and get the points that they need on the leaderboard to get an invite this weekend. We kicked off this morning with 100 players battling out across 7 rounds of Swiss before eventually we were able to find 8 players to battle it out to try and call themselves the Pauper top player. But we're down to the final 4 now. So we've got some updates for you of who or what decks are currently going in the field. We have got Mono Blue Fairies has managed to make it to the top 4. I think we've got a graphic. I'm going to actually look to see if there's a graphic of the top 4. If not, I'll go talk for it anymore. My favorite deck so far, that is definitely not the slide we want, is the 5-land Spy deck has made itself into the top 4. That's my pick.
Yeah, that's a very cool deck. I hope to see it as well in the final.
We've also got Ponza, the green-red sort of ramp deck floating around, and we're still waiting on the 4th one. They're still battling out. That is going to be either the Tron deck or the like Flicker Ephemerate deck.
Yeah, Azure is familiar.
That's going to be, I feel like the game's going to take a long time.
Yeah, that's a control mirror.
We thought instead of making your wait until we literally do have a second top 4, we're going to just kick it right off with the first one. We're going to have Mono Blue Fairies going up against the Gruul Ponza list, and hopefully by the time we finish, our backup feature match will have finished and we can get them going. As it looks like play draw dependent, the top seed is going to be the Mono Blue Fairies here, so they get to kick it off. And we're going to start with a little bit of scry action with the Fairy Seer coming down. How do you see this matchup playing out?
Well, you know, Fairies is very bad when it comes to deal with creatures. Mm-hmm. So if you just take a look at the creatures in Gruul Ponza, you have a very powerful deck against Mono Blue Fairies. But if you also take a look at Charmocast and Mouli Asimosi, those cards are really, really bad against Fairies. So, in my opinion, the matchup is quite even. I mean, both decks can easily win or just struggle a lot against the opponent.
So do you think like that being on the play is going to have a huge advantage on this? As we got Mono Blue Fairies on the play. We do go against the Ponza deck, which has a lot of ramp in it, and that's what we see turn 1 there, as they now untap and will have access to 3 mana on turn 2, almost counteracting that being on the draw aspect, but really, as you said, needs to get some sort of board presence moving forward. And this is a good one. This is a great one for it. The Jeweled Thief coming down, that's going to also generate a treasure token along with it, which we're cashing in straight away. We're going to get the Elf down here, so that means that next turn we'll have access to 5, maybe even 6 mana moving forward. And that's, as you said, the creatures in this matchup are what's going to really pull us ahead. It's not going to be our land destruction, our Ponza plan. We need to get the bigger creatures on the board, start turning them sideways, and that's how we're going to eventually end up trying to win this game. How important is counter magic going to be?
Yeah, that's true that being on the play or on the draw matters a lot in this matchup. After all, Fairies relies on powerful 2-mana counterspell, the main sick card, and also spell Stature Sprite. So, when they are able to counter your early game mana ramp, just aren't able to play at all. And when they're also able to eventually counter your powerful threats like even Jeweled Thief is good. I mean, your opponent's creatures, your Mono Blue Fairies creature is much smaller compared to every kind of
everything in the other deck. What do you think about that there? Using Snap on our turn, sorcery speed, to be able to bounce back the Elf, kind of slow down that mana progression. As here's one of these. How do I pronounce this? Thermokite. Is that right? Thermocast.
Yeah.
Thermocast.
Yeah, that's Storm Rain, but in green. And
we're letting it resolve. Does that show that we don't have any counter magic, or just we don't really care?
I think they don't have any counterspell. They also missed the 3rd land drop, so it is very likely they don't have the land and they don't have the counterspell.
And then we're flashing in there. We see the intruder getting in there and getting a double block.
Ooh, Force Spike.
This is not what I thought we would see. Nice little altered one there as well. So 1-drop coming down. We've got the mana to counter it. So pretty sure that's going to happen. There's nothing in this green deck that's going to stop it.
Ponza tried to cast Charmocast, so forcing the opponent to cast a counterspell on the spell, or just to have enough to not let the opponent to have mana to counter
I think
Arbor Elf.
they're about to ask. So basically, if you stack up both these creatures at double blocks, they would have free toughness and free power. So both creatures should be in the graveyard now. I think that's what both players have missed, and they talk. That's why we have judges at the end of the day. I was thinking, I thought maybe it was a 1/3, but until we got it on the screen and you see it's a 1/2, both those creatures should be in the bin right now, and we'll get that. We'll get a judge on it. Judges will sort it out. They'll tell us exactly what it's for, and that's what we use judges, right? You know what I mean? We want to keep this game nice, fair, and clean. Honest mistake here, but we're kind of seeing how this is going to work, I believe. But we have had a couple of game actions since, right?
I think it's just a matter on how many spells they were able to cast this turn, because they moved to combat with the Jewel Thief, so Honorable Fairy had only 1 blue mana left because they cast the Thermal cast in the first main phase. So by casting the Brine Barrow Intruder, they don't have any mana open in theory. So they were eventually able to cast Arbor Elf with the opponent not having any mana. I mean, unless they...
No, I think we won it because there was a double block that happened.
Okay, so...
Because the Jeweled Thief went to the graveyard. And if you... This is a 1/2, that's a 2/1. So 3 power, 3 toughness. If you're double blocking, and this is going to go to the graveyard, it means that both the other creatures on the other side should happen, right? And then it's right, the mana would be left open to be able to cast this. There's a little bit of rewind. I think both players are giving their side of the story here.
It seems like the bot players play it too fast, and they just have a one shortcut to match. So now we are trying to figure out what is happening.
You know what I mean? These things happen. No one plays perfectly unless you read Duke, and it's extremely hot here in Italy. This is a long day. This is going into round number 9 for these players at this point. Fatigue can kick in, set in here. I think we're going to start rewinding, go back to the combat phase. Obviously, a little information has been gained. So we've tapped out, destroyed the land. We're flashing this in. Maybe that's what we're talking about here is, you didn't flash it in when you were meant to. You wouldn't have had it to double block. If you do, you don't have the blue mana up. Classic. All been there. We've all accidentally done it. You kind of play 1 or 2 steps ahead, and that's like how you become potentially get a great Magic player. Is that always playing 1 or 2 steps ahead, and sometimes you forget to do the things that you actually put in your head. All the time, I'm like, I didn't tap this, or I didn't play that before I played this. But it's okay. These things happen. And the follow-up is going to be the elf, and then they're saying that they counted that. So I think it's all to do with the land destruction. We didn't flash in the creature when we should have flashed in, or I say should have, when we wanted to flash the creature, and we wouldn't have had enough mana for it. So we've got some of Europe's best judges here this weekend, and one of them's literally sorting it now. It looks like we're going to hit the elf back in hand and the land. We're going to have the creature still on the board. I think the answer is, like, if we rewind so far, then they're allowed to use their mana to flash this in. Then I don't want to attack. Do you still attack here? It's still a 2-for-1.
To be honest, I think it does not really worth to attack if they cast the Brine Barrow Intruder during the main phase, because you already know that your thief will likely die, and it doesn't really matter killing a 2/1 when you are losing a 3/3 creature. I mean, after all, you still have mana, and you can cast Arbor Elf in the second main phase. So, to be honest, I prefer to have more creatures compared to my opponent when I play this kind of deck, heavily focused on the combat step.
I'm just going to ask for an update from the judge once this is resolved, so we can kind of find out what the outcome is. Do you know what I mean? This is one of the ways that I used to learn Magic, is watching live streams and just seeing how cards play out and learning these different interactions that I didn't know worked out, like how they did, or as you spoke about earlier on in the broadcast, being able to use ninjutsu twice on the same creature to try and get the extra bit of value that way, or on multiple creatures to bounce them back, get those ETB effects. While they're kind of going through this chat, let's rewind on what actually was in today's top 8. So in the top 8 today, we did have 1 mono blue, which you're seeing right now. We had 2 red, 1 synthesizer, 1 red madness, the burn madness deck. We got the Tron flicker deck, the blue-white, I say flicker deck, is that the right way to put it, or familiar?
Yeah, it's still a flicker deck after all.
The blue-white flicker familiar deck. 5 land scry, which is still, remember, in the top 4. We're just waiting on the opponent. It's either going to be the Tron or the familiar deck. We had Jun Wildfire and Ponza. That was our top 8. 8 different decks today in the 100-player top Pauper player event, where tomorrow, of course, we're kicking off Paupergeddon. Now, that is the main event of the weekend. 2 days, 14 rounds, plus a top 8. Players tomorrow are going to need a 6-2, 18 points or more record to get themselves into day number 2. Then they get to battle out, and that's where the prizes are, all those big cash prizes. I think it's a total of, if you're watching in America, $32,000 cash prizes. If you're watching in Europe, it's about just over 27,000 euros. So a lot on the line. And then we've got, of course, all the side events that are happening, all the artists that are room, because this is the 10th anniversary of Paupergeddon. We've got 10 different artists in the room. We've got Justin Jones is out there, RK Post is out there, like all the fan favorites from the beginning of Magic all the way up to the current sets as well. There's something for everybody out there. And I was having dinner with him last night. Always a great bunch of people. We've got Gavin Verhey that's flown across. Have you spoke to Gavin yet?
Yeah, I also brought a couple of cards that I wanted to get this Gavin signature on it.
Oh, okay, what cards did you want him to sign?
Fair Cannonade, which is Master Armor, 3 mana, 2 damage to every non-pirate creature, because he's the game designer that choose to put that card as a common in Commander Legends.
Okay.
So thanks to him, we got that card in the format, and that Fear Cannonade was the first kind of instant speed 2 mana Master Removal to every creature. So I think it's kind of iconic because we know we have Fear Cannonade in the format thanks to Gavin.
That and just the whole Pauper panel in general do a lot of work for this. You know what I mean? Like for this Pauper community, they're really keeping on top of all the different cards from every different set, trying to make sure it's as balanced as possible. And like last year is one of the, this is where I started. I dipped my toes into Pioneer for the first time, was last year's Paupergeddon, and seeing it, and I was so blown away with it. And it seemed like it was so balanced, which it was, exactly what I want from a Magic format. I see that we're starting play, so it looks like we have rewinded to a certain situation. It looks like pre-combat is where we went with it. Now we're going to start chipping in a little bit damage. The Jewel Thief is now still around, but that Elf, we didn't want to play it into the known counterspell that we've seen, but now we do want to play it. Another 2 into another Jeweled. Definitely have to pay the extra mana for it. Now we've got a treasure token as well. And then we're going to pass the turn back. Having 3/3 Vigilance, trampling creatures against all these 1/1s and 1/2s, pretty good.
Yeah, I guess so. It's very strong.
Oh, we're going to use the treasure token and cast another Elf on the board. An Elf in itself, just one, a 1/1 here, still lines up quite well against all these other 1 toughness creatures on the other side. And if not, worst case scenario, we get to ramp out a lot next turn.
By the way, Mono Blue Fairy is not finding any lands on the top deck, means that every Williams Moss or Thermocast will probably stop Fairies to play any Magic if Ponza is able to find any Ponza spell.
Yeah, if they can get rid of their land and there's no more spells that can be cast. Apparently I said Pioneer a second ago. Apologies, chat. This is definitely a Pauper stream. None of that Pioneer right now. All Pauper, all Eternal formats. Are we just waiting? Are we trying to find I feel like we're one big cascade spell away from being able to do this. But we're turning everything sideways. 8 points of damage is coming across. And I've just been told the judge calls. Let me have a little look at this. Okay, so it was the blue player wants to play a ninja in combat with the mana that they accumulated in the main phase. They were given a warning and it was rewound. So yeah, they were trying to get mana to change different phases. Of course, that can't happen. So the judges rewound it to the point where it happened and then let them play it on from there. Now that that's all nice and cleared up. You don't want too many warnings. in a game, if you get 3 of the same warning, that is a game loss. And that is, you do not want to get in game losses when you're in the top 4 of today's tournament.
I think it works in the same way as the Swiss phase, right?
Yep.
So you take 4 free time warning for the same
infringement.
For the same reason, and you get game loss. But usually this kind of error just happens because you are very tired after 9 rounds of tournament.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like I said, this is 9 hours of playing Pauper so far. You know what I mean? And in this heat, they might not have had, been able to get a lot of water in between rounds, or the stress of just playing on a camera as well can make you do some crazy stuff. Yeah, we found a semi-big threat. It's at least a nice big 4/4 body. It's going to generate a 2/2 along with it as well. If this is going to resolve, because we have hit land off the top, and that's going to open up that counter magic which we've seen there being cast. Passing the turn back, still got a grip for. There's another land, so that's 3 lands in a row that looks like we've drawn off the top. Going to get in there a little bit of ninja action. Yep, here comes ninjutsu. Talk me through what ninjutsu is in that mechanic.
Yeah, it's a very mechanic. I mean, you can play in a large variety of way if you know about it, because you can ninjutsu in every phase of the combat phase. So even after you declare the attacker and the attacker is not blocked. All right, so now you can
Chat wants to know what the name of that saga was called. It is Summon Fat
Chocobo.
Chocobo?
Or Chocobo.
Am I saying that correct? I haven't played Final Fantasy yet. Is that the chicken-looking thing?
Yeah, that's the kind of big bird that is present in Final Fantasy. But
okay.
I never played the game, so I don't know the correct pronunciation.
If you look at the art, it does look like a big chicken. That is a big chicken. I would like to have some of that at Nando's. But anyway, less Nando's talk. More mono blue action as we are turning and burning through the day. Looks like we've turned that corner. We haven't been able to find any of these big threats here on Niccolò's side at the bottom of our screen. Really could do with a big Cascader. How about some land destruction while the shields are down? Get rid of that one that's untapped. It means we can go ramp again.
Well, mana distraction doesn't really matter anymore.
Yeah, not right now.
They have already draw 5 lands on the top, 4 lands. So now even if they lose 1 mana, doesn't really matter. They just want to draw big creatures. I mean, they get 4 damage just by the ninjas, so that's a lot of damage and a lot of card draws in every turn. So I can see Ponza losing this game after
some awkward top decks, basically. Yeah. Not what we want, especially that the Fairy was able to draw out of that land problem, like the mana screw that they had. Has been able to draw multiple lands in a row so they can cast these spells. They always say that screw beats flood, and maybe we're seeing that right now, but it is only game 1, of course, best of 3. And if you look at life totals of both players, 5 versus 4, it's not out the realm of possibility for us to be able to pull this one back. Chat's asking, are we going to see the other match too? Yes, that is the plan. So while the top 8 was still playing, as we do see the mono blue Fairies deck taking down game 1 there, I'm going to update on what's actually happening right now if you're just tuning in. We're in the top 4, but we actually only know 3 players in the top 4. Because we've got the Tron Flicker deck versus the blue-white Familiar deck, which again is another Flicker deck. Both decks take extremely long time to win. They got paired against each other in the top 8. So they're still battling out as we speak. One of those will be paired off against the 5-land Spy deck. So instead of keeping you all waiting on the waiting back screen, we decided we're going to kick this game off now. And hopefully by the time this game is over, they would have either finished the other game and started the other 4, or at least the time difference, we're going to shorten that span so we can get you both games here on stream. Because we know that's what you want to hear. You don't want to hear our stupid voices and our beautiful faces. You want to see some more Pauper action. Even though I grew a beard for you, chat, and now I just broke a pen randomly in my hand. So open deck list now. That's a cool thing. Do we have deck list to show on screen? They're looking at me like we don't have it on screen. So by clicking on the screen, you can see the deck lists, I'm being told. So I'm going to go to the stream and look myself. Oh, look, there's a little tab, and if I click it, I can see the deck list. And this is only people watching on a computer, right? You can't do it on your phone? You can do it on your phone? Oh, technology. All right, but what I'm being told in my ears is, if you want to see what deck list both of these players have got right now, it is uploaded. It's on the overlay right now on Twitch. So you can interact with it. You can see exactly what's in the 75. It is now open deck list, and that's why we see both players with it in front of them, which means we can talk about it in depth looking at their sideboard. So let's start over on the Ponza side, because they are a game down. Their sideboard, we've got some Dragon's Breaths, we've got Call into the Fire, we've got the, what's this one? The Glamour. We've got Feed, the Clan, and we've got Weather the Storm. What do you like at this sideboard?
Well, to be honest, I guess Ponza will likely sideboard in the same way as he already did against Elves.
So basically, all the red cards?
Yeah, just red cards, Spirit Weapon, and Cast into the Fire, because you are playing against a deck with a bunch of 1/1 creatures, and those are very, very strong cards against X1 creatures.
Okay, well, let's throw it across and see what's in the mono blue fairies sideboard. Looking at this, we've got Annul, we've got Bind the Monster, we've got Blue Elemental Blast, Pyroblast, Humble Elder, Dispel, and Steel Sabotage. Do you like any of these?
Okay, so I guess both Hydroblast and Bind the Monster are clearly going in, but maybe even Annul, because Annul can be a very strong card against Wild Growth, Utopia Sprawl, but also against Nyxmorn Hydra.
Okay, we'll see how that pans out.
But I don't remember if the Ponza deck plays Nyxmorn Hydra. They usually do.
Not this build.
Not.
They've gone for. They've got the fat Cocoa Boo, Chocobo,
Fat Coco Chop.
Fat Chicken. They got the Fat Chicken. And a couple of women. So maybe they want to bring in it. Maybe it's more play to draw dependent. We'll see how it goes for both these players. But I have an update on who else made it into our top 4. So if you are a Tron Flicker fan, you are going to be upset because it did not get into the top 4 today. It is going to be the Azorius Familiar deck managed to take that game down, and they will be going up against the 5-land Spy deck. That is going to be our backup feature match. Imagine we're moving them across right now, getting them set up and ready. When they're ready for production, can you give me a thumbs up just so we can see, kind of see how they're getting on? Maybe we'll flick back and forth. As both players are now going to start drawing their opening 7s. We've got Ponza on the play. What do they want to see in that opening hand?
Yeah, a classic Ponza start. So turn 1, mana ramp. Turn 2, 3/3 creature. Eventually, they have a Chrysalis or any other big chunk creature.
Someone just called me an old man in chat, and it really hurt my feelings. I'm not that old, I promise. I do just have grey hair and a receding hairline and don't know what a fat chicken's called. But we're going to mull. Is that specifically, is there anything like Mono Blue wants to be digging towards? Have they got any like proper deal breaker cards in here, or are they trying to find the Pyroblast and stuff like that, to have the answer for the first sweep that happens?
To be honest, when you're playing Mono Blue Furies, you usually need to keep an hand that is able to have a Ninja or a Spell Starter Sprite on turn 2. Whenever you don't have that, you probably aren't really going really well in that game because you don't have any interaction or you don't have any pressure on the battlefield. In this case, in this matchup, you are maybe forced to be a little slower in the early games because you need to stop your opponent from landing their big creatures. So maybe even a turn 2 counter spell or a Force Spike on turn 1 will be very, very strong. Let's see. I'm not an expert of Mono Blue Furies. It may depend on a large amount of different.
We're going to see the Skirt Spike coming down here. That's going to stop us the Wild Growth. We do have a land drop, plus of course this treasure. So we've got 4 mana. Is this going to be the Chrysalis? It is going to be the Chrysalis coming down, generating 2 spawn tokens as well. Plus we get to get in there for 3 points of damage because the Jeweled Thief has Vigilance and Trample. Lines up pretty well against the 1/1 Fairy on the other side. And now we've even got a reach creature, so we can't even get in there and kind of turned off that ninja element that you were speaking about that's so key in these decks.
Yeah, right now, thanks to Return Chrysalis, it's really hard to land a ninja and to keep dealing damage with the ninja. So you need to find first an answer to the Chrysalis, and then eventually just draw another bunch of ninjas. Just to keep dealing a bit of damage every turn.
Just chipping away each time.
Yeah.
Well, we saw there that, we used to snap against the defensive spell, bouncing back the Chrysalis, which means there was no creatures with reach, so we could get in our ninja and attack. We try and play it again. Counter spell's going to happen, but we do get the 2 spawn, so that's going to take us up to 4. So we are ramping if we've got any big spells that we want to cast next turn. Also, we've got a lot of blockers out on the ground. But the 3/3's pretty much getting there with the thief. Gumming that up nicely, meaning that this ninja can't really turn sideways. 4 mana open. Can't get a look at how many cards are in hand. I think we're just going to see a pass the turn. We are. 9 mana available. Ooh, that was a red spell. Was that Dragon's Breath? Breath Weapon?
Yeah, Breath Weapon.
Is Breath Weapon, is that the instant speed one?
Yeah, that's an instant speed. So you can interact very well with Spellstutter Sprite. And I think we will see some game action right now. I mean,
the 2 spawn are gone for a reason. +5. This is 7 mana. There's only 1 spell that does that.
Altisar.
That's not what we're going to see. All right, sure. You counter that. If you're going to counter anything, I'm happy that you're countering that. You're going to give me this big dinosaur? 6/5 Trampler? Reach? I think it's resolved. That's a great sign. If you're down on the Ponza side, of course, game down. Needs to win this. Needs to get us to a game number 3. Needs 1 more game to get to the finals today for each of these players. Then we're going to see a double block.
Art Castagna. Wow.
I feel like I'm winning the game at this point if I'm over on the Ponza side. I feel like this is going well for me right now.
At this point of the game, you just draw a lot of big creatures. And if you're able to land enough creatures, enough
5 mana.
dinosaurs or whatever, you are then able to do.
We're scooping at that point there. We were able to play the big fat chicken. Big fat chicken makes another smaller chicken token. We also showed that we had both breath weapons in the grip. Maybe giving away a little bit of information there, but realistically, you must assume that that's coming in, especially in an open deck list tournament. So these players, doesn't look like anyone's reaching back to the sideboard. Okay, we are going to reach back on the mono blue side. Does anything change play draw dependent now that they're going to be on the play?
I think they are likely going still sticking on whatever they sideboarded in. I mean, it doesn't really matter whether you are on the play or on the draw, what you are bringing in. After all, strong cards in this matchup are always the same. I mean, both the game 1, game 2, on the play, on the draw. Most times, spell pierce or whatever are maybe less powerful, less efficient when you are on the draw, but they're still good because you just try to play on the curve if you play mono blue fairies and Gruul. So if you are able to have your interaction or your creatures at the right time, you are able to win this game.
Well, that's what they're going to be hoping for. Can we flick over to the other match and just have a quick look at how they're getting on? My players are shuffling up. Oh, okay, I regret every life decision I just made. Looks like we've got 1 land still left in the deck, unless it's in hand, because it plays 5 lands. 1 I can see a forest in the graveyard, 3 in play. A little bit of flickering actions going on here, a bit more generating value, but I do see them at 4 life, which is 2 life now, which is going to be huge.
You got 3 damage from the flying creature, from the Balustrade Spy, and they're trying to find something to
stem this bleeding massively by the looks of it.
To gain life or whatever. Oh, there's another Wind and Way, I guess. Yeah, so they draw 4 creatures. One is the...
What did I miss there? How did we draw those 4 creatures?
Thanks to Winding Way. They have a Winding Way in their graveyard.
Oh, they cast that. Okay, they cast that. I was like, was it like 1 for each creature that did combat damage? I was trying to work out what was going on there. But okay, we got that 4 cards deeper. Plus, we get to it's face up, so we know exactly what we're playing around. We have to find an answer for that flyer, and we have to find it this turn, or they're going to be going to a game number 2. As soon as the other game starts production, feel free to throw us back to it. This looks like they were like kind of going the fair route there. There wasn't no combo shenanigans happening. It was just nice and fair, play our creatures, turn everything sideways. I think we're taking a kin and mulligan here over on the Ponza side. Remember, this is game 3 as we move into the top 4. Mono blue fairies, Gruul, Ponza, 5 land spy, not scry, and the blue-white familiar infirmary deck our top 4 decks today. 8 different decks in the top 8, which is what you'd love to see. The sign of a nice, healthy format. Is there anything you're surprised didn't get in the top 8 today?
Well, to be honest, you can say I'm quite surprised to not see Jeskai Ephemerate in the top 8 because it was the second most played deck, but after all, Jeskai doesn't really do well in the current metagame. It's just a bunch of people that do really love the deck and decided all together to play the deck. They were also wearing the same t-shirt with the Jeskai Ephemerate deck team on it. So
they're committed. They're committed to the cause.
Yeah.
I get you. Looks like we're going down to 5 here on Niccolò's side, which isn't exactly what you want to do when you're on the draw against this mono blue fairies deck with a top 2 on the line. Looks like we've got a keeper 7 over on the fairy side as well, on Mattei's side. There's a cut. Right, let's get at least keepable 5. What does a good 5 look like for this deck? What would you keep?
I think if I move to 5 against fairies, I want to keep 4 or 3 mana and a Breathing Chrysalis, because Breathing Chrysalis is the best creature against the fairies. And to be honest, whatever creature you may be able to draw, like the Jewel Thief or the Eldrazi, this Repurposer, they don't really do much against fairies besides blocking their ninja. Most time, blocking their fairies is just enough to stop the ninjas.
I think we're struggling for red mana. I think we've got 1 land, Wild Growth, a couple of red spells in the hand, one of them being Breath Weapon. And I think they're deciding here, do we want this Chrysalis or do we want a free drop, which we can actually play? Decide to keep the Chrysalis, high rolling. We're hoping for the best off the top of the dome. Here comes turn 1 fairy, which we've seen multiple times so far this weekend. We're going to scry 2. Keep 1 top, 1 bottom, pass the turn back, not a land. That is a land destruction spell. Oh, okay, we've got the Utopia, so we've now got the red source we needed. Just looking for that 3rd mana. Point damage. No. Didn't get a good look at what that card is, but it didn't get slammed into play. I think it might be an elf. Do you want to play playing 1 drops into 2 open mana on the mono blue side? Do you have to? It looks like we're just passing the turn, so end of turn we're going to flash this in. Get a few more creatures on the board, start up in that clock, especially while they're mulligan to 5, missing land drops, probably got some sort of interaction in our hand as well to interact with whatever they're doing. Ninjutsu this in, so turning it into a 2/2 whenever it deals damage, we're going to draw a card. Pass the turn back. Need that land. Don't think we found it.
Seems like they draw another Utopia Explorer.
Is it Utopia? Yeah, it was another Utopia Sprawl. I think we're going to have to play the Wild Growth here.
Maybe they...
Oh, we do have the Cast into Fire. We could do 2 damage.
Yeah, but they are forced to divide the damage.
Yeah, so we can get rid of the 1/1 basically, which isn't ideally the one we want to get rid of.
All right, so here they are forced to cast the Arbor Elf, even though the opponent plays Snap, or I think also the fairies that tap creatures and also bind the monster, because they just try to high roll, because if Arbor Elf untap, they will likely be able to cast the Breathing Chrysalis, but they did not draw another land. The Arbor Elf got tapped, and instead of drawing a land, they draw a copy of Annoyed Altisaur.
So we're going to counter that as another fairy's going to come in, counter it. Makes sense. They're missing land drops. Let's cut them off their mana. Also, of course, add more power to the board. At some point, they will draw lands, and we saw in the last game with Screw beating Flood. There's the land that they need. There's a second land. Now Wolfing start, resolving. But in the face of 4 open mana, do you have to just hope for that scenario where we can potentially get this Dragonfire down, or Breath Weapon down, and kind of sweep the board, reset it? That's going to get annulled. So no more ramp in there. Cast into Fire, that can take out 2 of these 1/1s. Stem the bleeding a little bit. Is it an instant? I feel like it's an instant.
Yeah, that's an instant speed spell.
Is there a reason we're doing this on our turn?
I think it's just a
bit of frustration. Do you have it? Cool. Do you have it? Cool.
It's very frustrating to move down to 5
Yeah.
and not being able to play anything because you missed your second land drop for, I guess, 3 turns in a row.
It's Magic the Gathering. This is a part of the game. When you sign up to play this game, this happens. Okay, sometimes you get screwed with mana. You mulled a 5, you kept the hand you hoped, but not being able to get there. We're going to see Mono Blue Fairies in today's final as they're able to take it down here against this Gruul Ponza deck, which means we can jump back across to the other feature match where we have got the Familiar deck up against 5-land Spy. Still in game 1. Looks like they've been able to kind of hold off with this damage and, of course, gain some. They were at 2 last time we saw them at the bottom of our screen. Now back up to 5. Bit of a board presence. And we've got 2 of the Faithful on the board. So that's a great way for us to start gaining life and potentially pull back into this game.
Yeah, thanks to Faithful, they are now back in game, but they still don't have any way, I think, to win this game, unless they draw an Archmancer or plus an Ephemerate to be able to loop negate or prohibit. It is very likely they're probably going to lose from their opponent because, you are forced every turn to champ block, and you don't really. Your resources are very limited, and you don't have any way to go faster than your opponent without Sunscape Familiar. Seems like the game will very likely end in favor of Spy combo.
So we see a Saga Wildling, because I had to look this one up. One, Justine Jones is in the room. I think she did the art for this. She did. So that's cool. You can go get them signed if you really wanted to. 2 options. One is search for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand and shuffle. Exactly what you want to be doing on the 5-land Scry deck. Get those lands out of it. Or for 5 mana, you can get a free flyer. When it enters the battlefield, you get a free life gain on your side. So a little bit of advantage. A couple of flyers. More importantly, it would be able to do the point of damage that is needed to take us into game number 2 here. Got 3 mana.
That's an Archmancer, I guess.
Remember, each blue spell as well is going to be gaining us 2 life here.
Ooh, Murmuring Mystic. That's huge here.
That's going to be able to, every instance or sorcery cast, we get a 1/1 blue flyer.
Yeah. So now they have a bunch of champ blockers for the opponent's creatures. So Balustrade Spy, Saga Wildling, they're not an issue because you can just champ block. And there is Ephemerate. So you generate a 1/1 bird token, draw 1 card.
1 in the hand, 1 in the bottom. Ephemerate goes into the exile. Of course, rebound, that means we'll get to see that again later on at the start of the next turn. Now only 2 mana up, 2 blue. I see a negate in hand. I see a couple of Lorians revealed. Passing the turn back. 3 points of damage is all that is needed currently.
Yeah, that's really, I guess, bad for the Familiar's deck because, okay, there's a Balustrade Spy targeting Familiars, so they milling down a bunch of creatures, the Mystic, and final land.
Final hits, but more importantly, it's a 2/3 flyer.
Yeah.
Right, we can get in there. That's all we're trying to do right now is get across the line. Remember, every blue spell is cast. We're gaining 2 life currently. This is going to block the 3/3 flyer. This is going to block this big 6/5.
And still are 4 damage. So unless they have an instant spell, unless they have something to cast here, they're just dead.
Well, they're going to need to just block more than, champ block more than that, right? Or is that a flyer as well?
No, it has fear.
Okay, so yeah, can't block on that one. We block the biggest flyer. We block the biggest creature on the board. So yeah, there's 2 creatures we need to be able to deal with, and we have to cast a instant to be able to do that.
Yeah, probably Familiars.
I don't have it. We're able
No.
to take that one down. Just sneaking in those extra little points of damage.
They just hoped for the opponent to cast a spell that they wanted to counter. But they had Prohibit in hand, and you can't cast Prohibit even if you can't counter the spell you are targeting. So when the Spy deck casted the Spy, they were very. I think you were forced to cast Prohibit, tapping 1 mana just to generate 1 token and 2 life. but they missed that play because it's not really.
It's not intuitional. That that's what they need to do. And we spoke about playing turns ahead, like working out that that's what we should have done, or it would have planned out different. We had to extra block it if we did, if we were able to cast a few more spells on our turn and kind of gum up that board. But wasn't to be. So no point looking back at Spilt Milk. We do have another game of Magic to play, maybe 2, to see who's going to get into today's top 2 open deck list. That's why you see them pulling out the decks right now and having a little look. So we will do the same. Let's have a look. What have I got here? What am I decking at? This is the. That's not the deck we want to see. That's not the deck we want to see. This one. Let's start over on this 5-color. I keep saying 5-color. 5-land spy deck, and what they've got in the board. We've got a Flaring Pain, a Mismac Fiend. We've got the Microshell Crab. We've got the Inspector. We've got the Scattershot Archer, and we've got Nylea's Disciple. Anything there take your fancy?
I think you want to bring in Mesmeric Fiend and Mirror Shell Crab. Crab isn't really good as a card. I talked with the friend of the Spy combo deck earlier. They said that they just play Mirror Shell Crab because they didn't know what to play in those 2 slots. But Mesmeric Fiend is clearly going in because it is a sort of Duress effect, but it is a creature, so you can pick it. We can draw it with Leader Stampede and Winding Way.
Okay, and then so let's have a look at the Ephemerate deck. It's going to be floating around here somewhere. It's not that one. Not that one. Here we go. Found it. Let's look at their sideboard. So in the sideboard, we've got Circle of Protection, black. We've got the Dust to Dust. We've got the Envelop, Negate, Last Breath, Hydroblast. I can't even read that. Standard Bearer, I think that is.
Yep.
And the Stonehorn. What do you like out of these?
I think you want to bring in Negate and Envelope. After all, you just want to counter the Dread Return, and you can also target their Draw Engine. I mean, Leader Stampede and Winning Way are sorcery speed. Okay. The Circle of Protection is from blue or from black? Blue.
Blue. So did I say black?
Yeah, it doesn't really do anything. The Lotel Giant deals damage, so you can eventually counter it with Circle of Protection from black.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, it's the blue one, it's not black. If it was black, I guess that you kind of want to bring it in here, but we don't, so it is what it is. If you want deck list chat, they should be on the screen. The overlay should show you both of these players' deck lists, and of course, we're actually trying to get a graphic made to put on the screen now. We're going to have it for the finals, right? We'll be in. Well, maybe if this goes to a game 3, we'll be able to put it on the screen. If not, we'll have it for the final, so you can at least see it on the screen. If you don't want to have the overlay interacting and looking that way, they will be going public. I'm sure they'll be getting posted out on the socials. So if you're not already, make sure you go and follow Paupergeddon on all the different platforms, Facebook, X, etc. And you can find out which decks managed to make it into today's top 8. Remember, 100 players battled it out, so it's quite a good forward-thinking look at how this weekend is going to pan out. And tomorrow we're probably going to have over 1,000 players. Last year we had over 1,000, and it's a nice big 2-day event. Remember, GPs of old? Well, that is what we've got this weekend. It is a self-put-on tournament by the fans, for the fans. It's the 10-year anniversary, and it is a big one. But first, we need to crown a player and get themselves to call themselves the top Pauper player 2025 as they walk into Paupergeddon tomorrow. Having a little reset there on the iPads, so it's all good for us here at home. What do you think? 5-land Spy's favored in this matchup?
Well, to be honest, Familiars is kind of weak to combo decks usually.
Okay.
But when it comes to decks like Dredge or other slow combo decks that relies on damage, their damage, like dealing damage with a Lotel Giant, you are kind of favored. The thing is, they are quite slow compared to whatever deck that can kill you on turn 3 or on turn 4. So they give enough time to Familiar to set up, and Familiars does really have a lot of interaction for the most important spells.
Okay.
It means mostly Dread Return, because it's the card that let them win the game, but also, as I already said, leader stampede, a winning way could be really important. Mesmeric Fiend is an interaction, but you can counter it with Prohibit, and you can also bounce it with Snap. So yeah, there's interaction from both decks, but Familiars is clearly favorited if the game goes longer. Well, to be honest, game one was really weird because when the game went very long, but Familiars wasn't able to get any relevant spell, any no Senscape Familiar, no Archmancer. They just draw one copy of Mystic, Murmuring Mystic, but only in the late game. So they weren't able to stabilize, and they weren't able to stop the opponent from dealing damage. And before we knew, the game was already settled.
Right, yeah, it was over before that. They were trying to play catch up the whole time, but they were able to, eventually kind of eke out that win. Are they going to be able to do it in game number 2 here or game number 3 if we get there? Let's find out, as it looks like both players are ready to start kicking off our game number 2. Remember, the winner of this will be going up against the mono blue fairies deck in the finals. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be 5-land Scry? Is it going to be the blue-white Familiars deck? Let me know which deck you want to win, chat. Put 1s in the chat for the 5-land Scry and put 2s in the chat for the blue-white Familiar deck. Who do you want to see in the final going up against this mono-blue fairies list?
From my point of view, I like more Senscape Familiar, so I would be very happy to see Familiars winning this game, and also winning the finals, because I think Familiars is cool, and I really love the deck. But to be honest, I don't really know, because I'm not. I don't know how the game will evolve eventually, starting from this moment. I mean, seems very favorited in the matchup Familiars, but we were able to see 5 lands by winning the first game.
Apparently I keep calling it Scry. I'm going to stick with it. 5-color Scry, it's just a better name. It just rolls off the deck. Even though I'm sure there's something in the deck that probably Scries of it. No, there's no Surveil lands in this or anything, no?
Yeah, we can see, I can see Spy winning the tournament and becoming meta starting from tomorrow.
That'd be sick. Like, after we saw it in in round 7, where it was able to win the winning in and get into today's top 8, it has literally been my favorite to watch him. Like, that kid, that's the deck I want to win. It's really cool. No one's expecting it coming into this weekend. Is it going to show up tomorrow in a bigger number? Is it going to be able to put up a good record tomorrow? Well, we'll find out as we're going to be kicking off here. Going to go for a little bit of forest cycling.
Yeah, that's a land grant. So as an alternative cost, it's showing its end to the opponent.
Mm-hmm. You can get a swamp.
No, wait, you can't really draw a swamp with a land grant, just the basic forest.
Here comes the forest cycling. So that's, out of the 5 basics we've got on our land, we're going up to 3.
I don't get how they were able to get a swamp. I mean, land grant gets you just forest. Basic.
Let's have a look. Land grant. If you have land in hand, you may reveal your hand instead of casting a spell. Search your library for a forest card. Yeah, can't get that swamp. Maybe we can pass that down to the table. Can you stop them? They shouldn't have that swamp, basically.
Yeah, probably doesn't really matter anyway, because the creature that just they play, they can draw any basic land. So, probably just a shortcut because they needed the swamp. So
it could just be a shortcut of how they did it, going in a way. But they're going to have a little read. The same outcome is basically going to happen unless, I guess, they draw it for the turn. That's the one thing they mentioned. There might be a little rewind on it. The opponent might just say, it doesn't matter. You're going to get it either way.
Yeah.
And yeah, it looks like they kind
we
of.
We were able to see a not just a misplay. What is it called? A judge call earlier with Mono Fairies against Ponza, and now we are seeing another judge call.
It happens, you know what I mean? Like, I say, this is the 9th hour of Magic. Well, it's actually probably more hours, but technically the 9th hour of Magic being played. Fatigue is setting in. We've only done half the rounds here in the booth, and fatigue setting in. This heat is an absolute killer for us all today. It is so hot here in Italy. Now, judges there. This is why we have judges. Don't ever be scared to do a judge call. No one did anything malicious here. No one's trying to gain any advantage. It's just the same outcome is going to happen. Besides, if they drew the swamp, I guess is the word. Like, what could have happened if if that top card was one of X cards that would have happened. And they're just going to try and rewind it, tell the judge. But of course, the judge has to be given all the information to be able to make the right decisions. That's why these things can take a little bit longer. It might seem, oh, they were going to get it anyway. They were going to judge needs to know all the, what happened in the game from both players' sides, so then he can make the right decision, and we can get on with this game and make it nice, clean, and fair, because there is a lot on the line. Remember, the 5 lands, I was going to say Scry again then, Spy deck is a game up in this matchup. I'll get that graphic changed.
Yeah, we should rename the deck in 5 colors Scry.
Maybe if I say it enough times, we actually change the name of the deck, and then people will stop calling me stupid. Maybe that's going to happen. I don't know. We'll find out. I'm kind of happy being stupid. It's fine. It only runs 1 swamp. There's 1 swamp and 4 forest, I believe, in this list, if I wasn't mistaken, because I had a good look at it. Yeah, 4 forest, 1 swamp. Remember, open deck list. There is an overlay on the screen right now that you can click on to see both of these players' decks. It is now an open deck list tournament. Does take a little bit of time, but that's fine. You know what I mean? What else have we got to do? It's now cooling down a little bit, which is good. I'm very, very happy about it. These fans that we've got in front of us have been working on overdrive all day long. And then on top of that, we've got one more round today, that finals, where we will crown a champion. They will get the title tomorrow, walking in as the top Pauper player 2025. They get the 1-of-1 token. They get the playmat. And, of course, the bragging rights later on today. They get to make that tweet saying that they took this down. Because this isn't a pay-to-enter tournament. All the players playing today in the top Pauper Player League had to qualify. They had to get an X amount, a number of points, win an event, or get top 8 in some of the bigger events to get an invite to play today. It is an invite-only tournament. But those 100 players were able to do it, turn up today, battle out, warm themselves up, ready for a big weekend of Magic action where we have got Paupergeddon kicking off tomorrow. 9:30 local time is where we go live with round number 1. 8 rounds tomorrow. 18 points gets you to day number 2. That is a 6-2 record or better. And then if you do that, you make yourself into day number 2, where the prizes are stacked, ladies and gentlemen. If you're in Europe, that is over 27,000 euros in prizes. Also, if you're in America, I think that works out to about $32,000 or something along those lines. So a big tournament, lots on the line. And of course, you want those bragging rights. You want to say you took down a GP-size event in Pauper. They're still talking about how they're trying to resolve this. I think it's all to do with like the odds of basically drawing that 1 swamp off the top of the deck is the bit that kind of makes this squiffy. That's a real word, right? Squiffy. Do you have that word here in Italy?
No, I think I never heard the
You've
word.
never heard the word squiffy?
But it's always a first time.
Well, you now know. You can add that to your English vocabulary. Just don't say that I told you, because I can barely speak English as it is.
I really appreciate it.
All right, what's chat saying? What are we going on here? Everyone's just talking about the juggler. This is... Yeah, the deck lists are available. You should be able to find the deck lists now. And yeah, we have to get to a board state, okay? Like we have to go to make sure things actually happen the way they happened and rewind it to that point. Like the worst thing that could happen is if a judge goes, it doesn't matter, carry on. You know what I mean? Like even if both players are happy about that, it's happened, we've seen it, it's done, it's flagged up, we have to come to a conclusion. This is the sign of a good judge, like not letting the pressure get to them or the time of day, doing their job professionally, and that's exactly what we want to see from them, and that's why they're going through the actions. There's no scrying or surveilling or anything like that, I don't think, over on the 5-land spy side, so we didn't know the order of the deck at the point that happened.
No, I think they didn't know anything. I mean,
yeah.
They didn't have any information. They just fetched the swamp with the land grant. Then after that, they cast the defender, the plant creature, to fetch another land. So well, they did cast the plant the turn after
Yep.
casting land grant, so they did draw one single
That,
card.
and I think that's the confusion bit here is like the judges has got to rewind it to a point. How are they going to do that? How are they going to decide, does it go back on top and then they draw a card and then they're allowed to advance forward? Like, do we put the land back in the deck, shuffle it up and give them the 1 in, let's say 50 chance here of drawing that swamp off the top and then we carry on and play?
I think also this judge call maybe doesn't really matter much from at least from how is going right now the game. I mean,
No.
it's mostly we're just trying to understand how the game could evolve, because they could draw one land from the top, and that land could be the swamp, but they already have a way to fetch that swamp from the deck. So right now, just what matters the most is probably being able to have another land in the deck eventually. So drawing one extra card, one extra land from the top deck could be an advantage, maybe. I don't know. I mean, after all, they play a bunch of creatures that let you fetch lands from your deck. So anyway, if they don't already have the land, they can still draw.
That's what I mean. It's
creatures.
literally like 2% chance of drawing that land off the top, which is really like, the judge is kind of probably sticking on here, and that's why we have to rewind it to this certain point with it moving forward. Is it going to impact this game dramatically? Probably not. Does it have to be done? Yes, it does. That is how we play Magic the Gathering. There is no just, don't worry about it, carry on and takes the backseas when it comes to an official tournament like this with so much on the line.
There are rules. We
That's me.
should follow the rules.
I'm a big fan of enforcing rules. I am like that Mr. Goody Two Shoes when things happen like that. And the judge is doing the job, and I appreciate that. And I think judges need to get a bit more love than they tend to get. Sometimes they get a bit of a bad stick. I don't think that's right. Like, they're there for argue. They're not doing this because they're trying to be malicious or anything like that. They're just trying to do their job, bring it back to the board state. Unless if you don't agree with the judge, that's why we have head judges. You can escalate it. You know what I mean? You can have two people's opinion on it moving forward. It's a simple misstep. These sort of cards say basic land type on them a lot of the time. This one just happens to say forest card instead. So, we thought we could get a swamp. We didn't. We're going to probably swap it for a basic forest, give them the draw step, and then we'll move on with our lives from there, which will probably just be the case of play my 2-drop, go get the swamp that I wanted anyway. But then I guess we drew a card, so we've got an extra card in our hand that is a 2% chance we wouldn't have had in our hand. So maybe that's where it's starting to get a bit confusing. We'll get an update from the judge once it's all sorted out, though. We're trying to get the deck lists for the top 8 all sorted for you all to make it easier so you can see them as well. We know that's what you all want out there, chat. You want to know what decks made the top 8 today. What new spice is there? Well, you're seeing it. I'll say the talk of the town for today, the standout deck that no one really saw coming was this 5-land spy deck, being able to get into the top 8. Got in there with a 6-1 record over 7 rounds of Swiss. Is now in the top 4 and 1 game away from seeing themselves in the finals, going up against the mono blue fairies deck, which we saw momentarily get themselves into the top 2 of today's tournament. Are they going to be the one that takes it down? Time will tell. Chat's all going back and forth about it all. It's fine. All right, chat. Predictions. Tomorrow, we've got over 1,000 players battling it out in Pioneer. I want to say Pioneer again. Pauper. There's way too many P's. I'm so dyslexic, it's unreal. What deck do you think is going to take it down? Tomorrow, what deck is going to be the majority, the most played deck in day 1 of the meta, which we'll probably have for you probably round 3 is normally when we manage to get the data, make the graphic up and get it on the screen for you all at home. What deck do you think is going to be taking it down? And maybe I'll pick a winner. I'll write down some names. I'll go back in the chat, and if I find someone, maybe I will try and get you a little prize or 2. I don't know. I'll speak to a man. All right, someone's coming round. I can hear you, or you can type it in chat. Oh, they're going to talk to me. Hold on a second. I'm getting an update. Can't hear you. We're being told what's happening right now. Yep. Yep, we saw that. So that they're not going to rewind anything. Okay, so okay, so basically what the ruling has been is it wasn't as impactful, like super impactful to the game and the play. So the judges decided once they've kind of rewound everything and decided what happened, all they're going to do is say that you got the swamp off this and the forest off that, and then obviously get the warning that they did. It's not worth rewinding everything and shuffling back in and shuffling cards in that have already known information for that small percentage of chance that it would have changed, and that's going to be the judge's decision. Looks like both players are going to be happy with that, and we are going to get on with our lives, ladies and gentlemen, because we are in the top 4 today. We need someone to meet that mono blue fairies deck in the finals. Is it going to be 5-land spy, or is it going to be the blue-white familiar list? Well, time's only going to tell as we play our third forest and start adding some stuff to the board, but it doesn't look like that Guardian's going to resolve.
So there's the last threat. So they exile the X-Men Guardian, and we draw another line.
I got it. They said appreciate it, though. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
So now Familiars is just playing us very straightforward land go control play style. Nothing much happening here.
So currently with the board position, are we just jockeying for position at the minute? Are we trying to set up for kind of a combo win here, or are we just seeing both players? Like I don't see the familiar deck doing much right now. There's no creatures on the board, but on the other side there's lots of creatures, but they all got defender, so they're not really good right now. We've got 4 of our basic 5 lands from the deck. Al, what sort of cards are we looking to find on both sides of the board here?
So Familiars now, I think, is really in need of the Sunscape Familiar to have access to more mana. After that, they need to find an Archmancer because they already have enough interaction, they already have ephemerate. You know, most times you don't really need to get, I mean, the Familiar can also be a combo deck thanks to the combo. So Flicker, double Sunscape Familiar, Archmancer, and the Good Furious Faithful. You can get infinite life. You can win against any deck playing Lotless Giant if you get infinite life, but usually isn't really necessary because you win before doing that. Mm-hmm. In this case, they're just trying to buying time because they want to draw their stuff, and so they just chaining card advantage, hoping to find something. And there is an ephemerate.
Is that a bounce land?
Yeah.
Okay.
They have a double bounce land, so they played on the second bounce land while fluting 3 mana. They play Snap on X-Men Guardian, and they play then Mood Drifter while fluting 1 white mana to cast Ephemerate.
So we're ditching a couple of lands here.
Yeah, they're discarding a couple lands. They have enough, I guess. So let's go to a very important question. How many copies of Poison Storm are you expecting tomorrow?
Good question. I'm expecting at least 3.
Yeah.
Not many, unfortunately. I wish I could say there was going to be more, but you know what I mean? Maybe if John Wildfire is one of the most represented decks and people want to try and counter into that, maybe they will be bringing Poison Storm. I'm kind of hoping now people are bringing this 5-land deck because it looks really, really sweet.
I once played Poison Storm in a tournament where I was expecting at least some players playing John Wildfire, and the deck is very strong against them. Well, I lost to John Wildfire because I molded down to 4 in game 3, but you know, sometimes, well, I'm not really a Poison Storm player, so.
you dip your toes in, I can appreciate it. What was it you were saying?
I'm publishing on Instagram.
Okay, you're publishing the deck list. If you want to see the deck list in a photographic form and look at them in the beautifulness, we are posting it on Instagram right now. Can you put a link to that post in the chat?
!social.
!social will get you there. So again, if you want to see those deck lists, !social in the chat, and you can have a direct link to it and see what decks made the top 8 today. As we can see, another snap being cast here.
Okay, seems like familiars have a Narcomancer in hand, and they also have an Ephemerate in graveyard. Let's see if they're going for Arcomancer to bring back the Ephemerate and then trying to have a soft lock against the Spy deck.
Some lovely mana tokens there. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, they are the mana tokens from our sponsor, Mezzochillo and Friends.
Remind me to get hold of Niccolò and tell him that we need bigger dice. These dice are tiny and really hard for people at home to see. Okay, they are online now. Saw them press the button. Gonna use this blue mana. Get the card back from the bin. Gonna want the Ephemerate.
And the Ephemerate.
Are we just casting it straight away? Is that why we put it on top of our deck?
I think they are likely going to bring back Negate or Meeting of Minds.
What's the upside to both? Why would you do Negate and why would you do Meeting of Minds?
Negate here is very strong against any top deck of any Lady Stampede or Winning Way top deck. You can also try to interact with maybe, no, I think it's just a Lady Stampede and Winning Way. There's no any other relevant card besides Dread Return, but it's still probably early to fight over a Dread Return here. I mean, they know their opponent doesn't have Balustrade Spy in the end, but if they don't, if they bring back Negate, maybe they don't have any other counter spell for the Dread Return, or maybe they don't have.
Could you get a read on that? Could we like decipher what's in my opponent's hand by the cards that they're trying to get back out of their graveyard? Bear in mind they've got 7 in hand now, I think. So they've still got quite a bit of a grip. Are you getting a read that, oh, maybe they're like encounter magic here, or are you getting they're trying to pull further and further ahead?
Okay.
Well,
so
there's the scoop. That's going to take us to a game 3. That was just easy. That wasn't the lock, but it's good enough. That was, in my opinion, to say that we don't really have much in hand going on. Let's not waste our time. Let's get to a game number 3 here, which is great because I love game 3s of Magic, especially when it's high level like this and a spot in the final awaits one of these 2 players. Is it going to be the 5-land Spy, or is it going to be the blue-white Familiars deck? We're going to be finding out momentarily after they have a little look at their sideboards, and we can also do the same. Let's have a little talk through them. So, what have we got on the sideboard? I definitely scrolled too far there. In the sideboards, anything you think changes play draw dependent?
No, it's still the same.
Envelope, is that the same?
Negate.
How do you do it? Do you shuffle all 15 cards in, take 15 cards out, or do you do like the 5 cards in, 5 cards out? How do you personally
I
do it?
prefer the latter usually. I mean, I bring in 15 and board out 15 if I don't have cards that I want to bring out, so I just fake.
I was about to say that. Do you do the put 6 cards in, take the exact same 6 cards out, but kind of get those mind games going on your opponent?
Yeah, I usually don't even watch my opponent sideboarding, so I just don't think about faking how many cards I bring in. But I guess a lot of people watch your opponent sideboarding, so if they see their opponent sideboarding a lot of cards, maybe also they think that they should play accordingly to it. I think that's somewhat relevant at certain times.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy. I'm always interested in how people like do different sideboards, and I speak to all types of players, from F&M players all the way up to pro players, and how they kind of go about it, and like, do they think it's relevant? Do they not think it's relevant? Is it just a mind game for themselves? You know what I mean? I've done this all the time I've been playing Magic, so I'm not going to stop now. Do they think it gives them an advantage, but it technically doesn't? It's really like cool when you get into the psyche of how different players react when it comes to sideboard and how they think is best moving forward. Me, I just jam cards in and just hope for them. Like, yeah, these will do. Sometimes I go up to 61. Just to annoy, Mattei Zalakai. So I know he hates it when people play 61 cards in the deck. Sometimes I do it, and then I just send him a picture of it and be like, I've gone up to 61, just to annoy him. Shout out to Big Z.
I think a lot of people do 61 post-side.
What's your thoughts on it?
Sometimes even 62.
Ooh, that's good. I know. So, like, one of my favorite players is Tom Ross back in the day, the boss himself, Infect Extraordinaire. Used to side out a lot of, when they were on the draw, would side out a land in the aggro decks.
That's really interesting.
I like doing that. And, speaking with Brad Nelson, how he used to keep his opening hands, like the opening 7, how he used to decipher if it was a good opening 7 or not, and what cards to do and what to mull, learning that skill and how he did that. I thought that was really fascinating moving forward. I like to get in the mind of some of the better players and just be like, oh yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing. I really am not great at this game. When you start talking to great pro players, like Simon Nielsen's on, again, at a completely different level when it comes to playing Magic, obviously. What we got going on here? What's chat saying? We're talking about bluffing, because it is a kind of a bluff. If you bring in 15 cards, take out 15 cards, not giving that any information to your opponent. But then also when I used to play the mono green like Karn decks in Pioneer, famous for just not having a sideboard, you've got 15 one-ofs in your deck. I used to have a Cityscape Leveler in my main deck and one in my sideboard, and I'd take out the one from my sideboard, put it in the main, take the one in the main, put it in the board, and people would be like, but hold on, you don't sideboard with that deck. Like, you know, like, it's like a known thing. So kind of getting that, messing with them a little bit, and they're like, what is that one card? What could it possibly be? And then I'm asking or something like that. I didn't really sideboard. Just trying to play games with you.
I also know that when you have a different game plane post-side against certain decks, an example, a transformative sideboard game plan, usually just take 15 and swap or try to take your whole sideboard, shuffle, and take out the 15 cards you don't need. So it's just to not let know your opponent how many cards you have, so it doesn't know what is your game plan against them post sideboard.
I do love that, the little like half points, percentage points people try and get in games. I think it's, you know, it makes the game slightly better in my opinion. But what makes the game even better is when we start drawing our opening hands. We're going to see 5 land spy on the play, trying to get this game. If they can do it, that we're going to see them in the finals against mono blue fairies. But up against them, they're going to try and stop them doing that. It's going to be our blue-white familiars deck. We saw them be able to take down game 2 there. And we are off to the races. Both players keeping 7 cards here. We're going to start off with a forest into some forest cycling. Pass turn back, just a tap land here. Is a dual land though, so you know we maybe utilize that.
Yeah, that's a dual land. The blue-white one.
Blue-white one. Is this that's not the indestructible one, right? It's just the snow-covered.
It is snow-covered, the one printed in Kaldheim. I mean, what matters with this land is just being able to fetch it with the Lorien Revealed because it's an island. So it doesn't really matter much whether it is snow-covered or not. You don't play any snow interaction, I mean.
Are there any cards in Pauper that do?
Yeah, there is Cred. And there are also Thermocast.
Oh,
because
yeah.
when you destroy a snow-covered land, you get back 1 life.
Get 1 life. Right, we found 3 of our basics at the 5 over on the 5 land spy side. We haven't found a forest. Not a forest, a swamp. So does that tell us that we've got it in hand?
And there is a Windham Way. Okay, so they draw 4 cards.
Seems good. Seems good when you 2 mana draw 4. I'll take it.
Very strong effect in Rain. So yeah, you can't draw spells. You just draw creatures. But when you find only creatures, you are effectively drawing more cards compared to any other card advantage spell. So the dispute is banned. Lead the Stampede and Winning Way are still legal.
It looks like we had too many cards in hand. End of turn, we're going to go to discard, and we're going to discard the giant. Exactly where we want it, so we can bring it back later on potentially.
You can see there's a very strong hand in from the side of Familiar. I mean, 2/2 Familiar with interaction seems pretty strong. Okay, so they go Protein.
Have a little look. What do we like? What don't we like?
Well, if they don't have the land, they're digging for another land, I guess.
I think they found it.
More Troy Mire. So if you don't know what Mortuary Mire does,
I don't, tell me.
It's just a utility land that bring back from your graveyard 1 creature and put on the top of your deck. Why this land matters? Well, the thing is, when you play familiars, you don't really have any way to return your creatures from your graveyard to the battlefield or in your hand. So thanks to the interaction with Mortuary Mire and Osiris Chancery, or Mortuary Mire and Ghostly Flicker, you can eventually have an infinite amount of creatures and cards in your deck. So you can't really get milled out thanks to Mortuary Mire, because if you have Archmancer and if you have Ghostly Flicker, you can return every creature card that goes in the graveyard from every zone. So be the battlefield or discarding it, you are able to return the creature, and that really matters when you need specific creatures like Sunscape Familiar to kill your opponent, or you just want to do it.
It's a grindy card in an even grindier deck. I get it. We get there. Over on the other side, it looks like we've got on the stack a Winding Way. Of course, we've got one blue mana or white mana open, but blue spells are reduced by 1, and we are going to fire off the negate at it. Still got 2 mana. That's going to leave us open to play another wall, which is going to be able to gain mana. We saw in game 2, they really utilised their snaps to bounce these back, really tried to keep the mana advantage down. Didn't want them hard casting any of the bigger spells, or even just the giant itself, to get a big creature on the board and start turning it sideways, and that's how they won game number 1.
Okay, now they have some interaction in their hand, I guess. They're trying to find something to develop this situation, trying to not die next turn. They find 1 land.
Being told there's a chance that Gavin Verhey might be casting the finals today, ladies and gentlemen. So that's a little treat for you.
We are waiting for Spy to win this game.
Oh, well, I don't have favourites being a commentator in the booth. I just sometimes like decks over than others. And this is the first time I've seen this deck, and I think it's really cool. I'm still not entirely sure, what the game plan is. I understand the finisher, but I don't think we've actually seen it finish through the combo yet. I think it's always just been like the fair game of getting creatures on the board and turning them sideways. Now, is this going to resolve?
I can't see any counterspell in familiars, and unless they have a last breath, no, they don't have anything. All right. So what is happening now? Lead a Stampede.
A little bit of mana being used here. So this is, you add 1 mana to your pool for each creature with defender that you control.
Yep.
So 1 more mana would be in the pool. Or is this 3 mana or 2 mana?
3 mana, because it doesn't count your opponent creatures, just yours.
Okay. Brilliant. And we've seen that already once today. Some of the cards taken on both board states to gain advantage. I think it was in the Elves deck we saw that. 2 cards, no wall guns to the grip, and what's that blue card behind it? Oh, it's the crab that you were talking about.
Yeah,
coming in at the sideboard.
Mirror Shard Crab is basically a mana lake that you can't really interact with, because it is an ability. You discard it with channel, very Kamigawa-like mechanic, and by discarding it, you just have a mana lake, so nothing more.
Just a mana lake, nothing more. There's no way of us. Can we ever hard cast it and just get a crab on the board?
Sometimes they cannot cast it, but I think you usually don't cast it. I mean, just a 5/7 creature with ward. So in this specific matchup is not good as an attacker. But if you're playing against maybe decks like Mono Blue Terror, it is good indeed.
Yeah, but that's one that.
Ward, really.
I guess it's a really good way of countering the combo if we were to go off for it, right? Because as you said, it can't be countered. We'll see how that pans out. As again, it looks like we're just jockeying for that position at the minute, trying to get the optimal turn to be able to go for our combo, or at least keep adding to the board and put pressure on. Currently, there is no pressure with all these creatures with defender.
Well, those creatures add extra mana, so maybe you are forced to snap the X-Bane Guardian just because the opponent have Mirror Shard Crab. So without blue mana, they can't cast it.
It makes it useless in the hand, yeah.
So since they did draw snap, I guess they will bounce back the X-Bane Guardian and then cast another spell just to be able to interact or try to interact in the next turns. So
How does this 5 lands deck like win through counter magic? Like, can the familiar deck just sit back on counter magic and hope to win the game?
usually, when you're facing a fair deck with counter magic, you just try to not combo off. I mean, you have a bunch of very big creatures, so you can try to just win it by attacking.
The old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
The old-fashioned way. We're just going to hard cast our creatures and start turning them sideways. As another light has just been shined on me. Thank you. You can now see my sweaty face even more. Brilliant.
You know, it is very similar to what deck was that? Living End in Modern.
Living End, okay. Great deck. I think it won a challenge at the weekend, or yesterday even. It's one of my favorite. I've played Living End for a long time. All the different variants throughout the years. It's just now it seems to be. It's not in a great place, but it's still good. You know, it's one of those like graveyard synergy decks. If people start not bringing their graveyard hate, you'll see it pop up and win a game. But then they start bringing it, you'll see it not doing so well. As we're going to see a snap here and bouncing back the mana excellent, as you said here. Picking them back another turn, turning off that blue mana, which of course we now know is key with Crab in hand. 1 blue floating.
They're likely going to play the Archamancer, and I guess bring him back this snap. You can next turn counter the Mesmeric Fiend.
So we've got 3 mana. It's going to be 4. Yep. What do we like out of the bin here? Snap again? Question mark? No. What would you pick here?
Do they have a negate in their graveyard?
They do.
Okay, so maybe it is correct to bring back the...
I think they might also have a negate in hand already.
Okay.
If that makes any decision. I could be slightly wrong. They're shuffling a little bit quick just off the screen here, so I can't really make a good look at it. But I think the second card in the graveyard is a negate. Looking at the hand, I see. Oh, they got an ephemerate in hand,
They have Flicker.
so they can get that negate
First
basically.
Faithful, and I don't know the other card.
Does that show? Can I gain any information from that with them not grabbing the negate from the graveyard? Does that give me any clues of what potentially is in their hands now, like an ephemerate or something?
Yeah, they probably have an ephemer. I mean, when they just don't care about their opponent
Wincon.
they probably have already the answer to that Wincon. But you know, if you cut your opponent from generating extra mana next turn, you are probably likely able to force your opponent to play more conservatively, or just not being able to land the spy. So it is a sort of time walker for sure.
Here comes Mesmeric Spy, by the way. Fiend, sorry, that we haven't seen yet. So this is 2 mana for a 1/1. When it comes into play, target opponent reveals his or her hand, and you choose a non-land card from it. Remove that card from the game. When Fiend leaves play, return the removed card to its owner's hand. So we've seen this effect a little bit in some blocks. In this instance, looks like we're going to try and get the counter magic, get it out of there. And then what's the follow-up going to be? 2, play another wall, and pass it back.
Okay, so they choose to bring back Snap, bounce the Overgrowth Battlement because they had the Ghostly Flicker, so they were able to cast Ghostly Flicker and bring back Prohibit to counter the Mesmeric Fiend.
Are we hard casting this Muldrifter?
Okay, that's
We are. 4 mana.
kind of weird from a point of view, because you know, if you draw and okay, they have a negate in hand.
Yes, they have negate in hand.
I see.
So I think they drew it then off the Muldrifter.
Ah,
So they've got the cat magic they might need if the combo was to try and like fire it off, so to speak. Don't have blue mana yet, so we can't protect anything with our mana leak crab.
now they're not losing to Dreader turn this turn. It is very important. that's very relevant, that negate.
So they're going to go forest cycling here, which I believe is off the dragon, right? That's off the Sagu Wildling, using the Roost Seek. I couldn't have named that card in 100 guesses. Search your library for a basic Lang card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle.
They're going for Balustrade Spy. And there is
Negate.
the negate.
That's going to be the handshake. That means that we are going to see this familiar deck going to go to the finals up against the mono blue fairies list. Did you see that outcome? Did you see that? Did you think that was going to happen?
I wasn't really expecting. I mean, Familiars had a really strong start, but Spy as well. And after they bounced back, the overgrowth battlement, Familiars didn't really have any relevant cards left in hand beside Muldrifter, I guess. So thanks to that Muldrifter, or thanks to the turn draw, they were able to draw negate, and that was enough.
Absolutely key on that turn. You know what I mean? If they didn't draw it and they weren't able to get away with it, and we could have seen it a completely different game there, and you know we'd see 5-land Spy get into the finals, but it's not to be. Top 4, great finish for them, but does mean we have our finalists now. It is going to be Blue-White Familiar versus the Mono Blue Fairies deck. But this is going to be the last round for me and you. We're all coming back tomorrow, but for today, this is it. It's been an absolute pleasure, my friend. Alex, always making me look smart all day, and I appreciate that because I need all the help I can get. So chat, we're going to momentarily throw it back to a break. When we come back, it will be the finals, and I don't know, but I think it might even be Gavin Fahey here in the booth. Of course, the lead designer for, I don't know, that little set, Final Fantasy, Doctor Who, all these great sets that have come out recently. Gavin is the man, and of course, heads up the Pauper panel. He is one of the 7 that decide what cards get banned in this format, what cards get unbanned in this format. So if you're a Glee fan, maybe you want to ask him some questions, or maybe that you're a fan of one of the new cards that just got unbanned, and you want to go and congratulate him for it. You're going to be able to do that in the chat momentarily. So on that one, that's it for me and Alex, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Hello there and welcome back to the final episode of the Top Pauper Player. I am Sapo, and with me, the head of the Pauper format panel, Gavin Berry. Hello Gavin, welcome.
Hey everybody, so glad to be here and so excited to be out at Paupergeddon. It's been a fun day of Pauper already today.
Yeah, I know that before we start seeing the final, I know that you played the trial of the Paupergeddon today, right?
Yeah.
How is it going? It was a lot
of fun. I went 4-3. I probably kicked one of the matches though, so getting out all my rust, before the big day tomorrow, right?
What was your deck?
But I played High Tide.
Yeah,
There's been a lot of conversation about High Tide recently, and I figured what better way to learn about it than playing it in person firsthand. I've been able to check it out online and things like that, but actually playing it in person at a big event like this is really useful. So we played 7 rounds in the trial, went 4-3 with it. I think one matchup I probably lost due to a small error I made, and then the other 2, just the sideboard hate cards were really savage. Yeah.
Remember that High Tide is one of the cards that you decided to trial and ban. Mm-hmm. So what is a trial and ban?
Yeah, so the trial and bans are something new. Basically, the idea is we can unban something, leave it out there for a little bit of time, a few months, until the next ban window, and then come back with a verdict on it. So that lets us try things that have been on the ban list. And in this case, High Tide had actually never really been legal in Modern, Pauper rather. Ever since
illegal in Modern too.
Yeah, so true. Ever since the formats were kind of merged together and the Pauper format became what it was today. High Tide has been on the ban list. And so people were always asking, well, could it be good enough, et cetera, et cetera. So we figured, why not give it a try, right? Why not try it and learn from it? And mostly what I think we've learned so far is that it takes a long time, So
who had the idea to trial of the trial and ban?
Yeah, so the trial and bans were my idea. I'll just take credit for that.
I needed to thank you about this because I really like the approach that the panel have to the Pauper with the trial and ban, and who proposed High Tide for the first.
Well, it's funny. It kind of went the other way around. So we had been talking about High Tide for ages, and I want to give full credit to the panel. Right, everyone on the panel had talked about High Tide. Some people were like, it would be safe. Some people were like, it wouldn't be safe, and we could never make up our minds. We've talked about High Tide for over a year, probably in terms of cards back and forth. And then one day I have this idea of, guys, what about this? I have a pitch. What about this thing called trial unban? Because we were talking about the ban window and wanted to do something unique and unban a card, and we're like, what should we do? And Prophetic Prism was kind of like the easier choice, I would say. But I was like, let's do something really exciting and get people really interested. And I know High Tide would perk up a lot of ears. But of course, like the idea of unbanning a card that is that strong has a huge risk associated with it. So I was in the shower one day and I was like, I have an idea. And I ran to my computer and wrote down immediately the idea for this trial and ban thing. And everyone was like kind of on board with trying it out. And I think it's pretty cool. I don't think it'll be the last time we do a trial and ban for Pauper. I don't think we'll be doing another one anytime super soon because, the format seems like it's in a really good place right now, and we'll kind of maybe save that for when we want to shake things up. But for now, I'm quite happy with this trial and ban experience. It's got Prophetic Prism off the ban list, and then we'll see how High Tide turns out.
Yeah. What are your opinion of the deck High Tide after your tournament of today?
Well, having played High Tide, both previously as well as today in this tournament, although I've played it before, I don't think the deck is necessarily too strong, but it is very time intensive, right? And the idea of playing the deck, sitting across from it for 20 minutes while your opponent just takes game actions, tournaments running over, things like that, is the thing I'm really going to be paying attention to this weekend. If I walk around Paupergeddon tomorrow and every round is running 20 minutes over as a High Tide player finishes, that is some real tournament implications, not unlike Second Sunrise or Carcline Ironwork. So we'll see what happens. But it looks like we're off to the races here.
The final of the top Pauper player is Mattei Pesenti against Lorenzo Bergamini. Both players topped 8 at the last edition of Paupergeddon in Lecco last March. And the matchup is Mono Blue against Familiar. So I think that is a pretty hard match in both sides because Familiar had a red button to press and go comboing, but Mono Blue Fairies has it is the best tempo deck actually in format. So I think that it will be very, very nice to see, to watch. What do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, to me, we have kind of a classic tempo deck versus a control of the combo finish kind of situation here, right? And so the question is, can Mono Blue Fairies tempo their opponents out, get some stuff on the board, use some counter spells effectively, draw some cards? or will we go into the long game? And the long game, familiars is super favored.
Yeah, for sure.
So Mono Blue Fairies really wants to try and get ahead early by getting some damage in, establishing a card draw, tempoing their opponent out by getting rid of important stuff. And I'll say this is not the way to do it. Mono Blue Fairy is currently stuck on one land. So this is exactly the kind of start you want to see if you're a familiar player.
That's not the best start he can choose to do.
I mean, in any match, you don't want to be stuck on one land, but in a match where you have to tempo your opponent out early, this is not it. So I can imagine, for example, he kept like a hand with a ninja or something like that, and then the Sunscape Familiar totally stymied that. So we see Lorenzo kind of going off to the races already with 2 Sunscape Familiars, using that Seagate Oracle to get a brand new card here, and going to be pretty far ahead pretty fast.
Yeah. I really like the game plan of Familiar. I think that Lorenzo is playing a pretty stock deck. Okay, in the meanwhile, Mattei is conceding real fast game 1. He remains with one land.
There it is right there. Now,
right choice.
This is a match that could go very long, right? Like the games could take a long time to see what happens. Also, that can happen sometimes, I guess, right? And, while some players might be tempted to sit there, play it out, maybe there's an outside chance something comes back, it's very unlikely. I think both preserving your mental fortitude for the rest of the game, but also, frankly, these players are both going to be coming back tomorrow. It's about 8:30 p.m. here.
Yeah.
So, being able to...
9:30.
9:30. So being able to finish up your match, go out, get dinner, be ready to play in the big Paupergeddon tomorrow, which has over 1,000 players registered. Yeah. It's going to be a big one, the 10-year anniversary. They want to have the time to go do this right?
1,150.
Holy smokes, it just gets bigger every time I hear it.
But I think that there is all tournaments, all big tournaments like this, there will be a lot of no-shows. So I think that 1,100 will be the exact number of players tomorrow. But that is our personal record as Paupergeddon, and I'm so excited.
Well, I think it's not
what will happen tomorrow.
It's not just a record as Paupergeddon. This will be the largest Pauper tournament ever in the world.
Yeah,
that's pretty incredible.
I think that's it's a record that we continually break every edition. So I'm so happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, but hearing it was the 10-year anniversary and everything that was pulled out. I mean, if you're here right now at Paupergeddon, you would know this, but we've got 11 different artists here who are signing cards. There's all kinds of cool side events. There's some mystery boosters that are going to be out this weekend that Wizards so graciously sent out to the Paupergeddon folks. Of course, every card you can imagine under the sun is available, and most importantly, there's Italian food being served inside. So
I know that's the part that you love.
Absolutely. It's like whenever it's like, hey, do you want to come out to the tournament in the middle of Florence, in the middle of Lucca?
Tuscany?
It's a Tuscany, right? It's like, it's some of the best food in the world. Yeah, I'll play Magic during the day and then go eat. A lot of shows, a lot of events I go to, I love them and they're a blast. But it's a lot of work, right? It's me being very busy, doing panels and so on. Paupergeddon is a great time to just get to relax. And yes, I sign cards and to do some stuff like this or what have you, but I get to play Magic all weekend. I get to eat Italian food all weekend.
Please remember me tomorrow that I have a Club of Fairies to sign, to have been signed for you, Emma, and Mirko.
Yeah,
because it will be an unbanned contract. So I need your sign on that card.
I'll see what we can do. It was fun. Me, Emma, and Mirko Heisen are all here from the Pauper format panel this weekend. And earlier I signed a high tide, and they've gotten each of the different format panel members to sign the high tide. So I thought that was quite good. I signed another high tide.
To you.
I signed another high tide with someone can you write ban on it? And I was like, sure, I'll write ban on your high tide, no problem. So I think that's kind of the big question. And I think tomorrow high tide will be one of the decks to watch, right? Not how is it doing, right? I mentioned the time trouble that it has, but let's just see how it does in the tournament, right? Like if a ton of high tide makes top 8, that's a whole different thing to consider. But we'll see what happens.
Will you play tomorrow?
Oh yeah, I'm playing the main event tomorrow. I'm really excited about it. I don't know what deck I'm playing yet though, so that'll be after this. There'll be a little bit of brewing maybe. Last night I stayed up till 2 a.m. brewing my deck for Paupergeddon. I never played it in the main event before. I was brewing it and played a couple playtest games. And then I 9-0'd the first day, so we'll see if I can make a repeat of that.
In the last edition of the Tuscany.
Yeah.
Last year in
Last year in Pisa, right?
Pisa,
I brewed up a Mardu synthesizer.
Yeah, it was a Mardu. I
love
remember.
that deck.
I remember me, you, and Mirko in the hall of the hotel at the 2 a.m., 3 a.m. in the morning to set up the fourth Karklan Shaman in the sideboard. Yeah.
Yeah. It was all that. It was just like.
It went well.
It went really well.
Yeah,
I mean, the wheels fell off. I lost playing for top 8, but I had a great time. Unfortunately, as much as I love synthesizers, like one of my favorite cards to play, one of my favorite decks to play, I think it is a little poorly positioned in the metagame right now.
Yeah, right now, that's not the metagame of synthesizer deck. But if you play mono red synthesizer, you can play. But I don't know if it's your kind of deck. I think that you prefer, for example, the bounce effect of Glint Hawk and Korsky Fisher. So
I just love playing. I'm here to play Magic. Let's play a 30-turn game of Magic. Let me see most of my library. Today, when I was playing High Tide, I'm going to take all the time. I can play more Magic than anybody here. You'll play for 4 minutes. I'll play for 40 minutes. All right, let's see what happens.
High Tide right now is a pretty solitary deck.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when I kept saying today, I actually have 2 opponents, you and myself, right? So, quite interesting. All right, we see some mulligans going on here on the table.
Yeah, I think that Mattia need to aggressively mulligan to see a good start here. Because he's down of a game, and I cannot permit to lose the game.
Well, and also I think, you just really want that tempo-y start, and your ninjas will reclaim your card advantage. So, you can, with the London mulligan, you can mulligan pretty aggressively and be pretty okay.
Yeah, for sure. I really love the London mulligan. It's a system that I really like. And Mono Blue needs a 1-drop creature and a ninja on turn 2, or at least an interaction on turn 2, for example, counterspell or something like that, because they need to build up their tempo game plan, to put creatures on the battlefield, so to set up their race with having the spell starter that can counter 2 mana drop. That here is really huge. It can counter Prohibit. It can counter the familiar, the Sunscape familiar. So turn 2 spell starter that can counter 2 mana value is really huge.
Yeah, so here we see kind of that tempo-y start, right? Now, there hasn't been a ninja on the board yet, but you see that Mattei is carefully leaving mana up for something spell starter or counterspell or otherwise, just deploying a few fairies to the board with a Fairy Seer and a Fairy Miscreant. Here's a God Pharaoh's Faithful, part of the combo package, good at blocking ninjas, but not particularly strong right now. We'll see if Mattei has any kind of response to that.
I think that God Pharaoh's Faithful is a really huge card against the deck. It deserve a counter here for sure.
All right, and so there's a little counter war. So the counter spell comes down from Mattei and then negate on Lorenzo's side.
So the blue mana of the bounce with floating.
Yeah,
he could cast negate. I think that God Pharaoh's Fate will completely deserve a counter here for mono blue, because every single spell you cast fog a creature. For a turn, so it can easily block a ninja, and mono blue at the moment does not play mutagenic growth.
Right.
So you cannot combat trick to kill the God Pharaoh's Faithful, because all combat tricks has become the -2, -0 creatures.
Right. Right, so here's that preordained gaining a life off of the God Pharaoh's Faithful. And
every creature, every spell, every blue stuff, let fog a creature, let fog an attack of their creatures. So I think that is a really, really good card in this matchup.
And so there's Spell Stutter to counter that preordain. Now, Mattei has a good tempo start here, but is going to need some kind of card advantage. And note that any ninja they have will be great. It'll come down and do some good stuff, but it is going to be able to get blocked on subsequent turns by that ground force there. So there's another Spell Stutter sprite countering that Seagate Oracle. So this is exactly what we see. Bottom blue fairies always look so innocent, and then before you know it, you're facing down a bunch of flying power in the air. And you've had a bunch of spells countered. Ooh, and that's a big one right there. Drawing 2 cards there, and smashing for 4 in the air.
Yeah,
now,
take all.
Now this is a big turn. There's only 1 mana up for the fairies player, so you're gonna be able to resolve something. Maybe, they could have it like Spell Pierce at best, really. So what does Lorenzo have left? What can they do to kind of get?
I think that Mattei is going for a Spell Pierce or something like that.
Yeah.
Or a Dispel. Because I think that he has not so much one cost spell to cast stuff.
Ooh,
a dispel, yeah.
So he goes to draw 2, and there's a dispel to lock that down, and the tempo game plan persists. And there's still, I think, 3 cards hanging out there.
Brian
in the grip.
Barrow, okay.
Oh, all right. So of one mind, another one to pick 2 cards up. No, they plays the human in advance to make that a 1-mana card. Smashes in for 4. Ninjas back a creature, and that's exactly what you want to see, right? You're gonna get that ETB again on the Fairy Seer, and leaving up 2 mana without casting it, which certainly indicates a counterspell. So if indeed Mattei has a counterspell in his hand, that might be curtains for Lorenzo. Lorenzo's been pretty nickel and dimed out of this game by having just the spells countered, being crunched in the air every turn by a couple flyers, and those 2 flyers really turn into a lot of damage really fast.
Yeah.
Right.
Mono Blue has built a really aggressive board here. I really like that approach. Yeah.
All right, let's see what follow-up Lorenzo has. They need a strong follow-up here, and it's tough knowing your opponent is showing spell search, but they can counter basically anything, counterspell.
Yoi, thanks for the Prime, really appreciate it, and thanks for all people that decided to subscribe with Prime today. Thank you very much.
All right, so Lorien Revealed comes down, picking up 3 cards for Lorenzo. It does resolve, so maybe the window is there. Maybe they just have like a spell starter spray, which doesn't quite do it right now.
Oh, the second one, huge.
And there's the sprite. So the sprite could not quite counter Lorien Revealed. Preordained comes down, gonna pick up a life there from the God Pharaoh's Faithful. Keeping Lorenzo just right above double digits.
Oh, he drew 2 lands in a row.
Oof, that's tough. That's tough. All right. Oh, here's another of one mind, and that is such a good draw right there. You just being able to pay 1 mana to draw 2, that keeps your just tempo game rolling, probably finding you another counter spell and more creatures. Yeah, buying the monster on the 0/4, that lets the ninja get in 2 to loot even further. We're just gonna see a huge crunch. Oh, and another ninja, holy smokes, bring back spell starter spray.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, that's gonna be curtains, I think, for this game, right? We know there's the spell starter sprite in hand, a healthy number of fairies on the board, picking up 2 cards there. That's just the tempo-y kind of game you want.
The
and there we are.
move. Oh, okay.
Well, it's going to come down to game 3 here.
Yeah.
So game 1 we saw kind of a blowout, right? 1 land, nothing able to happen. Game 2, much more of a game, but still, Mattei was pretty much favored the whole game, I would say, right? Like they had all the answers and the card draw. If we see an even-keeled game here in the 3rd game with Lorenzo going first, who do you think has the advantage?
I think that the first turn of familiars are pretty the same. He can cast a Preordain or a land into bounce land. So from familiars there are not a lot of interaction to the early game plan of Mono Blue Fairy. So Mono Blue can easily set up their initial race, so 1 drop, another 1 drop, for example, and they could set up the spell starter very easily without any kind of interaction from the other side. Familiars does not play any kind of removal, so I think that is not a good matchup here from Familiar. As we saw, both the game 1 and game 2 were directed by Mono Blue. The first game were lost by Mono Blue, not win by Familiar, and the same, the opposite side in game 2. Game 2 was won by Mono Blue, so he's the head of the match. So it depends a lot by the start of Mono Blue here. So I think that it's more important to set up as soon as possible a quick race to build his tempo strategy.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel to me like the first few turns are going to make all the difference, right? Can Mattei get ahead with stuff on the board and some kind of card advantage? And does Lorenzo have a strong early start? We're going to find out. Like, we're off the races here. Turn 1, we see that sack land. And there's a Fairy Miscreant on the other side for Mattei. So already the 1-drop is there. Miscreant's so good if you draw multiples of it.
I have the chat has a question for you, but before I want to answer to Cortez, I already posted all the list of the top 8 on Instagram of Lega Pauper Italia. You can find all our social here at the link that I just posted here in the chat. There is the link tree of Lego Paper Italia. You can click and follow our Instagram page to see the deck lists.
And while you're following their Instagram page, follow mine. I'll be posting about Paupergeddon all weekend on my stories. So stay tuned.
But there is a question for you. What's your favorite Pauper card?
Oh, well, my favorite Pauper card, historically, it's not very good right now, is Mystical Teachings. I love Mystical Teachings. That was one of the first cards that made me fall in love with Pauper. But my favorite current, present-day Pauper card is External Synthesizer. It's just so fun to pick up, and whenever you draw Synthesizer in Glinthawk, you just feel like you're unbeatable, you know? I love that combination.
That sensation of power.
That's why I'm going to be pretty bummed to not playing it tomorrow, because I played it the past 2 years, and I've had such a good time.
Not so performing like now, so okay.
Yeah, it's so hard against Chrysalis and a lot of the other stuff out there. Anyway, back to the board here. This is the tempo we start that Mattei, I think, has kind of wanted. Miscreant into that Ninja, picking up a card there. And we've got some familiars coming down for Lorenzo. There's a literal Sunscape familiar, but sitting on only 2 lands is going to have to pass. So they were on the play and did not hit their 3rd land drop. That's really bad news. And oh my gosh, there's a snap there on the Sunscape familiar. That's really going to set Lorenzo back without sending Mattei back at all. Bind the monster. Oh my gosh, that Ninja's going to get in, pick up another loot there.
It looks like a replay of the last round, but with something from the first round that is one of 2 players has fewer lands that the normal. So as you can see,
Spell Stutter's right on Sunscape familiar too.
That can counter. Cost 2 spell is huge, fundamentally in this matchup. So build as soon as possible a creature that can counter your 2 drop is amazing.
Right, and this is and then there's, look at that, 4 damage coming in, drawn card. This is exactly the nightmare situation for Lorenzo. You fall behind on tempo. Your opponent has card advantage plus counter spells plus removal for your blockers. I mean, Lorenzo can maybe get out of this one, but it's going to be really hard. It's been an amazing draw here for Mattei. And I feel like on an even keel draw, this bottom blue fairies deck is in pretty good shape. All right, and here comes another God Pharaoh's Faithful. Now, with 2 of them in play, can slowly gain some life back. So that is a way you can stop yourself from the Flying Onslaught. Yeah. The 0/4 body blocks a 2/1. I will call out that I think, I didn't quite see what Mattei discarded there. It might have been another Bind the Monster. I'm not totally sure. But
this one?
No, there was another, maybe it was of 1 mind, maybe. I'm not sure.
Of 1 mind, yeah.
All right, so there we go. So leaving up 3 mana there for the Familiars player. Got that blocker for the 2/1. All right, here's a Fairy Seer. Going to scry 2. 1 on top, 1 on bottom. You always hate when your opponent puts 1 on top, you know?
Look at the cards of Mattei, or all signed by his league's teammate.
Oh, I love that. I really love that. It really is to show how much here at Paupergeddon it is like a team thing, right? You're playing with your team. There's so many team shirts in the hall there. Oh, and here's the snare guy who's going to tap and freeze something right there. Not before a little draw 2 goes off.
Draw 2, gain 2.
That's pretty solid. And Spell Starter Sprite, just all the answers there. With that said, Familiars is now going to untap with no mana available from the other end to counterspell. So this could be a turn for something.
Let's see what will happen here.
This is kind of Lorenzo's 1 window he's probably going to get, so make it count, Lorenzo.
Oh, 3 mana. 1 mana blue floating.
All right, so here comes the Sunscape Familiar. Not a non-white spell, so no life to be gained there. But we'll see something else here. Mana floating.
Oh, he's trying to snap something.
Snap against fairies is always kind of so awkward, but does net a mana there with the Azorius Chancery and 2 life to boot. All right, and here comes a Muldrifter.
Yeah.
All right, evoking Muldrifter, gaining 2 life, drawing 2 cards. What a deal. And then Ephemerate on it, 2 more cards. That's what this deck wants to do. That is exactly what this deck wants to do.
That's a pretty good turn for Familiar here.
And that Muldrifter blocks. I mean, can it, with all that card advantage, be able to come out for the mana in time, right? Like falling behind on mana early means that even if there are some amazing cards in Lorenzo's hand, it might be able to be capped by Mattei's counter spells, but we don't know how much counter magic Mattei's got left.
Yeah.
So let's see. All right, here comes a tap.
There's still an Ephemerate on rebound, so the fun is not finished yet.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And the one thing Mono Blue is good at, countering spells. The one thing it's not so good at, killing off your opponent's creatures. Bind the Monster, not so good against ephemerating whatever they have going on there. So, all right.
it for sure allows you to enter in the combat, so it removes virtually a blocker, but the creatures, the effect of the creatures still remain on the battlefield, so you will still gain life. So I think that does not have properly the tools for remove creatures. So
Mattia just says, let's get in there. Send in everybody. Get a ninja something back to his hand. Picking up, I think, was that a spell stutter sprite? I might have missed it there. But that will net him another card, deal some extra damage in. Is going to lose some stuff in the process, but he's more than fine making that trade, right? They're all a bunch of little 1/1s. Let's trade some of those off, get a new card, get some damage in. And Lorenzo drops to 9, and then is going to spell stutter this Ephemerate. And let's see, Lorenzo taps 1.
Yeah, that's a negate.
You can't negate a spell stutter sprite.
Oh.
So the negate was tried and shown off.
He tried.
Yeah. All right, so stops the Ephemerate on the Muldrifter. Now this is it. This is where the corner maybe starts turning for Lorenzo. He's got a grip full of cards. Counter magic has been exhausted. Murmuring Mystic.
That's really huge.
That is the card you want in this match, right? That is the way you're able to deal with all those 1/1 flyers. And sitting at 11, now I'm seeing the control of the game shift back to Lorenzo.
He could counter with a spell starter. I think that Mattia have 1, 2, 3, 4 fairies.
Yeah, it could be. He just tapped out.
So it was a real nice bait, the Ephemerate one.
I mean, with the Ephemerate, it's like makes sense. You don't want him to draw 2 more cards, but that Murmuring Mystic is a real nightmare for the Fairies player. All right, well, Fairy's going to untap, and it's tough. Lorenzo got 2 mana available, so at least he can cast 1 spell, maybe 2 spells, and has some Fairies on the exchange. Got the ground covered with blockers, so those 2 ground ninjas aren't doing much. There's really only the 4 flyers in the air. One gets blocked by Muldrifter. At least one gets blocked by whatever instant spell Lorenzo is holding, so you can chunk in for 2 damage, but you're just going to gain the life off those God Pharaoh's Faithful. I really see the control of this game shifting right now, and I love Lorenzo's position.
Gain 2.
There you go, gain 2.
Puts the blockers. I think that that token is Lorenzo himself. He do a lot of calisthenics, so I think that he's himself.
When you are that strong, but are you only really a 1/1? You know?
Oh no, that's the real bird.
Will the real bird please stand up? Okay. So yeah, there's a bird coming in right there, and so at least 2 of those are gonna get blocked right here, right now.
It's him, yeah, of course, it's him.
And yeah, Mattia's got 4 mana untapped. We'll see if he's got like a ninja trick or something of some kind to get some extra damage in. But look at that. Now Lorenzo's back up to 13. Those 2 familiars really doing work. And that was a great call on your end. All right, 1 mana. Another effect for 1 mana. Ephemerate. Gripping another one. That's another spell, so another blocker. Gonna draw 2 off the Muldrifter. This could be it. Like Lorenzo is coasting super far ahead, and this is exactly where you don't want to be as the Fairies player. You thrive in the mid game, you thrive in the early game, but that long game where opponent is drawing tons of cards and has unlocked all their mana, that is where you start to trip.
Yeah, I think that Lorenzo is an Archaeomancer far from the victory. I think that an Archaeomancer resolved here mean victory. Oh, okay.
You're going to give -2 power to the Muldrifter, sure, so it doesn't kill off the Fairy. But that's kind of just a desperation move. Look at that. Mattia's board is crushed, and now Lorenzo's sitting pretty at 12 life. All right, and what else is coming down?
That's a Miscreant.
Another Miscreant. Wow.
Free Berga.
All right, how do you think Mattia gets out of this, and what are you looking for? Oh, and there's Prohibit on the second Miscreant.
No
there's the
way,
hand.
no
Well, there's no
way.
getting out of that. Wow,
He
there
recognized the superiority of Familiar My deck. Mwah.
Amazing.
Thank you, Berga.
Amazing work by Lorenzo there. It looked so rough for him. Really, he missed a land drop. Totally got the tempo taken advantage of. But was able to come back with the Muldrifter and Ephemerate and just the right draws at the right time. And then Murmuring Mystic. What a card.
I think that Murmuring Mystic was the card in this matchup. It's really huge. It blocks the ground creatures, create a block also into the sky, so allows you to play whatever you want and build your at the same time your board. So it's really, really huge. Let's resolve the Mandami qua, Lorenzo.
I think we're gonna get Lorenzo here in the booth.
Yeah. So I think that let's resolve the the Murmuring Mystic was the mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and I'm sure that he'll be thinking later, should I have not countered the Ephemerate? Should I have held that for Murmuring Mystic? He knows his opponent has access to it. But, I mean, also if you let Ephemerate resolve and he goes up 2 more cards, like that's even harder to have to deal with.
Yeah. It was a mandatory card to counter, but he didn't think about the card that can dominate the matchup. So with the Murmuring Mystic.
And Murmuring Mystic is just, when you're playing on a deck full of 1/1 flyers, that's like the last thing you want to see, right? That's so tough. I think some photos happening, some general excitement.
Literally, he's naked, he's taking pictures. Okay.
But we will have Lorenzo in here shortly to talk to him and to award him our prize, which is pretty darn cool. You want to show this off?
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this amazing playmat right here.
That too.
Yeah. Here you go.
This is one of the part of the prize that Mezzocello designed for the champion, and we surely have way to give them to him. But I think that's not the moment. So I think that the top 8 was composed all by different decks, and the most powerful deck won, of course, my beloved Familiar.
So you're a Familiar fan?
Yeah, I'm a huge Familiar fan.
Yeah, I mean, I say first off, there's 7 different decks in the top 8. Right? There were 2 red decks, but other than that, totally different stuff. We had this totally off the wall, like 5 or 6 land, no, 5 land spy.
5 land spy
deck.
with walls.
Bananas.
At least that I show you.
Yeah, that was
before.
crazy. I love seeing that. I'd never seen that before.
Yeah.
Absolutely wild.
But neither the player who played that list, because they built the list this morning and just submitted into Spice Track for playing the top Pauper player, is a totally brand new list. So
I love Pauper because stuff like that can happen. Right? There's so many decks in the format, and there's so much variety. And if you're coming with a rogue deck, it is kind of one of the few formats where a rogue deck really can take people by surprise and still be quite competitive.
Yeah, for sure.
And out there playing today, I played against so many different decks. I think I played in 7 rounds of the trial. I think I played against 7 different decks.
Yeah.
So pretty incredible. What a diversity.
Do you like
format.
this feature of Pauper?
Oh, I love it. I love the variety. I mean, it feels like you can play anything, and that's why I'm going to try to figure out what I'm going to play tomorrow, because I could just brew some up tonight. Who knows? Wouldn't be my first time, you know?
So let's see in the hotel house.
Yeah. Feature match round 1. You'll see what I'm playing next tomorrow, you know?
So some data for tomorrow. The first round of day 1 of Paupergeddon will start tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. 9:30 del mattino. So
that is, of course, Italian time.
Yeah,
so
Italian time.
Adjust appropriately. I think it's probably late at night for you back in the States.
The time zone is CET, Central Europe time. So the time of Rome, Bruxelles, and like that. So just remember that we will be live from, I think, 9:15 or something like that. The 2 teams of streaming will be composed of Alessandro and Will, and Mirko and Emma for the second team. So I will be in the director team tomorrow. So I hope to see you in live tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
me too. That makes 2 of us. Yeah.
From the Paupergeddon top Pauper player event is I am Sapo. He's Gavin Berry, the head of Pauper format panel and head developer of Magic the Gathering. So Gavin, thank you for being here today.
My pleasure.
See you tomorrow. Mwah, we love you.